Hello friends, painting enthusiasts, and welcome to a new video. Today we are going to turn a simple blank canvas into something vibrant, warm, and something that really just feels like summer. Moving along, we're not actually going to start by putting paint on the canvas. I'm going to head over to my drafting desk and start a bit of a sketch for just figuring out where all of my subjects are. I personally like to boot up Photoshop, apply a grid, do a sketch in reference to that. However, if you don't love the drawing process in general, you just want to jump right into the painting, you can download the Traceable up over on my Patreon, where you can also get the ad-free version of this video. That said, once we have our sketch complete, we are going to select our brushes, pick our pigments, and from there we can jump into the painting process. Let's start with titanium white, burnt sienna, cadmium red, cerulean blue, Naples yellow, and green gold. It's the only golden pigment I'm using. Everything else is Winsor and Newton. And last but not least, Mars black. Day one, we have our coffee. Have it in a cute little pumpkin mug here. Admittedly, it might be a little early, but I love it. And we're going to start with the sky. Very much akin to what we see out there. Yet again, we'll grab our 1-inch flat-headed brush, and we'll also make the brush just a little bit damp to help keep our paint wet longer, and it'll also help with the blending process. For our first mix, we're going with cerulean blue, titanium white, and a hint of Mars black. As for our application, I'm going to begin by just cutting around a lot of these larger clouds with the 1-inch flat-headed brush, because it can just move so much paint so quickly, and that edge is nice and sharp for allowing our subjects to remain distinct. Just like that. And we'll just continue working this down the left-hand side. Occasionally I will cover up drawings and clouds, but that's okay, because we can always go back in and resketch them later. We just want a nice, good, thick layer. Also, when you have small openings in the sky, you can just use the corner of your brush, and that'll help you with the detail work. Perfect. And from there, we'll just finish up on the right-hand side of the canvas. That means sharp edges around our roofs and a slight overlap of our clouds to be. Now, our initial mix was half and half titanium white and cerulean blue. Now we are going to triple down on the titanium white so we can create a gradient in our sky. I'm going to start by applying this to the base of my sky, as you can see, and then we'll just slowly move it and blend it upwards. A lot of my initial mix has started to dry, but that's okay, because we still have a lot of it on our palette, and we can just rework that in. It's also worth noting that if you're getting a streaky aesthetic, all you have to do is apply less pressure with your brush, and all of a sudden your applications will be a lot more smooth. Now we'll just head on over to the right hand side, apply that brighter pigment to the base, grab some more of our regular blue sky color, and do a nice soft blend. Good little transition. All right, and once our sky is fully dry to the touch, we are going to sketch back in our clouds. I'm personally going to work with a little bit of Conte. It's essentially like a chalk, and it's great because it can come off your canvas with a little bit of water. Also, what's great about Conte is that while this may have color to it, it won't dilute your pigment, so you don't have to worry about things getting muddy. For said clouds, we're going to make two mixes. One is going to be very titanium white heavy, hint of our Mars black, hint of our cerulean blue. And for our second mix, we want a little bit more of our Mars black because we're going for a mid to dark value gray with a hint of blue in it. And we'll mix these as a wet into wet blend so we get some nice soft, smooth clouds. Now, as for our application, I'm going to apply the brighter pigment around the edge using the corner of the brush to get the pigment to protrude out in a wispy manner, just like so. Then I'll blend inwards by applying a little bit more pressure with my brush. And then once we get towards the back, I'll grab that darker pigment, interject it, and we'll just do a blend from one into the other. And if you do a bit of a wispy motion, you should be able to get a nice wet into wet flowing gradient and transition with a little bit of volume for the cloud as well. Soft taps between the two pigments, just like this, will eventually get it to the point where you're not really creating a lot of line work. You're just getting these fairly soft blends. It's typically the trick. If you feel like things are too harsh, you just relieve pressure and you keep going over it. Now we'll switch over for some real detail work. Now using that, and again a little bit of water, we can tap on some extra pieces to our cloud. We can extend them out from those wispy points we created, or just create brand new little guys as well. It's also worth noting that this is acrylic. It is semi-transparent, so you'll probably need to do a couple of layers, especially where you want it to be nice and opaque. Here's layer number 2 in the middle with that brighter highlight. Just being a bit more intentional. You don't want to paint the whole cloud with this brush because it's just not efficient at its size, but it is great for refining things. All right, so there we have a nice, simple, great little entry point to our clouds. We're going to work on a slightly more detailed one, and then we're going to head into the big guy. For a smaller, more detailed cloud, we are going to switch to a smaller, more detailed, flat-headed brush. So with this, I'm going to use the corner of my brush to cut along all of my sharp edges, though I'm going to leave the center of the cloud open for now. And then we'll switch over to our darker pigment, which I'll apply right in there. We could refine with this brush, but we could also switch on over to our liner for even more control in the situation. Here's an example of going back in with that liner, doing some extra details along the edges, building up the body, the light that surrounds it, and then going for that softer blend in the middle, just like that. Love this brush. There we go. When you can evolve them into one another, I think that makes it a lot more interesting and unique. So always aim for rendering diversity in your clouds when possible. Also, if you're looking at the clouds and you're thinking, oh, that looks like insert reference here, let me know. I always find it really fun to see what everybody thinks the clouds turn into. Also, take a look right out there at that guy. Nice, big, beautiful cloud. Friendly reminder that we do have reference points, not just in photos and on our screens. Looking outside really can help, and again, that's a great cloud. Now, I'm back to the larger flat-headed brush, and I'm working on the edge of this very big cloud right here. Again, there are lots of little divots that move outwards to create leading lines, but I'll also create these rounded motions to add further diversity. And I think that motion's more of what a lot of us innately think of when we think of clouds, but having the wispy line work in conjunction with those rounded motions creates something much more unique and interesting. So we want a combination. And I think this is a great start to our cloud. And then while it's still wet, we're going to go in with our darker pigment right behind all of it. And we'll work around this nice little area of sky here. We'll make that brighter in a second. But for now, we'll do a good soft blend. And an X-shaped pattern with the brush is a great way of not only moving paint up and down, but left and right. So in situations like this, where you just need a lot of blending, a lot of movement, it's a very ideal application style. Just like that. Now I'm switching to my filbert brush. It has these great rounded edges, which helps us blend really soft things, subjects, like clouds. Now I'm going in with this with some extra highlight around my edge because we do want to thicken that up. But then as for the blends, I'm going to start working it back. I'm working it in a bit of a rounded motion. Again, it has a rounded edge, which is great for creating those soft, smooth applications. And this is really just an ideal brush for working on our clouds. The more highlight we add, the more contrast we have, the more volume we build, the better painting we have. More highlight around the openings again. Let me soften that. And again, around our edges, might do more of a subtle blend for these. So rather than dragging it all the way back here, I'm just keeping it within a couple millimeters of the application, and that's going to give us a more stark application, which is going to give us a higher contrast, which is going to make the cloud look more voluminous. Love that. And once we've done that which we want with our filbert, we are going to switch back into our liner and have some real fun with the details. Now with this, you can see I've drawn in a cloud. I think I'm going to do something in a similar spot. It's not going to be exact because it doesn't have to be. We can always just take the Conte off our canvas. Here we have some nice little details though that tie this guy into this bigger one. Make it nice and opaque, and then we'll make it feel a little more at home by adding other little ones so it's cohesive. Just like that. Now, these bottom clouds on the left-hand side, not big, but I am still going to use the larger flat-headed brush to apply the initial layer of paint because it will allow me to dispense all of this paint quickly and therefore blend more of a wet into wet application. Darker pigment towards the bottom, brighter pigment on top, and a nice soft blend in between. At this point, we should be naturals. And now we go back in, we add our details with our liner, we refine with our liner, lots of extra little bumps. We're gonna have some bonus protrusions, and we'll do our blends back down with this brush as well. It's all coming together so quickly at this point. All right, these are looking good, and now it's time for one last detail to kind of bring them all together. We're remixing our light sky blue color because we're interjecting some of that sky back into our clouds. Now, using that new blue, we're going to go into the edges of some of our clouds where we might want additional openings, and then we'll grab our highlighted pigment, work that around it, get a nice soft blend, but this is a great way of expanding upon your shapes, making them more unique, but also interjecting more sky if you happen to cover a lot of it up. With the wet on wet and a damp brush, it comes together really quickly. And with that, a little bit of refining, I think these are great clouds. I'm really happy with them. I love our general movements, and I think it has the right amount of detail. So we're on to the next step. And said next step is an exciting one. We have not only Greek yogurt, but an apple. Important to put a little bit of food in your belly. That way you're not shaky when you're making the strokes that matter. Now, for said next step, we are going to grab some green gold, apply it to our palette, and that's because we're going to work on some distant trees. I'm going to grab some of that nice green gold, Mars black, and about an equal mixture of titanium white to mix a mid to dark green, though this is only one of our two mixes because we're mixing wet into wet. And for our second mix, yet again, we are starting with our green gold, but we are doubling down on our titanium white, so twice as much titanium white to green gold, and just a hint of our Mars black to desaturate it a little bit. But between these two, we'll get some really nice mixes. Now, our first distant trees exist right back here behind the house, and we'll apply this darker pigment to about the halfway point, maybe a little bit higher. And then we'll switch onto our highlight, which will apply right above that. We'll go in with a little bit of a rotational tap for the top. This will just create a lot of different clusters of foliage and make a nice unique impression. And then once we have that applied, we're going to head back down and we'll blend it with our darker green with a series of taps. That way we have a fairly unique texture for the distant foliage. Just like so. And now we're back to the liner for some real detail. With this, I'll create some more intentional taps towards the top, leave little openings where you can still see bits of our distant cloud. And because I'm using a fresh brush with fresh pigment, I don't have the darker pigment from the bottom diluting the mix, and therefore this is going to be a little bit brighter than what we have underneath. So I can even start tapping in this over top, that mixed pigment, and rendering a lot of really subtle variants, but nice detail. Now with that liner, we'll grab some of that darker pigment and work that in as well. With this, I'm starting more towards the bottom, and I will progressively make my way upwards with the same tapping applications. As we move up, we will run out of paint. We'll get more of a semi-transparent application, and that's great because it means this will get brighter and brighter the higher we get, until eventually it just dissipates into almost nothing. Just hints of shadows showing through all of this foliage. Love that. Now we're going to head back in with a little bit of our cloud pigment to create some openings within our tree. While my cloud mix is dry, I do still have a little bit showing on my palette, so I can remix it nice and easy, and we'll throw that back into our canvas. That's actually a real pro tip with painting. Try to leave past mixtures on your palette for a little while. That way, if you need to remix to a pigment, then you know exactly what it looks like, and it's very just accessible. That said, I'm trying to create openings of different sizes, different shapes, stagger them in so there's more at the top and then it becomes lesser towards the bottom. And then we're back to our greens with some extra titanium white, mixing up a brighter green than we've used before. We'll use this for our highlights. And with that, we can apply it above all of our foliage because it's the brightest application. We want that light to be up here most prominently. I'm using it as an excuse to get a little more playful with these designs. And then I'm going to work it in and around all of those new blue markings, but also just throughout the greenery in general. This is going to give us an extra pop and make things a little bit more lively as a whole. We don't need too much of it, but I like that. Don't have much pigment left on the brush, So the applications are now more subtle at the bottom, but it's still good texture. All right, and now we'll head on over to the right-hand side to do another tree. This time I'm starting with the highlight, so you can see that we can do either the brighter or the darker mix first. It doesn't really matter. And then I'll start working that downwards. Once I get to about there, I'll switch over to my darker mix. I'll apply that right between the house that we have and this larger rose bush to be. And I'll just do some taps to create a nice textured transition from one pigment into the next. It's a good base layer. Doesn't have to be complicated. And once we have that, as you know, we go back in with a liner brush, just using the same pigment that we used for the top highlight to create these openings, separations, and details. Then I'll just start tapping my way inward and down, separating some of the darker hues and creating a little bit more of this pattern we've just begun to love. And from there, we can't just go in with the highlight again, we also have to go in with the shadow pigment. So we're going back and forth with the two of them. At this point we should be acquainted with the technique itself. And this is dissipating as you move up. Though this time I am creating more of these darker taps than I did in the other, and I will need to be a little bit more reductive, work more highlights into this. So we'll head back to the palette, render an even brighter green, and jump back in to making this look the way we want to. So green gold, titanium white, that's the easiest mix we'll make all day. Now yet again, I'm going above my previous mixtures because the light is shining down on this. Those areas are getting the most light. And then I'll start working my way in, breaking up those shadows. I'm gonna grab a bit more of that light pigment and creating that nice visual texture of light coming down, hitting our tree and rendering some great volume between our initial base layer, shadow, second layer, and now highlights in our third. You just want to go back and forth between all three of these until you get exactly what you want. There we go, nice and easy. And I think we just need 3 or 4 more taps to complete this guy right here. Love painting these trees with the green gold. Such a beautiful, warm hue. Here we go. All right, love that. And from there, I think it's time that we jump into our structure. We do a foundational layer for our brick, and this part, it's a lot of fun. From there, we need 2 new pigments, a burnt sienna and a Naples yellow. Love these colors, especially together. Now, for this base layer, we're using a lot of said Naples yellow, about half that in burnt sienna, some titanium white, just a little bit, and a hint of our Mars black. We want this to be quite a bright mix, but also one that can be expanded upon. And while we have quite a number of bricks sketched in here, I am going to paint over them with this pigment, and then we'll just re-sketch them in a little bit later. I like to pre-sketch a lot of this so that I have a good idea and understanding of the subject. I find it helps me later on when I'm rendering it. Also, again, if you need help with the drawing process, I always have traceables up over on Patreon where you can, again, make the perspective and all of that a lot easier. I know a lot of people just really like to jump into the painting process, and that really can help. Just going to do this one wall to begin with, and then we'll do the others. Here we're just creating a nice sharp edge with the sharp edge of the brush. Really was made for scenarios like this. Now for the first time in a while, we'll add some Cad Red to our palette. Now we're going to craft individual bricks, and we're going to do so with a number of mixtures, some of which are going to have more cad red, so I'll add some cad red here. Some are going to be more Naples yellow heavy. Some are going to have more of our Mars black. And you can see that we're getting a lot of variance, and that's exactly what we want. We want some more brown, orangey bricks, some more Naples yellow heavy bricks, some cad red heavy bricks, and some that are just kind of rusty. And we'll play with all of them. At this point, we really just want a good amount of variance and some good warm hues. And for the application, we'll use the smaller flat-headed brush. Now I'm going to start with the darkest pigment, and I'm just going to start painting on a couple little bricks. It's worth noting that when you do this, on the bottom, as you can see in the initial sketch, it'll be more horizontal. And as you move towards the top, they're going to get a lot more angular. So we'll just be pretty playful with how we do this. I'm jumping around a lot. You don't have to, but I find it's a great way of keeping things diverse. I'm also grabbing new pigments as I go. And if you find you struggle to keep the perspective, again, you can always re-sketch the bricks on using a Conte or really whatever you have access to. I just prefer Conte. And then you can proceed with the traceable. These aren't going to look perfect. I think in the reference photo they're a little bit more particular, but this is an old building and I want it to look nice and unique. So there are areas that are going to have pretty wonky bricks, but those wonky bricks add great character. I think it's time for us to switch out of these darker ones, just like so. And we want to keep them nice and tiny because we are at a very distant area in our building. I'd also like to know that this is just our base layer for the brick. We're going to add texture to it, we're going to add highlights, some shadows. We're really just starting to build the general structure of them and the variance in hues. I'm also not doing all of the bricks at the same time on the other two walls because I just don't want it to get overwhelming. I think breaking paintings down into digestible pieces is a really efficient way of painting complex subjects like brick and architecture. So we're just going to be nice and careful. It's also worth noting, I've been on a real architecture kick as of late, whether it be bridges or big stony pieces like this. I think we're going to do a lot more of that on the channel in the near future. So if you're a big fan of this type of painting and subject, hit that subscribe button. Join us on our painting journey. It's a wonderful community of incredibly positive, supportive creatives, and love just having people who have an appreciation for this wonderful medium around. Also, again, as we get down to below, we're getting more and more horizontal with our applications until the bottom where it's essentially almost purely horizontal. I'm also going to go back and just play with some of the colors of these because they got a little monotonous, and we have the pigment to make it more fun and exploratory. Okay, it is looking really good, and from here I think we're going to mix up some shadows on our palette. interject some additional detail into there and really build these out to be a bit more three-dimensional. So we are going to interject more Mars black into pretty much all of our previous mixtures. This will homogenize them a little bit in terms of their aesthetics, but all we need is a little bit of variance, and I think we'll be in a great place. So with that, we have some good shadows. Let's add some texture. Here's just a bonus shot of the palette so you get a better idea of some of the colors and the nuances in them. They aren't mixed perfectly. There are a lot of different colors within each mix, and that's intentional so that we get even more variance. Now we want the trusty liner. I'm going to grab one of my darker mixes, and I'm going to tap this towards the bottom of some of my bricks on the bottom of the canvas. And you can see just how small these markings are. This is going to make it look like these bricks have a shadow underneath them and give them some additional dimension they wouldn't have had otherwise. We want this to be really subtle, so I'm applying very little pressure. And if I don't get a lot of pigment on the canvas, I'm okay with that. This is just a little bit of bonus. There we go. Gets easier and easier the more you do it. It also gets brighter the higher you get because you run out of paint and it just gets watery. Might still get a little bit of that effect though. Now I'll just grab a bit of this red mix and we'll have fun with that. Here, rather than putting it on the bottom of my bricks, I'm just going to tap it into the middle of some of them, create some unique little divots. And these are essentially areas in the brick that can't receive light. They're a bit more indented, so they get this bonus texture. And I don't want to do it on all of the bricks because it can be a little overwhelming otherwise, but especially the dark ones, I think this is a great little addition. So we'll jump around, we'll let the pigment run out. As it does run out, we can do more of the lighter bricks, but the goal is just to build texture. Love that. Really starting to come together. Now for the brighter bricks, I'll grab the brightest of all of my mixes and I might throw in just a little bit more Naples yellow, but this will still be a shadow value. So here we have a nice brighter brick. Here we have some darker taps. I will overlay this with previous darker taps because realistically, the more variance we can add into these, the better. And I really like the value. It's not too stark. It's not too saturated. It kind of works with all of our bricks. And when you make these shadows, while you want them to have hints of red or orange, more than anything, you want them to be able to work in lots of different bricks. So we don't go too saturated with those additional hues. They're there, they add a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavor, but they don't become too dominant. They just assist in the larger piece. All right, now, I really like how that's looking. We're going to let it dry and we're going to mix up some highlights. And we're going to do so quickly because the sun is setting. It's getting darker and I do want to finish this wall before night. All right, so as for highlights, up here, you can see I still kept a lot of my mid values for the bricks. Now we're going to do something just a little bit brighter than all of those. Again, incorporating variants, one of which can be more burnt sienna heavy, another can be more cad red heavy. I'm really switching around the colors a lot through these, but I think that's just to our benefit at this point. The more unique these can be, the better. And between these mixes, I think we have some good option. So I'm going to begin with one of my orange dominant mixes, and then I'll head in and just like those shadows, add a little bit of highlight, though A lot of these are going to be more towards the top of the brick because the tops of the brick protrude out. They catch a little bit of light as they have that protruding shelf in their structure. So we're doing some of that. Then I'll switch to more of the Naples yellow heavy mix once I feel like I have a good amount of applications with the burnt sienna heavy mix. And these can be really subtle. Some of these you don't really even see. Not dramatically so, not noticeably so, but subconsciously you will pick it up. It will make these far more interesting than they would have been otherwise. And by just building them and building them and building them, we get to something pretty great. So just trust the process. Keep layering paint. If you make it too bright, that's okay. You go back and you add darker layers. When you're doing that, if you make it too dark, that's okay. You go back and you add light layers. It's the beauty of acrylic. It's just so malleable. Let's grab a little bit more of that Naples yellow. There we go. Love that. Love all of it. We're doing great. All right, now I want to show you a bonus technique. This mix right here was most similar to our grout, so I'm going to mix right beside that with an abundance of titanium white, Naples yellow, and just a hint of Mars black. Same as our initial mix. We can fix any perspective in our painting while also creating a variance in the grout value and hue. And we don't just want it to exist in one area, we want it to be cohesive. So I'm going to find other spots in the painting where I should incorporate it. Lots of little taps. We can use the corner of our brush to fill in the rivers. All right, so we're back and reapplying some pigment to our palette. It is acrylic. It does dry overnight, but that's okay. This is nice, fresh, and I'm just really excited to get to painting. This tube is at the end of its days, but we do have a little bit left. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so we're back to the brick, and we're going to do this a little bit differently. I think that when you paint with acrylics, everybody asks, how do you paint clouds? How do you paint brick? How do you paint this or that? And the honest answer is, you can paint everything in a wide variety of ways. It's about finding the way that works for you. A lot of it is subjective and just personal preference. So I'm going to show you a couple of ways we can tackle these different brick walls today. And then you can pick your favorite and you can work through that in your piece and future paintings as well. But we'll try a couple different things. Now we're going to begin in the same way we did with the last one, and that's a bit of a titanium white, Naples yellow, hint of burnt sienna mix for the base of our wall, though we're going to quickly expand on it. So jumping into this, I think we'll work on this more central wall next. You can see that I'm placing it right next to the one we completed yesterday. And I'm going to cover a little light post here. It's okay, we can always go back and resketch it. I will change the orientation of my brush to get a nice clean line here on the right hand side. And that is the real beauty of this brush. We can do a large application in the middle, or we can do a nice sharp definitive application on the edge. It's going to look great in both scenarios. All right, now we're going to let that dry and we'll head back to our palette. For our next brick color, we're going to go with something a little bit darker. We're going to work within our reds, mostly burnt sienna though. A lot of Naples yellow. Here you can see we have a beautiful orange, which I like, but we need to desaturate. So we'll go with something a little more natural, including the Mars black, and we'll thicken up our pigment because while this is a pretty color, it probably won't be as opaque as we need. So we'll grab some titanium white. We'll work that in. And this would be great. This would be really great for our layer of bricks. Though, we do want it to be inconsistent. So I want some areas to be a little bit more red. I want some areas to be a little bit more burnt sienna heavy. I want some areas to be a little bit darker. And we can grab from all of these different sides as we apply our next layer of brick. Now, I'm not going to be painting these bricks individually. I'm actually painting another essentially base layer of brick. And you're probably wondering, why do this if we just painted that? And the answer there is we wanted that base layer so that we didn't have a white canvas showing through underneath. Now we have a nice warm bright base for our pigment. If you can render a rough aesthetic through some of it, patchy, it'll actually help the painting a lot later on. The goal is something messy. All right, and once this is fully dry to the touch, we are going to add some extra texture. Here we have our previous mix, and I'm just going to add a little bit of Naples yellow into it. And I'm going to try to make my brush so it doesn't have too much paint on it, because we want to essentially dry brush on some of this highlight. Now with very little pressure, we're just going to apply that, make it a little bit spotty. You want to see the tooth of the canvas, you want to see variance. It's subtle, but it's more paint, and we get little granular effects here and there. Now yet again, we're going to go a little bit brighter, this time with titanium white, so it's a slightly less saturated. And we'll make it fairly wide here. Now for the first time, we'll switch to our dry fan brush, and we want it to remain dry because we need these individual bristles to remain individual. So as for application, we're going to go in, we're going to start tapping this in a very randomized way, trying to create a lot of variance. So I'm rotating my brush, but I'm always rotating it in the air. And I'm never pressing the entirety of the brush into the canvas. I'm always pressing just about a third. So it might be this side, it might be this side, it might be the middle, but because the brush is rounded, we don't get the entirety of the thing as long as we don't apply a lot of pressure. I'll go over areas numerous times to break up trends within the taps. And it's also worth noting that you don't want to ever pick up too much paint, because much like water, it will condense your bristles. And there are instances where we will want to condense our bristles and get those larger applications, but right now we want them as small as possible. And this fan brush will get you a smaller application than even your liner brush. It'll also do it much more quickly and allow for greater randomization. So we just want to do quite a bit of this. And from there, we'll remix the pigment that we used for the initial base layer. So an abundance of titanium white, Naples yellow, a hint of our cad red, maybe a hint of our Mars black. And as for our application, I'm going to look for the lines in our previous wall, and then from there I'm going to continue them over here in this one via subtle taps with the larger flat-headed brush. I'm applying very minimal pressure because the more pressure we add, the larger of an application will render, and we do want a very small one. We can go back and we can refine this with our smaller flat-headed brush, but this will help us get the longest, most consistent markings. And this is just another way of painting brick. With the other one, we painted the essentially grout first, and then we expanded. With our brick, where here we're doing it the opposite. We're painting our brick first, and then we're painting our grout over it. A lot of these will need additional applications because it is acrylic, it is semi-transparent, but also because I'm applying so little pressure, I'm not always making a lot of contact with the canvas, and there are areas that are just missed. So we go back, we fix those up, and I'm still trying to connect all of these openings to the ones that are adjacent to them on the right hand side. So we just keep that going, and eventually we get a little quicker, gets a little easier, but we do need to go back and occasionally do slightly more. Looking good. Here, we just let it dry, and now I'm going back in, making it a little bit sharper, a little bit more opaque. And now we're switching over to the smaller flat-headed brush because we need a little bit more detail work. We're going to head in and start instigating vertical lines like this, and I want to look at where the lines are on the other side to make sure that my spacing makes sense. So this one's wrapping around, this one's wrapping around, but you don't want them to all form the same line. So I'm moving around quite a bit. You can even just press the edge of the brush in it here and there. This is a really quick way of going about it. Might have to clean up some of them if they go a little bit too far. You can see that it extended into the next area, but this can be a fantastic brush for rendering all of these markings, even if it does protrude a little bit. There's just little fixes later on. What matters right now is getting good perspective, good trajectories, good rivers. There we go. You can also do this with a liner. I just find it so efficient with the flat. And we'll just head back in, reaffirm some of the ones that we had in there, continue to work our way downwards, but also get things done just about everywhere. There's a lot of jumping around. I always like that because if we end up doing a very similar technique as a whole, it's not as noticeable. It doesn't look like there's too much human pattern in the painting, though there should be some pattern because this is brick. This is made by humans, right? So we have good leeway there, creative leeway. And we're just about done. Get faster as you go. Okay, this is starting to look fantastic. I'm really, really happy with it. Though, we do need to do some touch-ups, and I'm going to do so with the liner brush yet again. Great for very intentional, small but not too small details. And we'll grab our bright brick mix with the liner. And as for the application, the placing, again, some of these lines protruded too long and into additional bricks. So with the liner, I'm just going to tidy those areas up. There are quite a number of them, but with this it's really quick and easy to make sure that they don't protrude too far. And we can even interject a little bit of tapped texture or round some of the corners of the brick. We did that a lot in this wall, and we do want the two walls to look similar despite the fact that different techniques were used. Though, if you're looking at the two walls and you did exactly what I did, you know, the two different techniques for the sake of trying it, that is okay. This wall right here is going to have a lot of shadow on it from these trees and everything, so it should be a lot darker in general, where this one we want to be brighter. Though we do want our brick shape to be fairly similar despite the fact that we use different techniques. And an easy way to, again, reinstigate those similarities is just rounding these bricks a little bit. So I go to the corners, I make them less sharp, and then I also get a bit more playful here and there by extending some bricks, making some diagonal, and just a little more imperfect in general. But I think just like that, I'm pretty happy. These look great. And here I'm going in with that. Again, it's like a grout. And I'm just rounding more edges, making bricks feel off, but in a good way. All right, and there we go. I think I'm very, very happy with that wall, very motivated to do more of them. And we're going to now jump into a couple. I want to show you a different technique when we get into the pathway and the stonework there. But for now, let's change our values a little bit and jump back in. It's important to consider lighting, and with this, I think our light is going this way. So this wall as a whole will be brighter than this wall, just as this wall is brighter than this wall. This wall down here is essentially the same, I think, as this one. So we're going to have two different mixtures going on, though we can do these in a relatively similar period. Now for our base, we are going to go back to a half and half titanium white, Naples yellow, hint of our burnt sienna, and a hint of our Mars black. So we'll jump back into this with that larger flat-headed brush. Again, just delivering pigment, sharp edging. And here we actually need to cut around two subjects. I have a little window right here. There's a nice ornate shape. And we also have a chimney, so I'm dodging that as well. But we're just putting in that nice, bright, thick base. That way all of the reds and oranges we paint later have some warmth showing through them. There we go. Now we're moving down in the painting. Yet again, sharply crafting our edges with the larger flat-headed brush. This will also be great around this ornate window, fairly similarly shaped to our previous one. And that'll give us a nice cohesive look amongst our subjects. And then I'll just fill in the remaining space with this wonderfully thick, warm pigment. Just like so. And now I'll switch to my flat-headed brush for some additionally detailed smaller areas. One of said areas is right up here. We have this beautiful window sticking out from the side of the roof. And we will have a small patch of brick to accompany the side of it. So we'll just make sure that's nice and thick. And finally, we have this nice little protruding structure that comes out of the side. It will also have some brickwork on it. And this, as well as the window, will have a very similar amount of light, so we can paint them at the same time. And that'll make things easy. Also, I'm going in with a slightly more titanium heavy mixture of that, and I'm just placing it on the far side of our subject with that small liner. And that's because there's this extra movement, this extra plane that turns back. We can see just a sliver of it, but it'll get a little bit more light. Okay, so once we have that, we are going to go ahead, let it dry. We'll head back to our palette, mix up a warmer mixture for our brick to be, and we'll be well on our way to really bringing this to life. Now we'll remix the pigment that we used for our brick. The initial warmer hue, which, as you probably remember, is a lot of burnt sienna, a little bit of cad red, a lot of Naples yellow. But we can't have it too saturated, so we're also working with the Mars black and the titanium white, which will also thicken it quite nicely. And now that all of these are dry to the touch, we are going to go in with that newly mixed pigment. I'm not going to apply it here just yet. Instead, I'm going to start in this bottom area, carve around our beautiful windows, carve around our pre-painted greenery, fill in that mid section, and then I'll head over here actually, because this little guy is going to be facing the same way as this and this, right? It's this way, as is the top window. So all of these are going to share a similar value, where the other larger plane, this, is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit brighter. So for that, we're actually going to head back to our palette. And to make it brighter, we'll just interject some extra Naples yellow and titanium white. It's not a lot brighter, but it does look good. Then we'll apply it right here. Again, occasionally you can see that nice Naples yellow base showing through. I love that. Great thickness, great warmth. Are we covering up that layer? Yes. Is it still impacting the painting in a positive way? Most definitely. Though, you see this extra sliver? That we're going to get even brighter for. At this point, we're making a pigment almost akin to the brightness of our grout in that opening. It's not quite, but it's very close. And we'll apply it with real intentionality, because this area is right next to that beautiful clear sky, and we want to leave that fairly intact through this process. So very measured mark making. And this little guy right here, this plane, will actually be much darker like this. So we'll paint it with the same technique that we were doing on this, but with more of this palette. So we'll just grab a little bit of extra Mars Black, Cad Red, Burnt Sienna, work that in there, and we'll apply this to that tiny spot on the canvas. It's essentially the same or very close color-wise, value-wise to what we have in these bricks. We can even interject a little bit more of that Mars Black to create some variance within it and add some extra texture. But that right there is pretty perfect for what we want. Now we want a bright texture that we can tap onto all of our brick, just give it a little bit of dimensionality. So we are going to use all of the pigments we just did, and we'll just make it a little more Naples yellow heavy, a little more titanium white heavy. We'll do a good spread on our palette so it's easy to pick up with the fan brush. So we'll start here in the top, tap on a little bit of that bonus texture. You can tell that at this point it's incredibly similar, and that's exactly what we want. One very little variance, but a speckled variance nonetheless. And I think that in itself will be fairly ready for additional applications. We'll do a bit on here. It'll be a bit darker in relation to this slivered area, but that's also good variation. And then we'll head down in the canvas. Now we can't forget about this wonderful little area. I'm not going to do too much here because I don't want it to look like there's an overabundance of light in this area. It's a little bit lower, it'll have more shadow, but we do still need to have some of that same texture for the sake of essentially continuity within the piece. That said, I think that's enough. And then we'll just finish off the remaining spots with a couple more taps. Nice and easy. Then you know what? We can take extra titanium white, extra Naples yellow, work that into the mix, and this will be great for the next application of our grout, which we can do right now. Okay, so yet again, we'll just look at this line and then we'll follow it over here with a simple tap. I'm going in a different angle this time though. this is moving downwards on a slight slope, or this moved that way on a slight slope. And that's just because perspective is changing the way we see all of this. I do have it sketched out in the traceable, so if you, again, have troubles figuring that out typically, you're not used to working on cityscapes or more architectural pieces, that can make things a lot easier, but just like that, well applied. Now, last time we went ahead and we switched to the smaller flat-headed brush to continue. This time, however, I am just going in to our other areas with this same pigment and the same brush. We can switch to the flat fairly soon, but I really just wanted to get all of this in and applied first. I feel like we're kind of on a roll here, and when you're on a roll, sometimes you just want to go with it, solidify the things that are working, and double down. Definitely feel like it's working well now. And then we can head into the other smaller but still important spots on the canvas. So lots of those little markings through there. And we of course have a couple up here as well. Trying to stay mindful of the sizing of the brick in these general areas. Now I'll switch to our smaller flat-headed brush. And from there, we'll just go in, apply more breaks in between our bricks. You can see that, again, we just get faster and faster at it as we go. But just trying to make sure that they're not essentially always on top of each other line-wise. We can double down on the ones we really like. And we do have a change in the perspective here. So I'm actually just going to create a bunch of these diagonal lines that work down. And over here, we're actually going to have much larger bricks because this part of the building is a lot closer to us. And perspective will just make these bricks appear bigger. So the space in between these lines was bigger. The space in between these vertical lines is also bigger. And it's all just working together to create some additional depth in the piece. And now we'll switch to the liner for the real detail work. Now I feel like this area is just a little small for the flat-headed brush. So I am switching to the liner and I am just working in some very, very intentional small markings. But I like that a lot. Also softening some of the edges, rounding them. That way it looks a little more natural, a little older. And then we'll do the same right down here. Just the tiniest little verticals. And I actually really like the imperfections of this brush. I think it's doing a great job of making things look nice and unique. Might also solidify some of the horizontal markings and start really bringing things together through this process. Create some tiny bricks as well, little imperfections that sell it as something human. Wonderfully so. And from there, I am going to go back into the more prominent, and you might even say important, areas, thickening up some of this grout, adding in additional little breaking points for it, for additional brick. I say brick, it's more large stone at this point. This is a big building. These are big stones, but it's still in that same shape as brick, so I think it's just easier to understand and break down in that context. But I'm rounding a lot of the edges. I'm adding imperfections. We might even do little taps in different portions of the brick for the sake of making it interesting and unique. I might throw those into here as well. And we can't just stop there. We also need to head down here and do more of that. So just being a bit more playful. And this brush is great for letting us do just that. Might take a couple of steps back, make sure I really like it before doing too much more, because often when we're really close to the canvas, we have this need, this inclination to keep painting, to keep adding detail, but we might accidentally unbalance it because we're not looking at it as a whole anymore, and we need to be able to take those steps back to really get that wider view and understand how things are working together. So I think for now, I'm quite happy. Might just double down on these before I take those steps back, and then we'll have that conversation. Very good. So today we start by tackling the roofs. I'm going to begin here, move here, here, but I think we're going to do this with a mid-value base layer and a couple different variants of it. Now we want, again, a couple of mixes, but I'm going to start with a very basic gray. It's a mid-value gray, leans a little bit on the darker end, but just like that, nice and easy. Then we're going to make two different versions. We're going to make a cool one, so I'll add in cerulean blue to half of this, and then we'll make a warmer version where I'll add burnt sienna to the other half. You can see it's not a dramatic difference, but this one is great for the sunlit areas of our roofs, and this one is great for the shadow areas of our roofs. So I'm going to start with the warmer version, and I'll just use the sharp edge of this to cut around the area of our roof that faces us. As you can see, a little bit of a drag if we need it, but when I do a drag, it does typically start to lean a little bit in a way that we don't want to do a lot of. So we're just going to do as much as necessary. We'll make sure we have a nice sharp bottom. We worked really hard on these bricks, so we want to honor those. But if we do make an awkward area down here, we can cover it in foliage later. Then I'll grab the cooler version of our gray, and I'll do the back half of our roof, because this is where we're going to have a lot of shadow. Light doesn't directly hit this area, and it's a nice subtle difference, but these subtleties do really add up in the long run. There we go. A lot of delicate care in this part of the painting, despite the fact that we're not onto the details quite yet. Really taking my time. And then here we have the window, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Now, from there, we are going to move down to the lower roof, and I thought I'd do a time lapse just because it can be a little bit repetitive, blocking it in. And down here, we'll do that same dark blue mixture for the back of this roof. Area that is again against the shadow, much like this wall and this wall. And then the area that kind of protrudes and faces forward, like this wall. For that, we will switch to our warmer mixture. And I'm getting a little bit of blue in there, so I think I'll just interject some extra burnt sienna. We'll cut that through here. And if you need to switch to the smaller flat-headed brush, that'll also give you some additional control, but I do think we have a good handle on it with this guy right here. And then a little bit more blue to clean up this bottom. I think I'll probably add some foliage around this just to make it a bit more inset. Now we're going to make an even warmer mixture, a little bit brighter than our previous warm. So bonus titanium white, bonus burnt sienna, and we still want it to be dark. Just want to work within these other hues, but I think this is a great mix for our highlighted areas of our roof. Now we'll take that we'll head back up to the very top, and I'm starting at the top because when you first apply your pigment, you have the most amount of paint, you have the dampest brush, and you have the best opportunity to render a really fine, sharp line. So I like to begin in that really tight spot. And while we still have this pigment, I'll work my edges, but you can already see how this is warmer than what we have to the right, but not by a lot. We want all of these transitions to be incredibly subtle. And this actually looks a little bit brighter on canvas than it did on palette because it has the brighter background showing through on the canvas. If we do a second layer of this, it'll be a little bit darker, and it'll probably blend in better with what we have there. So we will take the time to do that. I'll just grab a little bit more, we'll work that back in, and already I think that looks better. Still warmer, still brighter, but a good transition to something that should have slightly more light. From there, we'll head down here with that same highlight. And again, starting on my edges, this has a really neat rounded roof. So it's not straight down, it's a bit more playful. And we will make sure to take full advantage of that. I'm only going to do this top part right now because the part underneath is going to be a little bit darker. It is shadow from the top part. It's going to be a bit more inset, but that's okay. It's just going to make it more dynamic in the end. A little bit more tricky to play with our colors, but very much worth it. And I'll also refine my edges until I get them exactly how I want them. So we'll just go back once or twice. Then this area right below it is going to have that same brightness. The area in between, again, darker, inset, but this, and you can tell by the edges, protrudes out, just like that. So we'll cut, we'll fill, we'll drag, we'll apply extra pressure, we'll bring it into the foliage 2B, and there'll be a lot of foliage layered over this and it'll look great. But from there we can either grab our shadow or we can interject just a little bit of cerulean blue into our mix because we still do want it to be a bit brighter. And we can work this underside in. Oh, that's a beautiful color. Didn't mean to make it that blue, but I think it works really well. Here we're missing a little bit of pigment. You can see the open canvas, but I think we should go back in with some green there. Perfect. Now we're just going back and doing a second layer over everything. That way it's nice and thick, nice and opaque. We get those innate colorings that we see on the palette. And from there we have one final little sliver of roof. Gets a lot more light. So bonus titanium white, bonus burnt sienna, and that right there is perfect. Now this guy is just going to start at the top like the rest. And we'll paint this little sliver of roof in, this extra dimension. Again, we had this little sliver of bonus brick and it was brighter. Now we have the roof to accompany it. And I'll build it up over a couple of layers, but very, very, very subtly. Okay, and we'll take some of this, and I'm just going to apply it to the base here of this roof and to the base of this one as well. And this is just going to give it this look of the roof is coming down and then it kind of has this sloping effect, and that allows it to catch a little bit more light. I might even throw a little bit of it up here. Okay, so I think we have a very solid base layer there. It's time for a little coffee break. And then I think we're going to head in and do some real detail work into all of that. Add some shadows, add some highlights, put some dimension, much like we did in the brick, and really make it come alive. Now we'll mix an even darker version of that, but it doesn't mean we abandon our burnt sienna or our cerulean. I'm going to use more cerulean because it's a deeper shadow than I am sienna, but for color complexity I want a little bit of that sienna, a lot of that Mars black, hint of titanium white. It'll thicken it, it'll desaturate it, and I think this will be great for the separation in between all of our shingles. Now, much like we were doing the bricks with the separating line work, we're going to continue that idea up here with these darker mixes, but I think I'm going to make them a lot tighter than I did the brick. You can see they're not perfect, they're not exact. That's okay. These shingles and bricks rarely ever are, especially when it's on such an older architectural piece. Just using the corner of my brush to render these edges. But what's wonderful about what we're currently working with is that it's dark enough for this. It's also very likely dark enough for the adjacent areas of roof. So we can just take that same pigment, move it over, similar line work, similar pressure. If these end up being off by a little bit or a lot, it's not the biggest deal because we can always just paint over it with that same base layer again, and it's an easy fix, easy adjustment, but that's the beauty of acrylics. So very malleable. Here you can see I'm going back and adding a bit more of a lean to a lot of it. And that'll make it just a bit more unique. Here some will be thicker than others. And I'll take a couple of steps back and see how I like it. It's one of those things where you don't decide up close. You take those steps back and you really give it an honest look from a distance. Also here, just a couple more on that slivered edge. So now, I'm going to move into the even darker area where, as you can see, this is still noticeable. And we've had some practice. Purposefully started on the other areas because I thought the line work for them was a bit more intuitive, where this is significantly more dramatic in terms of slope. And I didn't want to enter this without that kind of preset understanding, warming up the gears, doing all of that. Here this roof is more horizontal, so I'll paint these in differently, like so. And then we're back to the more diagonal applications, which eventually need to change to be on the same trajectory as this top line of the roof. I think we did it. That's a good transition. So it gets more steep as we move upwards, more horizontal as we get downwards, but even at the bottom, even right down here, it's not horizontal, it's still slanted. It's just not as slanted as it is at the top. Doubling down on some of these lines. Honestly, I already really like it. Now, while we're in the area, we'll also just work on this little guy. This will be much quicker. It's kind of the perfect size for these taps, these little drags. And I'll also do a line underneath it. And I'll do a line underneath all of the roofs just to create a bit of an area that's inset. Gives it a little bit of depth. We can also just throw a slight line here. We don't want to outline everything, but I do think the occasional line like this is a good way of differentiating spaces. And some little taps too, just to make it look a little rough. though we will do the real detail work with a different brush. So we've been applying all of these lines that are horizontal or slightly diagonal. We do also need more vertical lines, similar to that of the brick. I think we'll do that with either the smaller flathead or the liner, but I don't want to do that yet. I want to kind of do all of the horizontal lines across all of the roofs first. So we're going to head over into the bottom left, work on that, head back up, do those other darker markings, and then after that we can get on the highlights, and that's where it really comes to life. This painting, it's essentially working with, again, like 2-point perspective. This right here is essentially that dividing line. So with this, it's not perfectly horizontal. It has just a little bit of a slant to it, kind of going in this way. So when I apply these through here, they're also on that slight slant. It's not perfect. I'm also going to create more openings between these. You can see that it's not hyper consistent. That's just going to make it look more unique. I'm going to apply it right under a roof to, again, create some protrusions for the roof itself. And then as you move up here, it changes a little bit because we are moving against that horizontal line. And as we move up here, we get a slightly different slant. So I'll start with something similar. Again, applying with the most minimal amount of pressure. Sometimes leaving more openings than not. I'm going to take a step back, just make sure that my separation lines are looking good. I do like it. We'll continue. And then as I get higher, I'm going to start moving my brush like this rather than like this. So it kind of levels out, and then it changes, not dramatically, but a little bit, because the perspective is changing with these. And then the perspective moves to the back line through here. So now we move in such a way. I love painting roofs, I love painting bricks, I love painting all of this. I just feel like it's so intuitive after a certain point, but also fun to make these linear taps. It's something that we don't often get to do in a lot of our nature and our landscapes. It's less structured, it's less continuous, but I think these old buildings are the perfect mix because you are rendering these applications, which are fairly distinct and repetition heavy, but they can still be off by a little bit because they are old buildings. They're not made perfectly. Portions of them are kind of falling apart. They've been redone, you know, and I think that gives you a vertical to be a bit more unique and creative and have more of a flow with it. So love working on these. Such a big fan. Old buildings like this. And from there we'll switch to a smaller flat-headed brush for a little bit more detail work. And when we come in to do this, I'm going to look at the edge of the roof and I'm going to try to initially mirror that for the breaking pieces in between our tiles. And as I get closer to the middle, I'm going to start rotating my brush to be more vertical, less of a slant, just like so. And then as we get towards the middle, it is a proper slant, and then it actually starts to go the other way, just like that. So there's a bit of a transition. When we have areas like this which are flat on the edge, I essentially just honor that with more of a continuously vertical separation. And my brush is a little bit too big to press the side of it into this area. So I'm just using the corner and I'm doing a little bit of a drag down. These are imperfect, but again, so are the lines that are going horizontally, so it actually looks cohesive. Then again, we move up. And an easy way of going about this is actually to kind of start in the middle. Then you make those more straight. And then you get more angled as you get towards the edge. But it's really about how you prefer to start these applications, where you prefer to start them, because there isn't really a wrong or a right. It's just about comfort zones, and as long as in the end we get these similar trajectories, we're in a great place. So I'm getting towards the right hand side, which means that my angles are getting more dramatic. They're imperfect. And that actually, now it's really nice. And from there we'll switch to a nice little liner brush. Okay, and heading into this, we are going to create those same lines we were doing with the flat-headed brush, but again, these portions of our roof are farther away, so the distance vertically is smaller, and we can't just use the side of that brush. So I thought it would make sense to switch to this one for the time being. Same rules apply. As we get closer to the middle, we get closer to a line that works kind of directly down, and then we fill in the rest with these diagonal markings, which are much more akin to the sides they are closer to. As you move towards the right hand side, we get more of that slope. But once you get the right consistency of pigment and water, you can just fly through this. Really easy still. It'll be a little bit less structured than the flat-headed brush, but more than enough on an old building like this. So, taking a step back, I wanted to look at this in relation to this. All of these little shingles, about half the size of what we have down here, because this is farther back in the painting, and perspective doesn't only change the angles of things, but it changes the size of the subject. So despite the fact that they are the same shingles, the same cut, the same size, these ones do look smaller, and therefore we paint them smaller. This brush is great to do that. So with that, let's get in closer yet again and continue crafting these beautiful little lines. Now here we are yet again, and sometimes I like to move upwards and just kind of work in this ladder-like structure, but other times I like to kind of just work my way across. And again, this is really just a comfort thing. Whatever makes you happy in your creative process. There isn't a right or wrong, it's just what keeps you painting and enjoying it and getting the best results from yourself. Some people also like to make their lines upwards. I find it's a lot easier to drag downwards with this brush than it is to push up. So that's just another tip on getting it nice and easy. Now heading over here, we have significantly more dramatic movements, but sometimes when it's more dramatic like this, it's actually easier to paint because you don't have to guess on the micro changes in the roof. They're all just pretty intuitive. And I think this is one of those areas. Though this little side roof is going to be different. That's more horizontal and vertical markings, just like that. And then when we get back down here, we go back to those extreme diagonals. And we can even add a little bit more of a darker mark right through there. But again, nice and easy. We can let our paint dissipate as we move towards the back because we'll see these even less and it'll be nice and subtle. Then finally, we'll move into this little guy. For the most part, these are going to be just vertical. And then these ones are going to be angled on the same way that this roof is. So protractors can actually be pretty helpful through this as well. If you're not working with a traceable or a lesson and you want to do something like this, you want to paint maybe an image of your house or what have you, do recommend getting a protractor. There we go. And we'll just kind of sketch in the rest of this window here. Make our lives easier for the near future. There we go. Okay, so we applied a lot of little details there. Really like how it's coming together. I feel like it has shape and volume and perspective, and we're getting close, but it definitely needs highlights. Areas that make the texture of the roof really pop, areas that really show that there are lifts and bumps that catch light, and I think it's going to look a lot more dimensional with just a little bit more work. For this, we're really going to want to remix more of that highlighted pigment that we use, the more warm, sun-soaked, burnt sienna heavy, and we're going to make it a little bit brighter. So more titanium white than our previous mix, less Mars black, slightly more burnt sienna because the titanium white will desaturate it. And I always try to keep a little bit of past pigments on my palette. Here I have a hint of what we did before, so I'm just mixing it right beside that and making sure it's a little bit brighter, a little bit more saturated, and I think this will look really nice on our roof. Now we'll grab some of that highlighted pigment and I'm going to apply it to the base of a lot of the shingles, the areas that are right above the darker marker that we made. And this is just going to show that there's a lip to the shingle that catches light. It's going to make it more dimensional, more dramatic. I'm doing the residual applications up here. So the majority of my pigment is towards the bottom, and that's intentional because this area will just get more light. And as we get higher up, we get more shadow from this. So this is an easy additional detail, and it's also going to make it very connective with our brick as our mortar shares a similar palette. Then we can go in, we can apply some extra highlight on the areas that move upwards on both the left and right hand side. I'm avoiding the darker area in between. I'm just building on the edges. You can see that I'm really jumping around a lot. That way we get good variance and I don't accidentally do the exact same applications all next to each other. And then I'm going to go in, I'm just going to do a couple little randomized taps with a very watery application to give it some bonus texture and make these all slightly unique in a way that maybe they weren't before. We're just trying to avoid, for the most part, those darker areas in between. And this already looks a lot better than that. All right, now we'll just move upwards. Again, I'm starting at the base of my shingle. Lots of horizontal-ish markings. We still need to be mindful of the fact that these do have a lean to them, an angle, but for the most part, it's horizontal-ish. And I like to do all of these before I start doing the diagonal markings, just because the diagonal markings add a lot of further detail and pop. And sometimes you want that, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it looks like a little bit too much. And I think this is just the right way to start. Get a gauge on how much detail you actually want. So here, as we get into the higher area, as the shingles get smaller, I'm going to interject slightly more water on my brush because we want our markings to get smaller. We want more control. Way to do that is more water. It means thinner layers. It means more layers. Going back over it a couple of times, but I think that's definitely worth it for being able to craft around these delicate areas with real intention. And then again, once we have all of those areas, we can go back in, we can start crafting the areas that Move upwards, downwards, just like so. Double down on the horizontal ones that we feel like are important. Jump around so that we continue to keep things nice and unique. I'd also like to note that I'm applying this here, but will we move it over into the shadow area? Maybe just a little bit, but only in this transitional area. I don't want it in this truly shadowed area because it's just too bright for that and it wouldn't really make sense. This here will work because acrylics are thin. We're using very watered pigment, which is making it even more thin. And we have a dark base, an even darker base than here. So these applications are going to look darker here than they do here. So it's still okay in this transitionary area, but here it would be too much. So we'll just be a little bit playful, jump around. We still need to create those taps in a lot of these. And just like that, I think we have a really solid application and area. Okay, now we'll head on over to the larger roof, the more prominent one, and accidentally bump our easel. Sometimes I kind of have to paint on more of an angle just because of filming, but that's okay. Even if we make little bumps, even if we don't do a perfect job or we make little mistakes here and there, that's fine. It's acrylics. We can always go back. We can fix it. And I think the fact that it is starting to look so good is just a great reminder that it's worth the extra effort. And you know what? We just keep at it and we end up with something we love. I think we're getting very close to that. With this, because these openings are so small, I'm kind of just doing a little line for the most part. I'm not really doing the edges, but we can always go back. We can always do more if we need to. There we go. Nice and easy. Little taps too, just for those bonus textures. We need it to be cohesive with the rest, but we aren't going to have as many taps because this is farther away. We just won't see that much detail like we do with the one we just worked on. So this is a little bit easier as a whole. Now I'm going to go in with a slightly brighter mix for this area to the left-hand side. Remember, this is that little sliver we keep talking about, and it's going to have highlight pretty much for all of the edge of it. So I might even just draw that as a line, as you can see. And then we just do the little areas that move inwards. My brush is fairly dry right now, so I'm having a harder time getting a sharp marking, but it is giving me more texture, which is really nice in the light because it looks like lots of little areas here are just poking out, shining, and creating something that really is hyper realistic and adopting of that sun's light. Also, if we had too many highlights, that's okay. We can always go back and just re-add the shadows as well. Now for our next mix, we want more of that burnt sienna, titanium white, Mars black, but I also want some of our cerulean blue because we're going to work into the shadows. These are the highlights for the shadows, but they're still in the shadows. Therefore, they need to be cooler. And I think this with a little bit more burnt sienna will be perfect. Just like that. Now actually, before I forget, we're going to head down into here because it does have more of that blue. And I'll apply that towards the, for the most part, left-hand side of our shingle, and then towards the middle of it. Just lots of little taps. In this top layer, I'm only applying it to the bottom because it will again have a lot of shadow. And then we'll take this and we'll move just up here where we can start applying it to the other shingles. Same rules apply. Applying it right above the bottom dark line. You can see it's barely noticeable at this point. I'm going to get some extra water on my brush to thin my pigment more. I was finding it a little bit tricky last couple applications to get a sharp marking. And I think we all go through that, and you know, it's easy to forget that the solution really is just we had more water. And you know what? That makes a really big difference. I'm not sure how this will dry because it has so much water. It might be a thing of we have to go back and do 2 layers, might go back and do 3 layers. We'll probably go back and do a little bit, and you can see that I've already started with the areas that are starting to dry. But paint, when it's wet, it can be a little deceptive, right? It looks so bright because it has a lot of light in it, in the water, in the mixture. And then as it dries, you get a better idea of what it actually looks like. But this is starting to dry. I am going back, I'm doing extra layers. I'm also adding a little bit of a highlight onto the left-hand side of each shingle. And that's just going to give us a little bit more dimension, but not too much. We want this to be dark for the most part. We are in a shadowy area. We just need the applications and textures to work cohesively with everything else. And I think this does a good job of it. Now, I think a lot of us would naturally move on to this area. We did that, it makes sense that we move here, but the pigment that we had down here is actually more akin to what we'll have through this. So we're going to skip this middle portion for a little bit, and we're just going to head on over to the more shadow intensive area. And at this point we've had a lot of practice, which means the rust is off. We can just apply paint nice and quick. Get those good little taps. It is the shadow, so you don't want it to be too dramatic, but we do want some variance in value, slight variance in hue. This has just a little bit more burnt sienna on it than the rest of the mix through here, which is great. Just enough to make it not pop, but stand out in a subtle way. And I'll just jump around, do little taps in there, but it's extremely small, so I need more water on my brush. And just like that, I think we have a very solid roof. I might also just add that highlight to the very top of it. Yeah. Give it some extra light. You can do that here too. It's in the shadow, but it will get that light. And then once this is all applied, and we're just about there, we'll move on to a mix for the middle section beside it, and it'll all beautifully come together. Pieces in, this is almost just little dots at this point. Like there's so little markings. Now here we have the warmer highlight for the shingles. Here we have the cooler highlight for the shingles. We're going to mix something in between the two. So titanium white, burnt sienna, cerulean blue. I love this mix already. And I think this is a great in-between for that in-between portion in our roof. So again, we want it to be a little bit cooler than the highlights we have here, but a little bit warmer than the highlights that we have here. We'll go in for our test at the bottom because this area is going to be the easiest. And I really like it beside this pigment. So we want our first test, that's great. Now let's head over to this side. Do a couple. And you know what? I think I really like that too. So at this point, I'm happy to commit. I'll go in between. We have to make sure that our shingles are same or similar size as the ones that we have on the left-hand side. These do have a slight angle to them, but it's not dramatic. I think this is probably the softest angled portion of roof. Again, it's not horizontal, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's heavily diagonal either. It's this interesting point in between. There's a word for that. Things that happen in between transitional, it's not like a transition. Love, what's the word?
Liminal spaces?
It's like a liminal, is it a liminal space in the roof? It's not highlighted, but it's not in shadow. Does that word work?
An in-between? I don't know.
In between? She's been trying to teach me. Give me context. But, yeah. Just this transitional point between the cool and the warm hues. There we go. Really jumping around here, but that's just where we're at. We have good pigment on there, so we're refining the pigment. We're making it thicker. We're elaborating on the areas we love. Touching up the areas that need it. And we can do little taps of this into the left-hand side. Just here and there towards the cooler portions, the tops that might have a little bit of shadow from the shingle above. And we can tap it into some of the higher shingles on the right-hand side because there will be more light towards the top. So the shadows will be a little bit warmer towards the top than they are towards the bottom. And now it's all coming together. Okay, so real talk here. I really like the detail on the roof. I like the shingles, the highlights. I like the shadows in between them. I like how it works with the bricks and it just feels very cohesive. So as a whole, I'm very happy, and I feel like it's a little too dark. Now we could go back in and add a lot of highlights, essentially rebuild it with highlight. Be a lot of work. I think we would kind of hinder some of the structure of it with that. So instead, we're going to go in with a wash. We're going to make the values brighter as a whole, so it's nice and cohesive. Then we'll go in with a little bit of highlighted intentional applications with a liner, and then we can reintroduce any darker shadows should we need to. But this is a great way of revisiting areas of your painting, making them either brighter or darker, because you can do either. You can also interject additional colors, but it's a great way of editing a large area and still keeping the spirit of your painting. So we're going to do that and have some fun. So we want a bright, warm wash for our roof. With that, I'm going to grab some burnt sienna, grab some titanium white, hint of Mars black, really not much at all. And then we'll just make it very, very watery. This will really brighten and saturate the roof that we want, and it's going to be like magic. So with this, we have our very watery mix. We're going to head into the areas of the roof that we want to be made brighter. And here you can see it's incredibly dramatic when the water is all in one place, but when we stretch it, when we drag it, just like that, it becomes significantly less opaque. It still has that nice warming feature. And I think, you know what, we're going to extend it to this area as well. This like in the middle, it's not in shadow, but it's not in light spot. And we'll kind of double down on the highlights on this area on the left, because that does have a lot of light. We're making it much more orange, which is nice and cohesive with this. We're also making the values a little bit less bright, so we can go back and reinstill those if we want, but we've now said that everything in this direction is going to be brighter, so we also need to head down and do that in here. I love this area, but I think we are just going to make it even better with this application. We just need to make sure that we thin this orange well enough. And I'm going to give it a nice consistent application. There we go. And from there, we'll make that mixture thicker. So more titanium white, a little bit more burnt sienna. But you can see the difference between when it's very watered down and when it's opaque and more pigment heavy. This will be great for the real highlights and details. So we'll start now with that highlight at the very top. And already you can tell that color looks beautiful up there next to the sky. It's that contrast of orange against blue. They are complementary colors and they make each other just fantastic. So already I think a sign that we made the right choice in doing the wash and really committing to a brighter space. Right now we're doing that sliver on the roof that gets the most light, and I think that's quite apparent through here. Trying to make very opaque applications on the side, that way they stay nice and bright, but then we can start to move inwards, particularly towards the top, because the top is where we're going to get the most light, and as we move down we have less and less. So this is just a good starting point. Once the shingles open up a little bit, I'm applying this to the bases of them, same way we did before, just like that. Leaving nice little openings. Already I think we're making a really big difference. I think structurally it works. I think it pops to a greater degree. I think we have even more contrast now, despite the fact that we lessened the darker values, which I wouldn't say was a concern of mine, but it was something I was cognizant we might have to work through. I think we just got lucky. We may still go back and integrate those shadows again, but even the shadows in here will be a little bit brighter because they will still be sun soaked to a point. There will just be more reflective light even in those shadows because there's so much more light around them. And we'll just have it dissipate as you move down because the bottom will have less light than the top. So it makes sense that our highlights get slightly less dramatic as we work our way down here. You can also just use more water on your brush and that'll do the same job for you. Now we're going back in with layer what feels like 5 or 6 of highlights. I'm creating these little applications again underneath our tiles or shingles. And I think that it's pretty bright, but with another wash we could brighten the majority of them to be more so like this. And at that point I think it really comes together. So I'm just not being fearful of highlight right now. It's one of those things where this was a lot brighter than what we had previously done, but I'm just continuously building, continuously adding highlight. And I think eventually this turns out to be this beautiful complementary piece with the rest of the red brick. There we go. We'll just connect some of these up here. Again, this side, even brighter than this area. So as a whole, we want it to be brighter. That means interjecting the shadows again later, that's fine. I will cover them for the sake of ensuring that this is the brighter portion as a whole. And we'll really triple down on the top because that's where the majority of the highlight is. There we go. Very happy with that. Now we'll head down in the canvas. I'm back to the flat-headed brush, smaller flat-headed brush that is, and I'll use this to reincorporate highlights into these nice little slabs of roof. Again, the goal is just to brighten, and I went in with a really thin pigment. Now I'm committing to the thicker. If it gets too bright, that's okay, we can always walk it back. But I think it needs to be a lot brighter. So I'm really committing to something dramatic. And I think I might also go in with another wash just to brighten up the darker areas in between. I think that could work really well. Once I get towards the top though, this brush admittedly does become a little large, a little cumbersome. So I think we'll just switch on over to our smaller flat-headed brush to finish off these top areas. And again, the top closest to the light needs a lot of light. And lots of little detail work that, if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you love. We do lots of detail work here. Just trying to make sure it looks as nice as we can. It's natural. No, it's nice. Very rewarding part of the painting when you just get to add in all of the highlights and have fun with this part of the process. There we go. This is one of those things I could just do for hours. Very happily. I definitely get lost in it. Friendly reminder that while you're doing this, it's important to stay hydrated, have some water, have a nice tea, make sure you're being healthy. The body will shake a lot less. You'll have a much more still hand if you're well hydrated and you have a little bit of food in your system. And this is an area where you don't want too much shake in your hand. So, again, drink some water, take care of yourself, and your painting will be even better. I also just want you to feel good. Okay, so at this point, I think the roof just gets better and better. Much happier with the variance and values and how it feels like sun is really coming in and reflecting off of, but also soaking in to those shingles. That said, I need to do a lot more of it. And by a lot, I mean maybe another hour's worth. I still want this video to remain digestible. I still want you to feel like you're able to move through it. So I'm going to do a bit of a time lapse as I essentially just continue to do more of what I've been doing, and from there we can jump to the next step. But really, we're just adding more layers of highlights, more intricate shadows back in after the glazes, and by the end of this we'll have a really beautiful roof. So I'm going to jump back into this. I hope it takes an hour. Might take a little bit more, but regardless, it'll be a good time. And I hope you have one too. Now, I'd also like to mention that I am working on a smaller roof down towards the bottom left. This is just something that, admittedly, I forgot to put it in earlier, and it's quite simple. It's for the most part in the shadow, so it's the darker hues with the Cerulean, the Mars black, and the titanium white, and that really is it. We're just using the same techniques, but applying it down there at the bottom, and then touching up other areas. Alright, so that took probably about an hour and a half. At this point, I'm really happy with this area. I think that we added some extra contrast in here, which helped. These portions look nice and a bit softer. So from there, something I realized we are yet to do, but it's very important. These roofs protrude, and that means they cast shadows on that which is under them. So the area right underneath this lip here and here should be a bit darker. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab some Mars black, a little bit of our burnt sienna, a little bit of our cerulean blue, hint of our titanium white, and we'll mix up a mid to dark gray with hints of both of our pigments. Then we're going to make our brush unbelievably wet. We'll thin that pigment to the point where it's like a watercolor. I'm going to head underneath with the flat-headed brush. I'm going to create this nice little lip. We'll go all the way around. We'll do it down here as well, just like so. Make it a little bit darker, but we're not taking away any of the detail. It's not thick pigment. It's just going to create a slight transition from a bright, soft pigments to this. It's also worth noting that if you find that you're getting a really dramatic line between the shadow and your highlights, you can also go in with the filbert brush because it does have those rounded edges, and that should help. I just find it works with this brush too if you have good care. But there we go. Already, just like that, I think it has a lot more depth. And with that, as you can see, the clouds, while gorgeous, while richly pigmented, do seem to be getting darker, as does the painting space. So I think this is where we call it for today, and I will see you on day number 4. Good morning. Welcome to day 4, maybe day 5. I'm not sure anymore. We put a lot of time into this, a lot of love, and today I think we're going to finish off the larger buildings. That means adding the windows, the chimney, the fun little accents on the top, maybe even a lamp in the distance, but I think it's really going to feel like it comes together today. We'll start by taking our larger flat-headed brush and dipping it in a bit of water. This way, again, our paint remains wet for longer, but also helps us with a general blend. As for our first mix, I think we'll grab some titanium white and about 1/3 of that in Mars black. The goal here is to render a mid-value gray, and we'll grab some cerulean blue because we are working on our windows. We want these to be not too bright, not too dark. We want to be able to make them a lot brighter. And add in some highlights, but it does reflect the blue of the sky, and I think this is a tasteful color for it. Now we'll begin down here in this left-hand window, still applying with that larger brush because, as you can see, it's great for just cutting around the openings we left. We want a nice thick application. It is diagonal along the side of the roof there. And then I think we'll actually put that brush down. We'll pick up its smaller brother, a smaller flat-headed brush. Make sure that too is nice and damp. We'll head on up, create a second window in that same shape. Again, working around another roof, overlapping portions of the brick that we've previously rendered, and just making that look nice and clean. Just a base layer. We will elaborate on it, but I think it's a good start. Then I'll grab a hint of Mars Black, work that into my mixture, make it slightly darker, maybe slightly more blue as well. And we'll do this window up here, which will have a bit more shadow for it. I'll get you a bit closer for this one though. And jumping back into this, I'm going to be pretty particular, pretty intentional. It's going to feel incredibly cathartic to finally cover up the remaining canvas that we have here. Nice and easy. And then, because the light is coming down this way and parts of the brick will overlap this, I'm just going to add some shadow right here to the left-hand side to show that the brick is casting a shadow on it. So this color is the same as the color that we used over there. And then if we move down again, we can do more of the same there and just create a slate shadow. Not dramatic, but more nice blue. I also think they'll have some window panes in them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paint in the shadow from our window panes to be. So that's a line down the middle, but it's not directly down the middle, it's slightly to the right. And then I'll paint another little shadow and another little shadow. Love these. Already adding so much character. We can do another one here. It's not flat, it's not horizontal, it's in the same line as the brick. There we go. And you can blend this out to be a little bit softer if you want to, because again, it's just a reflection, it's just a shadow. It's not a solid subject. Now we have our dark blue right here, but we're going to make it a lot darker for the window plane. Again, cerulean blue, Mars black, titanium white, a lot more Mars black than we used previously. We don't want it to be a pure black, but we want it to be darker than the shadow by quite a bit. And we can add a hint of burnt sienna just to make it more cohesive with the brick, and I think this would be great. And I'm going to go in, I'm going to make this really easy. It's a tap right across horizontally. It's a tap right across horizontally. You can see the shadows underneath it slightly. And then I'm going to do another tap vertically, but I'm going to keep the shadow on the right hand side of this tap. We will incorporate that right up here. One line, two lines. There we go. Then we have one more to go. Can't see too much of the window, so this is going to be pretty slight, pretty settable. We'll just do a little bit. Just a couple breaks in there. I like that. Now I'll switch to the liner brush and do some nice little highlights in those windows. And with it, we'll just take some extra titanium white, throw that into our blue, and now I'll throw this on the canvas. Now I'm going to apply this on the right hand side, as you can see. A little bit of a tap and a drag. We really just want to avoid our shadows with this. And then we'll extend it over into the left quadrant, avoiding this shadow, avoiding the really nice steel that we've incorporated. Have it work down there, work through here. And I'm just trying to get a relatively inconsistent tapped gradient into the rest of the window, and we'll give it a good sheen, a good reflection of the sky. Now we can do the same thing on this guy, right down here. Adding that highlight to the edge first, because that's where we're farthest away from all of those shadows. We start tapping that in, throw it on the other side. You can see we have a bit of a sequence of applications and decisions. But this is how we get things to look a little more three-dimensional, a little more reflective. I like that a lot. Less towards the bottom because we're just not going to have that much light down there. And if you want, you can throw extra titanium white in here and there, and that'll just be some good variance. blended into the blue. Very nice. So this is looking quite nice. Needs a little bit of refinement, but overall I like the added volume and the new texture. With that, I think we'll go for a slightly darker highlight. I still want it to be a highlight, but we want it to be a little bit less than that which we have in the other windows. And we'll use this just right up here. You can probably barely see it, but that's kind of the point. You just want it to be that subtle. Just hints of light. Little taps. It's not always just a drag. It's okay if it's a little inconsistent, because the light will be. The clouds are, the glass would be. We just want it to have some good character. Okay, and I actually really like that. I think we have a good progression. The bottom window, the biggest one, is the most detailed, is the most highlight, and we progressively get less as we work towards the top and move towards that shadow side. But from there, we're going to make them look a little bit more cohesive with the buildings, because I like the buildings and I like the windows, but they don't sit well together yet. We're going to remix a grout. We're going to apply that around our windows, and it's all going to be much more cohesive. So let's jump into that, and for the first time in a while, some Naples yellow. Now, anytime I have a chance to use Naples yellow, I'll be honest, I'm a happy man. It's one of my favorite out of the tube pigments, and I feel like we get to use it in a lot of nice warm lighting scenarios. We'll also add in a hint of burnt sienna to warm it up. We'll add in a hint of Mars black so it's not too saturated, but for the most part this mix is two things, that is Naples yellow and titanium white. Now, let's jump back into the painting. So let's bring these two beautiful subjects together. Taking that nice smaller flat-headed brush, I'm going to very delicately work my way around my edge, like so. Grab a little bit more paint, double down on the areas that might be a bit thin. Typically when you work this delicately, you don't apply a lot of pressure, so you do have to go in and do multiple applications. But I think already, we can do a lot, but I think already it looks so much better. We can extend that same grout highlight into the surrounding grout, that way it's nice and cohesive. Thicken it to the extent you want. I like to start small, that way I have more option, but I am happy to make this a little bit thicker. And if it gets a little out of hand, then we can always just paint more brick. But overall, I'm very happy with the direction this is taking, and I'll also take a little bit more of my titanium white, Mars black, and now I'll create a highlight for on top here, just to create some extra dimension. Didn't want to do it until we added that grout back in, because I wasn't sure how much detail we'd be able to apply without it feeling like too much, but I think this is perfect. And while we're at it, we're going to take that same mix, that exact same mix, and we'll apply that highlight to the edges here, like that. And now I can go back to the grout mix that we had. And we can just apply that as well. This is a bit farther away, so it's going to be smaller visually. Won't be as noticeable, but I think it'll help bring it all together. Now, I want two more mixes that are very similar. We want that same Naples yellow, titanium white, but I want one of them to be a lot brighter. So half of this is going to be the brightest pigment we've mixed, and the other half is going to be quite a bit darker. It's going to be essentially like a shadow version of that. So Mars black, burnt sienna, still has that Naples yellow, and these two together will be perfect for our shadows and our highlights. Okay, and again, the light's coming this way, so we're going to have a little bit of a shadow on this side right behind that highlight we just created. Like that. Super subtle. We can even double down on the Mars black in it if we want to. We don't want it to look exactly like the frame that we have inside as well. There we go. I like that a lot. Very dimensional. And now we'll apply that same pigment just around the inset area of that. We'll switch on over to our liner brush. Make sure it's nice and damp. We'll go and grab our highlight, which has started to dry, so I'll just interject a little bit more titanium white into that. And we'll just brighten up hints of these surroundings. We can even do a little dotted hint of that light in here, just for cohesion's sake. I'll bring it all together. Make it look a little more textured. There we go. That's what we were working towards. That's beautiful. You can do the same to the bottom as well. So, more of that titanium white. Working its way in and over. I don't have much water on my brush right now, so my application's a little scratchy, but it's creating this nice metallic texture. A little more rustic. Looks good. All right, love that. I think that it really pops, but also works cohesively with the rest of it, which is kind of the greater struggle in that. We definitely got there. And from there, we are going to work on the chimney. It's a little one, and it has a pretty unique palette. It's actually not done on the same brick as the rest of it. It's more of this cool gray, so it'll look really good next to the roofs, which it sits on. Okay, so for this, we want essentially a gray to start with, and we want two grays. You want one to be dark, so here on the left, nice dark gray. On the right, we have a much brighter gray. In the brighter gray, we'll add a hint of burnt sienna, just like so. In the darker gray, we'll add some cerulean blue, and this will be a great start. Really love both of these hues. They're subtle, but they work great together. Now we'll start by taking that nice cool gray with our smaller flat-headed brush. We'll actually just, this might be really easy, drag it down like so. Perfect size of this brush. I love this brush. And then we'll grab the warmer one. It's more so facing us. We'll apply that right beside. And then I'll switch my application to be a diagonal. That way it kind of sits into the roof properly. Make sure that they're both nice and thick. Have good applications. Then we'll let them dry, and we'll come back in with some detail work. But there we go, nice and easy. Now we'll grab more of that titanium white, mix it into our warm grout mix. Maybe add a hint more of that burnt sienna. I said grout mix. It wasn't a grout mix, it was the brick mix, but now it's a grout mix. And this will be great for separating our bricks. And as for our application process, a couple little taps. Like you can see, you want them to be fairly horizontal, but maybe there's a little bit of an angle similar to the brick up top. Just like that. Then I'll grab a hint more, and we'll create some vertical markings. These look great. Very nice. So, I know for you in the camera that was probably a little bit difficult to see because of reflections. It is important to remember that when we do work with a lot of water with acrylics, we don't always see the pigment as it actually is or as it will actually dry. Something I like to do is kind of rotate around my canvas, but that doesn't always work depending upon your lighting situation, time of day. And when that does happen, I would recommend just letting it dry. It's acrylic, never takes longer than 5 minutes. So we do that, then we get a fresh perspective of what it actually looks like, and we can go in yet again with either a less watery mixture, or we can go in yet again with a watery mixture if we like where it's going but it isn't complete. So with that, we are going to dive into the shadow side and continue just creating these really nice bricks. Now we do want to make the darker pigment a bit brighter as well, because we want that separation. So I'm just adding extra titanium white, and it's really just that simple. So back to the canvas. So we're back, things are fully dry to the touch, probably a little bit easier to see. And now we can go in with our new separating lines, just like that. A little bit of a tap and a drag, really easy. But I think I will switch on over to my liner for the vertical and horizontal markings this time. I think it'll just have a little bit more control than we did than with the flat. There we go. Very watery. I can't see the pigment perfectly, the hue of it, but I know when it dries I'll be pretty happy. So we're in a good place. All right, I like that. Now we're going to add a nice little lamp right here, protruding from the bushes, and this will be a really unique piece of architecture. Now for this, we'll need a really good dark mix, and we'll get a hint of titanium white in that abundance of Mars black. We'll also grab an equal amount, I think, of our burnt sienna and our cerulean blue. Darken it up yet again because these two will brighten it. And this will be a great base pigment to build on. Probably apply it with our smaller flat-headed brush and our liner. Now, in the reference photo, the guy's over here. I might try it over here just for the sake of building this hierarchy. And we're going to begin very simply with an elongated stroke. I'm doing it with the liner because I want it to be really small. Again, the flat-headed would also work. We're going to create a little bulb right before the top. Then we'll create another kind of bulb. Not a glass bulb, but like an iron bulb. Right there and there. Get some extra water on my brush. New pigment. I'll skip a little bit of space. Then we'll apply the top of it. Horizontal marking. A little triangle. A little area on top of that with a couple fun protrusions. Here we are. Now, I think we need the glass inside, so titanium white in abundance. Mix it with that previous mixture, that way we have good cohesion. And I'll just start putting in a little base. It's not that bright, and that's okay. We don't want it to be too bright yet. We can also use this as a highlight on the tops of the little bulbs and all of the top portions of iron that are just going to get a little bit of a highlight as well. We can even run it down the left-hand side of the iron. And we're just slowly building little bits of texture. Let's get you a little bit closer. Okay, and now we'll go in with even more titanium white over the glass. You can see that I'm making a middle stroke. I'm making one on the left that goes down, one on the right that goes down. We can tap little bits of this highlight towards the top. On the top left-hand side of the bulbs, we can sprinkle it onto here as well. There we go. Really like this. We're abandoning a lot of detail that's in the reference photo because it's so tiny, but it is a nice little structure. Adds good diversity to the painting. And I just continue to build up those highlights till we're very happy. Might also quickly go back to the shadows to break a couple of them up if we get a little too eager with it. I want to keep that right hand side a little bit darker. There we go. All right, and with that, I think we have some good detail in there now. Also, admittedly, as you can probably tell, it's getting a little bit darker. Difficult to kind of differentiate colors, and I'm really enjoying painting this in natural light. So I think we're going to pick it up tomorrow in the walkway. We'll add some greenery, some foliage. It'll tie in with the background. We'll add this extra layer of depth. We'll also do the walkway, which is, again, just a lot of stone, but not as precise as the brickwork that we did earlier. So we'll have some cool variation, but the patterns will match, and it'll be a fun experience. So I will see you in, I guess, 12 hours my time and 20 seconds yours. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to, I think, day 5, maybe day 6. We're still not sure. But today we are going to start on the walkway, and it's a lot of detail. It's a little bit different than how we did the bricks or the shingles. The pattern's similar, but the actual application process, there's a more efficient way of doing it for something like this that does need to look a little bit more patchworky. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that. We're going to make it diverse, and we're going to jump back into one of our favorite colors. That color being green gold, we used it in the distant trees, and we're about to use it in between all of our stones in the foreground. Now, step number 1, as always, we need a damp brush. Again, starting with a lot of green gold. We'll use about an equal mixture of Mars Black because we do want this to be a fairly dark mix. We'll grab a hint of titanium white to thicken it, but also desaturate it a little bit. And that did brighten it, so you know what, I will double down on a little bit more Mars Black. But it's a simple, quick, easy mix, and we'll head right into the canvas. So, looking back at our canvas, I actually love how these all looked from yesterday. I think it's really bringing the piece together. Might do a couple more of these later on, but I don't want to overload the painting with detail yet, so we'll hold off on that. And in the meantime, I'm going to go in, and you see all these drawn little lines where we have our brick. I'm going to create a separation in between them using this lovely dark, rich green pigment. Love the green gold because it's a warmer green, even when it's dark like this. So these sunny days, it's kind of perfect. And I'm wrapping a lot of these markings in this direction. You can see there's a little bit of a larger movement. You're seeing there's a lot of imperfections. That's important. We'll do a lot more with that as we continue. And I'm also going to make these markings larger as we continue. So in the background, it'll just be this like really tight, small application. And in the foreground, it's this pressure that's applied into the canvas, this much larger look. And that's because the spaces in between aren't getting larger, but visually they are because of perspective. Let's get you a little bit closer. So again, when we head up, we apply less pressure, and I'm not dragging my brush at any point. This is all simply tapped on, and that's very intentional, because if we were to drag it, we lose a bit of that inconsistent marking, and I want that inconsistency. I really want it. That's what's going to make our stones in between look nice and natural. I can also now go back and just thicken up a couple of these because we are using quite a bit of water on our brush, And we are using acrylic, so it is going to be relatively thin. Now for the vertical markings, we will switch to the liner. So jumping into this, we have a lot of lines pre-established, sketched in, and we can just kind of work within their framework. A lot of the same rules apply towards the top. I'm applying very little pressure, like that. And then when I get down here, we apply a lot of pressure. I'll go over it multiple times, and I'll really build it up. And now you can see that we have areas for individualized brick. And the edges for this don't really matter, to be honest. We don't need it to be fine or sharp or refined because we're painting over top of all of the edging. We want the middle of these to remain come time to finalize the painting. But for now, most of this is going to be painted over. This is almost like a base layer, but a base layer in lines. It's also worth noting that these lines aren't all perfectly vertical. We are following a lot of the actual pathway. So again, perspective is going to change how we see these. We're getting more and more diagonal there. As we get towards the center, it gets a little bit more vertical. And then as the edges get in sight, we start to move in the other direction. And I'm trying, for the most part, to separate these so that it's a separation, we go to the left or right, separation, we go to the left or right, separation, rather than having them one on top of each other. Occasionally it'll happen. And you know what, I'll do it right here just for the sake of creating that anomaly, because anomalies do exist. But we don't want a lot of it. Just the occasional one, like what we have there. So we'll just jump right back in here. I have a lot of pigment on my brush because I just mixed more paint. And that means that my markings are innately going to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to start down here where they should be bigger. And then as I start to have more of a watery brush, less of that actual pigment on it, then I can proceed to move upwards, and I'm grabbing more water, I'd say in between pretty much every line here, because we need that water to thin our paint and make these really nice. It's also worth noting that these are meant to look, again, very rugged and unique. So here we'll do a couple little guys, just for the sake of creating those inaccuracies in it. Maybe even down here I'll create another one. There we go. Those will do a lot for a painting. Then, I used a lot of that paint. I don't have too much left on my brush. My mix is getting more watery on the palette, so I can go up here and quickly just do a lot of these little markings. And at this point, it takes no time at all. We're warmed up. We have the right amount of mixture. Also up here, because the path is going this way, all of the line work is starting to move a bit more horizontally, and the very least diagonally. There we go. Okay, so we have a strong base and structure in that. We're going to let it dry, and in the meantime, we're going to head back to the palette and mix up some nice warmer hues for the individualized bricks, which will be fairly complex in terms of the warmer colors that are in there. We want some of our reds or Naples yellows or burnt siennas, and we want them kind of spread across the palette so that we can grab varying amounts of each and really diversify with each brick, which again will set it apart well from the brick in the actual building. I'm excited for this step. So as noted, we are going to make a lot of different brick colors, and I'm starting with a base of half and half burnt sienna and Naples yellow. Spreading it fairly wide. Then we're going to grab some Mars black, not a lot, but enough to desaturate it just a little bit. And I'm not going for a perfect mix in here. You can see there's more black right there. You can see that there's more orange right there. That's what we want. From there, we're going to grab a little bit of our Cad red, and in this left-hand side, I'm going to make it a much more of that red mix. I'll grab some extra burnt sienna, I'll work that in, and yet again, it's very inconsistent. That's what we want through there. Now this area, I'm going to double down on the Naples yellow. You can see I still have a lot of Cad red on my brush, but that's okay. Get in the Naples yellow, making this really nice, unique pigment. Just like that. A little bit more of the burnt sienna. And just like that. We have 3 varying but similar pigments, and we can use all of these for our bricks. And for our application, we'll switch to the smaller flat-headed brush. So I'm going to grab some of the red on the left-hand side, and it's typically easier to start right down here because it's the biggest bricks we have, and they're the easiest to apply because you don't have to work too hard to fit in. Like here we have an oddly shaped brick, so getting that in that space is a little bit more tricky, but I kind of like to warm up in these larger spaces, and as you can tell, I'm really jumping around with where these are. Occasionally they will be beside each other, and this one's a good example of that. But we really want a lot of variety. That's what's going to make this interesting. So there's a lot of jumping as well. And once I feel warmed up, start to move more into the background. I'll do not too many of these. I think often it's best to do a less is more approach when working on things like this, because we can always go back and add more of these colors. You can see we have some fun, really small ones, some big ones. Just a lot of diversity. Put a couple beside each other. And then when we get really far into the back here, I'm just going to use essentially the corner of my brush to work in some of these spots. We really don't want a lot of pressure. We don't want the entirety of the body of the brush. We just want hints. And I noticed that I did a lot kind of in the middle here. I don't have a lot to the side, so I think I'll just throw in a couple in these areas as well. There we go. Now we'll grab some of our middle pigment and we'll start applying that too. Now it's really fun when we get going and we start applying multiple, because we start actually filling in a lot of this work, and that cobblestone brick look happens oh so quickly. We can also grab our highlighted pigment just so we can get excited, see it really coming together. We can work that in too. Right now things look cohesive. They also look a little elementary. That's okay. We're going to add textures. We are going to combine these aesthetically. And the bricks you're looking at now are not going to be the same bricks that we have in 15 minutes. And those bricks are going to look a whole lot better. A lot of techniques that we can do to improve these, and I'm already looking forward to doing so. But this is a good collection that we have so far. Let's go back to more of that middle mix. It's great because it's really nice and thick. With a lot of these, I think I'm going to have to go back and do a second layer. Not this one. This is just right. And if you lose that middle portion, don't worry about it. We can always go back and repaint. As well. Again, I want the same color to be beside itself here and there. Not all the time, but it will look nice and natural. And I think this middle pigment is my favorite. So I'm doing more of it than the others, and it's okay to do that. You can pick a favorite. You can double down on the ones that you think really work well in your piece, ones that you just have a personal preference for. And that's okay. Now, admittedly, I started neglecting this bottom area because I was having so much fun with the little details, and that can happen. So you know what? We'll take some time and we'll just fill in these easier areas, starting with that brighter pigment, because I know I want it, but it's not my absolute favorite, so I know if I don't apply it first, I won't apply much of it. So we'll just make sure we get some of that in there. Then we'll switch to the red, which we do have some of, but we can do a little bit more here and there. And almost everything I'm leaving can end up being my favorite pigment. There we go. Now on to the favorite. This is just so nice and earthy. It's not a showy color at all. It's not vibrant. It's not rich. It's not a dramatic value. It's just natural and beautiful, and really what I want this painting to have a lot of. I think once we start incorporating the greens, this looks so much better. We're going to have a lot of greens in this painting. We're not there yet, but we will be soon. Okay, might even start combining these pigments to get something a little bit different, especially in areas where it might get a little repetitive aesthetically. There we go. I don't want to apply one here because I have two right there. I don't want to apply it there because I have two right there. Same with this. So I think at this point, I kind of need to switch over to either the brighter pigment or the red, or maybe mix a little bit of both of them. Start throwing that in a bit more. You can also use your liner for the real details. I'm just using the corner of my brush right now, and it's working well, but there are other ways of going about it. There are always other ways. It's all about finding the way that you like to paint and working on that. There we go. Now we'll let this dry, and then we'll go back in with some more details. All right, so we have a solid base in there. Now we're going to head back to the palette, mix a bit of a shadow so we have some texture in that rock, and then we can continue to refine, but this is going to make it look a lot better. So with this, we actually just want a bit more of our Mars black, not too much. We're going to mix that into the mid color, my favorite one, and we'll just spread that fairly wide and fairly thin so that we can pick it up easily with a fan brush and get a lot of little taps in there. And now we'll grab our fan brush, but make sure it's nice and dry because we want each one of these individual bristles ready for an application. So with this, we'll just grab a little bit of pigment, not much at all because we don't want it condensing our bristles. And then we'll go in with all of these little taps, and I can actually add this mixture over all of my bricks. And this is going to bring them all together, make them feel like they coexist in the same space, they all have the same dirt, They all have similar shadows, divots, areas that light just can't get. And I'll get you a little bit closer so you can really see the detail work. So going into this, you can see that I'll rotate my brush in the air, but never on the canvas. If I do that, we render streaks, and we don't want streaks. We just want all of these beautiful, individual, unique markings, just like so. We'll head on up here. We'll continue more of it. I'm rarely pressing the entirety of the brush into the canvas. Often it's just about a third of it. And just like that, I think it's looking pretty nice. We're going to do this with a couple of different values in a couple of different ways, but as for just getting started, I like it. Now we'll take the same mix, add a little bit more Mars Black, so it's even darker. Now we'll switch our brush yet again with that pigment and our liner brush, and we'll be a bit more intentional with our taps. I'm not going to put these everywhere, maybe one or two a brick. And this is something, because it is more stark, that we do, again, just have to be careful with, but it's great for diversifying the darker values that we inset. We can double down on the areas that we like that now have shadow, or we can render new ones where it really stands out. There isn't a right or wrong with it. Here I'm actually going to do quite a bit because I'm starting to run out of pigment, and the closer we get to the foreground, the more of this we can do. The more detail we'll see, the more of these little textures and breaks in brick we'll have. And I know that we're starting to lose a lot of the shapes of our brick. That's okay. It's inevitable when you're doing this much layering and tapping with various brushes. We are going to go back and reinstill that, but we're going to get a little bit messier first. And this is really a process that will get us to something we love. We just have to trust that process, let it get messy, let it get textured and unique, and then we come back into it and we refine and we make it really pretty. Maybe we do a couple more up here. I don't want to do too many up top because you just won't see this dark of a value as we move into the distance. There'll be too much reflective light in the atmosphere. But we will get a little bit, and when I get back here I try to press even lighter because I want these markings to be even smaller. But I can also use this to kind of just draw back in some of the bricks that were lost in the layering, and that can be nice too. Okay, so admittedly, the brick looks a lot more messy. We lost a lot of form, and this is also going to make it look a lot better. We're trusting the process. This texture will pay off, and we're about to redefine some of the shapes in the next layer, so we'll kind of reinstill a little bit of faith in the process, and then after that we add some highlights and we make it really beautiful. So with that, let's jump back into the palette and have some more fun. Now to reinstill that form, we are going with a half and half mix of Mars Black and green gold, hint of titanium white, and then yet again, more Mars Black. Same mix as we used initially to draw in the separation for our bricks. And we'll switch back to the smaller flat-headed brush for the actual application. Okay, so we're grabbing that pigment with a fairly wet brush, and I'm going to go in yet again in the same way we did initially, and I'm going to carve out a lot of our brick. We lost the majority of this as we painted these guys in, and that's okay. It's meant to happen, but it's one of those things where if you want it to look really good, you have to redo a couple of layers, a couple of applications, and that's what we're doing. I'm also trying to make my bricks even more imperfect than they were here. This one's kind of rounded a little bit, as you can see. And the divots in between them can be nice and large, I'll go back and make a couple of them even bigger. But one of those things where we lose form and then we reinstill it. And these bricks, while I think they already look a lot better with this, are going to look a lot better than even this. It's one of those things I keep talking about because I know it's easy when you're painting to do something you really love and then you do the next layer, the next subject, and it's just not looking how you want it to, and you get discouraged. And like we've all been there. I get it. I've been there. But that's why I mentioned so many times that it's going to look great, because I just want to remind you that even if it doesn't look great on your canvas right now, and it probably doesn't yet, because mine doesn't, and that's okay. That's just the way acrylics work and base layers. It will get there. You will get there. We will get there. We just keep adding paint. We keep layering until we are happy. And we will be very happy. That said, let me get you a bit closer. Now, I also want to mention here that we're including that neat little triangular brick. That might be my favorite brick, to be honest. We want unique ones, and that's definitely it. Include the triangular ones, include the weird round ones. At the end of it, they'll probably be your favorites. But so it's worth noting just how different this brick is than the brick that we had up top, than even the shingles, which are, you know, a different subject, but painted fairly similarly. It's all of these squared textural applications. So little variances in how we paint them make them entirely different subjects. And that's something to be very cognizant of as you become a better painter. A more informed painter. Technical skill doesn't speak to being a better painter. It's all about being creative and loving what you do and putting real passion and love into it, right? I think a lot of us, I myself, I love realism, I love hyperrealism, but I think putting emotion into a painting is far more important than rendering the most realistic painting. If you create something that makes people feel something, then that in itself is so successful, and it achieves the ultimate goal, I think, of a painting. Realism, hyperrealism, it can help you get there, and it can build on that. But that's a tool. That's a technique. As long as your artwork has some magic in it, whether that be in its colors or the flowing compositions or the very real, tangible spaces that people feel like maybe they've been, or maybe it creates this dream. You know, so many different ways of creating that magic. And we all do it differently, right? Art's so subjective and we all have innate likings. But as long as you do that, you make a great painting. There we go. Might switch on over to the liner for the rest of this because we are getting really tiny. I thought about it, we're definitely switching over to the liner. Okay, and with this comes, oh, I don't have enough water or pigment on my brush there. That happens sometimes. There we go. Now we'll just go in with the smallest application we possibly can. I typically like to do all of the mostly horizontal and diagonal work first before doing the more vertical diagonal applications, just because these do a bit more in terms of giving us understanding of the piece. And then we can just quickly go in, fill the break points, double down on the ones we really love, create new ones should we feel we need to. There we are. Really like this. All right, now that we have some structure reinstilled, we're going to add some highlights and give these some extra layers, some extra depth, some extra texture. This next step is going to do a lot. So we have our 3 colors that we used for bricks. We're just going to make them all brighter. I'm going to start over here by adding more titanium white and more Naples yellow. Nice and easy, really simple mix. This one over here, I'm going to move a little bit of this mix over into it. That in itself will brighten it, and we might do a hint more Naples yellow. You can see these two are still different, and then we'll head over here, a bit more Naples yellow. You can see the pattern here, you can see the trend, and just like that, this beautiful muted reddish brick color. This might be my new favorite. As for our application, I am going to grab the liner brush and I'm going to start applying this in taps and drags over our pre-existing brick, just like so. And even from a distance, you should be able to see that there is a variance now occurring. We can also grab the highlighted pigment, and I'll probably instill that in more of the orangey Naples yellow heavy bricks. I'm predominantly applying it to the top, and I'm not going to apply it to the very bottom of them, because if we can imply that there's a bit of a shadow there, we can build some extra depth as well. So we'll just go ahead and we'll build these guys up. Maybe we'll grab this mid value, and you can see that I'm, as we do, jumping around from pigments quite a bit because we don't want it all to look the same. And I think already we're in a strong place. It's also solidifying the breaks in between a lot of them, which I like. And I think we'll add this highlight to significantly more of these bricks than I initially intended. This brighter one, because I think it just works as sunlight on brick, especially in the foreground where you can see a lot of texture. You can even throw it into some of the red ones and it'll still work well. There we go. And yet again, we're back. We're tapping highlight on many a brick. Around the tops of the brick, I might even do a little bit of a line just to define the fact that it has this strong highlight, and then we let it dissipate as we move down. So line, taps as we move down. Line, taps as we move down. Line, taps as we move down. And it's just this really consistent, easy highlighting application. I mixed 3 different colors and we'll use the others, but this is definitely the all-star. Let's grab a little bit of the red for the sake of that diversity. And we can even layer multiple highlights over each other. It doesn't just have to be 1 or 2. The more diversity we get, the better. As long as it remains cohesive. Yeah, see? Now we're really combining them, and we're getting the best bricks yet. Now this area is going to be interesting because we're going to add some shadows later. But we still need this for now. There we go. I love painting brick. It's so cathartic once you get the hang of it. It's just intuitive, it's fun, it's textural, it's bold, it's subtle when you want it to be. There's no real right or wrong way of doing it. And this is so much more detail in it than the bricks in the previous day's applications. So, extra fun there too. Maybe we go up here for a little bit. Knock out some of the smaller bricks. They're actually a lot easier. It's one of those things you think it'd be harder because it's small, but we're doing a good job through this. just fly in through. Get some extra water. Maybe switch my highlight. I don't want to use as bright in the back here to begin with. We can build up to it, but maybe we have a gradient of highlight to darker. Maybe there's more shadows back here. Maybe we commit to the highlight. Again, just feel it out. See what you like. And just like that, as you can see, you and me, all of us, are just about finished with these beautiful backing bricks. So unique, so textured, so lovely. A real testament to patience, giving it our all. There we go. I think my stomach might be getting a little hungry, so we might take a little break and do that again. Don't want your hands to get shaky. Make sure that you have some water, that you have some food, and that you're feeling good. Hey there, welcome back to a brand new day of painting. Today, we almost finish. I think tomorrow is for touch-ups. Today, we are going to cover the entirety of the canvas, going to paint into the night. I want this up for Saturday, so we're going to have some fun, and we're going to begin, yet again, in the walkway. So there are a couple of things I want to do in here. One, I want to add a little bit of shadow underneath each of these bricks and potentially to the right or left hand side, just show some extra depth. And I also want to do a wash, softening the darker values in the background because we will have more atmospheric light back here, and I'll let that progressively run out as we move towards the foreground so that we have some additional depth in the values. So let's head over to our palette and start our first mix. So for the first mix, we're creating some shadow for our brick, a little area that isn't on the top. So we'll go with a lot of Mars black, a little bit of titanium white. I also want cad red in there. I think that often makes a really nice shadow pigment, but we also want a hint of our cerulean blue as well. And these together will render this really beautiful looking shadowy purple, just like that. Then we'll take our liner brush, dip it in a little bit of water, and we'll start our applications. So with this, we'll take just a little bit of that pigment. I don't want a lot. And I'll start applying it underneath a lot of our bricks. We can also make a slightly brighter mix, but I want an inconsistent one, so some areas are brighter than others. And then same thing, right under our brick, we add this nice little shadow pigment, and this is going to make them all look significantly more three-dimensional. Underneath these, we have the actual really dark green we applied. So there's a lot of color in these spaces. It's just all subtle at this point. There we go. And all of these details add up. Let's get you a bit closer so you can really see it applied. So I think this is a great area to show you up close because there's a lot of this darker negative space. Again, I'm looking at the brick, I'm going right under it. And I might even go on top of the bottom just a little bit. And I create those nice little horizontal lines. And I'm also doing a bit of a tapping motion here and there, because that's going to give us a more inconsistent look. And we want it to be inconsistent because we are still painting brick, stone, things that aren't inherently perfect, especially not in this setting, in this time of creation. So just little bits, and as we move into the background, I'm going to grab slightly more water because we need the markings to become a little bit more sharp. There we go. Like that. Grab a hint more. Head on up. And as we move farther and farther into the background, while they get smaller, they also eventually dissipate to the point where we don't really see them. So at this point, it's just the smallest hint of it. A very watery mix, and I think that's really where we should call it. We don't want it to look too bulky. And now, not with all of them, but with some, where there's a lot of space, I'm just going to add a little bit of this to the left-hand side of our brick. And that'll show that there's also a divot not only down, but you can see it on the left. And it'll just make it slightly more dimensional. A lot of depth in here. There we go. So it's kind of like this L shape around a lot of our bricks. We move from the top down, and we move to the right. You have to be careful through here though. Just like that. Don't want too much, but here and there, I think it makes a nice difference. Here I'm just going back and doubling down a couple of the areas that I really liked. Okay, and just like that, I think we're done with this step. What a difference it made. Lovely. All right, now we're going to let that dry. We're going to go to our palette. We'll mix up a brighter wash, again, to apply to the backing of the stones, make the values there a little bit brighter. We have a gradient to a higher contrast in the foreground. That way we are showing that atmospheric light, and then it'll look really good. As for the wash we're creating, we'll go in with a lot of our Naples yellow, burnt sienna, a little bit of our titanium white, and we'll just make it really, really thin with water to the point where it's like watercolor. Now we'll grab that pigment, head on up to the very top, and I'll just apply it left and right. Work our way down, slowly run out of pigment, and just like that, we have a lot of softer dark values back here now, and a lot of darker ones. So one application takes, less than a minute, and it does a lot for the piece. Actually, while we're applying washes, let's also grab a little bit of our burnt sienna, hint of our titanium white, make that really, really thin, and let's jump back into the painting. Okay, and with this one, we're not doing the pathway. I'm actually going to go in and apply this over our roofs, at least the cool areas of them, because they will get a little bit of warm reflective light as well. It won't be entirely cold looking. So we're just going to throw this onto a couple of spots. It'll give our colors a bit more complexity. It'll make our painting a bit more cohesive, and much like the last application, it really won't take longer than a couple of seconds. There we go. Just like that, I'm already quite happy. And actually, with this roof here, we have this part creating a much stronger shadow towards the top, and as we get towards the bottom, there's more light that can hit it. So I'm actually going to do a little bit more of that orange wash towards the bottom, and I'll work it up. Might just use my finger, soften it, but now that area looks a lot warmer, a little bit brighter, and that's what we want. Okay, just like that, big improvement to the painting. I think it's time that we start working on some of our foliage and covering up the remaining white on the canvas. Now for our foliage, we'll mix two mixes. One darker, so a lot of Mars black in our green gold, and the second is mostly green gold, hint of Mars black because my brush is a little dirty, and some titanium white. As you can see, there's still a lot of room to make this brighter. We're going to go in with our highlights later. Right now I want more of a mid value and a dark value. There you can see just how bright we can get. But I think that that's beautiful. And I think we pair it well with this. Let's make some wet into wet blends on the canvas. Have some fun. Now, as for application, again, light is coming this way. So the tops and the left-hand side of this foliage is going to be brighter. The right-hand side, right next to our brick, is going to be darker. So I'll actually start with that darker pigment. I'm going to apply it to the right-hand side of our opening. There's a lot of rotational markings with my brush. That way we just have neat little pieces that protrude over portions of our brick. Not too much though. And then I'll start working it over here. We do have a drawn-in railing. I think I'm just going to paint over that and I'll draw it back in later. Then I'll grab some of our mid-value green and I'll apply that on top and to the left of our first application. And we'll start brightening it as we go and move to the edge. Let's get you a bit closer so you can really see the blends though. Now, as we continue to move over and we get into this area where we're overlapping portions of the roof and brick, we do want to, again, rotate our brush pretty dramatically, like so. And this is going to give us all of these neat little protruding textures. Occasionally we bring a little bit of this darker mix on over and to the right, and that's okay. Getting a lot of bonus texture through these rotations and these applications. Consistently bringing the highlights over here, the shadows over into the left. And then we have all this negative space. So let's go back into that with some of our highlight, like so. Lots of rotations with the brush. We're going up, we're going down. We're trying to be pretty sporadic. We still want there to be less and less of the highlights towards the left, but we don't want it to be this pure dark pigment because then it's void of any variance. And we need the variance. So let's go in with a bit more highlight. We can start carving out individual bushes and whatnot. Still dissipating as you move towards the right. Grab some more pigment. Again, same idea. Just like that. We want our markings to get smaller and smaller as you move into the background, and then we want them to start combining a little bit too. There we go. And then in the foreground, that's where we get the real detail with these distinct applications. You can also start rendering this with different brushes. I'll put this down actually. I'll pick up my trusty little liner, make sure it's nice and damp. And with that, we can actually start tapping in individual little leaves, or at least implications of them. And this will take a lot longer to build those textures, but look really good. We're also still painting wet into wet for the most part. So we have a lot of incentive to paint a bit more quickly, which can be nice for creating randomized applications. Typically you paint wet into dry. It's much slower and therefore methodical. Where with this, it's a bit more loose and playful, which can be great if you're somebody who kind of struggles with painting subjects too similarly. We've all been there here and there. We all have different subjects that we need to speed up with, something we need to slow down on, and this is a great way of speeding up. No, this is a rather long clip, but we have a lot to play with here. You can do the individual little highlights over the roof I think that's a really nice look. We can separate some of these even brighter highlights, introduce more of these individual leaves down into the negative space here, with again the help of the liner. And still grabbing a lot of water. The water is helping us keep our paint wet longer. It is starting to get a little tacky. It is starting to dry. We're just keeping it wet to the best of our abilities through the water on our brush. That said, these are fairly large combined areas. I'm actually going to go back in with the darker mix, separate some of it. And this is going to give us some nice dramatic shadows in the foreground, because we're going to have the really bright brights, we're going to have the really dark darks. The majority of this should remain fairly bright though, because we are in the side which will receive more light. And if you find you had too many of these darker areas, we can always just wait and then go back in with our highlights. But this will create a lot of bonus depth quickly. We just go back and forth. Not stopping painting until essentially I just have a dry canvas. Just taking advantage of this to the best of our abilities. There we go. Less of that contrast back here, because we're farther away from the foreground. Going and softening some of those darker applications I had, especially towards the back. Oh, I love this. We're really getting there. We're getting there fairly quickly, because we have to. Because the application style depends on it. You see, the more I go over it, the softer it gets. And that's a-okay. Definitely need to go in with more highlight, but I think that I'm going to do wet into dry. So I'll just let this dry, and then we'll come back into it together. So admittedly, looks a little bit messy right now. It's meant to, it's okay, it's just a foundational layer. We're going to head in with the fan brush next. We'll apply a lot of volume through highlight, and it'll also give it a lot of additional structure and detail that will make it look a lot better. So don't worry about this layer, looks a lot better in the next. Now I'll take our dry fan brush, dip it in a little bit of water, and I'll just do a little flick back and forth. You can see that it's forking the fan brush. So now instead of having 50 markings, we have 10, maybe less. And this will be great for applying larger intentional foliage in a still somewhat randomized manner. So at this point, things are pretty much dry to the touch, and that's what we want so that we can get some new sharper applications. I'm going to go in with this fan brush. And you know what? I can already tell that I want a brighter mix. So we'll just bump up our titanium white. This is a real highlight now. And if you're wondering why the past pigment didn't pop in the way that it did before, it's because our brush is now wet. And when our brush is wet, as it was, we have a much more thin application. So with that, we're just going in, we're defining some individual little highlights, protrusions. We'll have it work its way down into the darker negative space as we start to run out of pigment. Then we'll grab new fresh pigment. As we get closer to us, I'll press a little bit harder with my brush into the canvas so that I get larger markings. You can see progressively they are getting bigger. And I'm avoiding the right hand side for now until I start to run out of pigment. And then when I do, we can go back in, we can fill out some extra taps, give it that same textural application that everything else has. yet again. Going in with those bigger markings. And I'm trying to do a lot of rounding of my bushes, where you can see that towards the top I have more of a flat application. Towards the right hand side I angle the brush downwards towards it, and then towards the left hand side I angle the other way. There we go. Just like that, we have a lot more detail, but still a lot more to render. So from there, we're actually going to switch to our liner brush, and we'll get you a little bit closer. So now with the liner brush, we can go in, we can tap individual markings, and we can be much more particular. We can sharpen edges where we feel they need to be sharpened. And this is really prominent over this area because we are going to have a lot of these little pieces that stick out, and they'll show up quite dramatically because our roof is so dark. This is going to make things feel a lot bigger, a lot more real, a lot more lively. Because it isn't so condensed, you can see through it to a point. And we will do this on the other side as well, but right now we're focusing on the highlights, not the shadows. So this is taking priority and precedent. There we go. Try not to do too many taps with each of these because I don't want to run out of pigment and have something that looks a little thin. These applications do need to be fairly thick. But I think we're in a pretty good place with it. And the more highlights we have that we layer, the better this ends up looking. Running out of pigment, so now I'm going to that right hand side. Just like so. Doubling down on the areas that I really loved. Again, this is all about patience and layering. The more highlight we add to this side, the more flat we make the bushes look, because the more the light can travel across it means the more level it is. Where if it's a lot of highlight and then very dark shadows, it looks more triangular. And I think I want mine to be a little bit more flat. So I'm just extending my highlights a bit, but I'm still keeping that right hand side darker as a whole. Back here, it gets a bit higher for sure, but it doesn't have to be too dramatically so. And I'm being a bit more loose in the background because again, we just don't want that much detail through there. There we go. Now I'll just make sure this is still nice and wet, and we'll take this and do some detail work too. Now with this, we are going to do those same tapped details. We can separate some of the highlights if we want to, but the real purpose of these applications is creating those sharper protruding pieces of foliage which just won't receive much light out and over the brick. So on this side we have these little guys. On this side we have the same application but in a much darker value. Like so. And as I work up into the top, I'm just going to let my pigment dissipate because we don't want the value to be that dark because we just won't have that much contrast in the background. Similar to the brick that we did. And if we accidentally make it too bright, that's okay. We just grab some highlight. We just work over that. I actually really like that value. It's a good middle ground. All right, it's already looking a lot better and we have many steps to go. We're going to let this dry, then we'll go in with a wash, very similar to how we did with the brick, making the background just less contrast heavy, less saturated. That way it can build as we move towards the foreground. And then after that, we can go in with additional highlights. And we haven't talked about the flowers yet. It's going to get really pretty really soon. All right, so it's time for a wash, which we are going to start with a green pigment. By the way, this and this are fully dry, and I'm not worried about it blending with either of them. Then we're going to double down with our titanium white, a little bit of Mars black. We want a mid to light value green for our wash because we have two goals here. One is to brighten the darker values in the distance, but we also want to desaturate it a little bit. So we want something that isn't too dramatic in either direction. And I'm just going to continue mixing until I have a brighter middle of the road green. And you know what? I think this is probably just what we wanted. So again, we're starting back here. And you know what, as I approach the canvas and I look at this and this, I think I actually want to throw a little bit of Naples yellow into that mix because it will brighten and desaturate at the same time. Then I'll make my mix very, very wet, a lot of water on here, similar to that of watercolor, and I just keep spreading it farther and farther with water until I get something that's actually very transparent. And there we go. It took us quite a few applications, but we got there. I don't want to go in with too much, but now we'll head into the back. We'll apply it over there. We'll slowly move it forward. Looks pretty dramatic at this point, but as it dries, it'll be less reflective and those darks will be darker again. We can also just rip a little bit of it off should we want to. And just like that, I do mean just like that, we have so much more depth in the painting. This looks so much farther away than this at this point, and you want as much of a gradient and a transition as you can get, but it looks really good. We can add in a hint of green if we want to re-establish some darker values in that mid section, but for the most part I think I'm actually really happy, and we don't need to do a lot of that. There we go. All right, just looks better and better. Now it's time to go in with some highlights. So we're going to do the mix on the palette with our larger flat, and we'll make the applications with our fan brush because, again, it's just so efficient at adding myriad of little markings so quickly. So we need our brightest green yet. I'm actually going to start with a little bit of titanium white. We'll grab some green gold, smallest hint of Mars black in there. We really don't need to do much to this mix because already I love this. There's a slight variation in it as well. Some of these applications will be brighter than others, and that'll keep it unique and interesting. So now we'll grab that with our damp fan brush, as one does, and we'll go in, apply this to the tops, but also more so to the right hand side. You can see that it could be brighter, but we don't necessarily want it to be yet. We want room to build with all of these. And I'm also bringing it over into that central spot, especially towards the foreground, because we want it to feel voluminous in more than just the edge. But I love that. Work on some of those little protruding areas, like so. And we can have some over here occasionally. Once I start to run out of pigment, I'll head into the background where we want it to be a bit more subtle. And we'll work that in. If the wash is still wet, it'll get much more fuzzy in the background. It won't be as sharp because we'll be doing a lot of wet into wet blending rather than the wet into the dry in the foreground, and that's okay too. It really just depends how you want it to look. If you want it sharp, wet into dry. If you want it kind of blended and blurry, wet into wet. And now yet again, we will grab some titanium white. We'll brighten it up even further than before. Still a hint of Mars black, but not much. And we'll head in with this new mix. And as for application, this time I'm going to change it to the liner because it's so bright and we want control when we have something this dramatic. The base layers we can be much more loose with because we know that we're covering them. We know that we need that randomization to make it look natural, especially in the shadows. But now that we're in the portion of the painting where we have a lot of volume, things are defined, we have depth, now we need things to be fairly intentional and exact. And we have essentially the sketch in the underlayers to know where to put this. So we can apply it with greater certainty. And that's exactly what we're doing. Trying to apply it predominantly over the pre-existing highlights that I really love. And if you have some that are kind of larger like this, but homogeneous, kind of pressed together and therefore no longer, there's not a visual variance or difference in it, this will allow you to re-interject that in a way that feels good and natural. I'm also occasionally going to put some on the other side because there will be little protrusions which are taller and they catch more light over here too. There aren't going to be that many, but they are going to exist. And we're going to honor that. Doing a lot of jumping around right now for the sake of not applying the same application in the same area by accident, because that variance is still really important. There we go. I like that a lot. And I'm letting it dissipate as we get towards us, simply so that we have a bit of a darker base and the eye doesn't go off the canvas. So does it make sense? Not as much as it could, admittedly, but it does make the painting itself stronger, and sometimes you sacrifice reality a little bit to do that. So we're just going to keep this a little bit darker, but we will have some of these applications so that it feels natural and cohesive. There we go. And of course, we focused a lot on the bottom. We do need to go up to the top to a point. With this, I'm being much more quick with my brush strokes because in the distance, you're just not going to have that level of detail. And my brush is fairly watery, that way we don't get anything too stark. By adding the water, we do get the sharper markings, but we also lose the vibrancy and the value being as bright as it is, so there's less contrast actually by using the water this time. We see more of the colors underneath, and it doesn't muddy it, but it subdues it in a really nice way. We also want our taps to get smaller into the background anyway. Just like so. And while we're here, we're going to take a little bit of our Mars black, maybe mix it into our green, a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of cerulean blue, and I'll create the post to kind of get down and lost in some of that greenery. It's just bonus depth and interest back there. then we're back in with the highlights and further having fun with building these values. Just like so. So at this point, we did quite a few highlights. I really like them. I love the application with the liner brush and something I want to continue. However, this is a process which can take another hour in total if you're really being meticulous and diligent with it. So I thought we'd jump into another time lapse here. I'm not doing anything differently. I'm just slowly brightening my mix. I'm going back in with that liner brush. I'm building up those highlights predominantly on the left-hand side and the top, with the occasional that sticks out on the right. And I'm also making it a little bit softer as you move into the distance. But the more layers you do with this, typically, the better it will look, because we are just building volume and showing that some foliage is on top of others, and the more layers you have, the more realistic it is. So I really like this, and it's just one of those things that takes a little bit of extra time and patience, but it does pay off. So have fun with it, enjoy, enter that flow state, and then we'll work on the next step together. So it's been about an hour. Really like the highlights that we've applied. Again, it was a lot of layers of just going back and forth. But now that that's done, we're going to add a little bit of moss, a little bit of grass in between a lot of the bricks that we have through our pathway, and that'll add more green into the painting. It'll make the green that we just did feel a lot more cohesive, and also bridge the greenery that we'll have on the left-hand side with the right-hand side. We might also throw some into the castle in the background, and we're just gonna start bringing it all together. Now, yet again, with our greens, we want a couple of things. One is a shadow pigment, so it's our green gold, Mars black, hint of titanium white, maybe a hint of cerulean blue, but not too much of that. Then we need a highlight pigment, which is mostly titanium white, and our sap green. It's not going to be as bright as we mixed for our highlights. We want more of a brighter mid value, and then we can add the highlights in a little bit, but we're starting with these two. So jumping into this, I'm using the liner brush, and I'm going to just start working some of this green in and around choice bricks. Said choice bricks are just ones that have a little bit of extra space right now, easy for me to maneuver, and we can get into the more intricate ones after, but starting with the easier ones is a little warm up because we are in a much more detailed area than we were. Now I'm going in with the mid value, or at least the, in this relation, highlight. We'll just work that in and around. This can be grass, this can be moss, weeds, could be flowers. We have a lot of directions we can take it, but it does start with a darker value and then a mid value. Let's get you a bit closer. So we'll move into this larger area yet again, skipping quite a bit of space, going in with my darker green and the real crevices of these beautiful bricks. Then we'll grab our lighter green and apply that on top of the darker green, going in with a bit of a tap. Sometimes it's a drag. The closer you get to the foreground, the more of that tap and the more detail you can incorporate, which is really nice. There we go. And sometimes you don't even need the darker base. You can just go in with this highlight if there's enough dark pigment down below. And we're not doing it in between all of them. We're just trying to diversify and create green bridges from one side of the canvas to the other. We'll have less and less as we move up, simply because there won't be as much space, but we can have hints of this green for the sake of subconsciously noticing it in the background. At this point I'm just using highlight, but it's mostly water on my brush, so it's not really even much of that. There we go. Now we'll grab some extra titanium white, double down on our highlight pigment, and jump back into the process. So we'll find the tops of those previous applications, and we'll just tap on this nice little green, very much akin to the highlight that we had over here. Maybe a little bit less strong, but it's close, it's in that realm. And we'll just follow the lines and detail work, which is pre-established. I think this is great bonus detail. I'm applying it predominantly on top of those mid values, but occasionally I will also just throw it in the dark for the sake of further diversification if I feel like an area needs to be a little bit brighter or a little bit more unique. Here's a good example of that. Don't have those darker greens here, but I think it could have the brighter green. Like that. I'm just going to grab a bit more water, head back up to my highlight. And here we have so many subtle greens, but nothing too dramatic. This is where we make it a bit more legitimate visually, a bit more prominent. And it's definitely starting to come together. You can see I'm jumping around quite a bit, and intentionally so. That way I don't accidentally double down on a particular technique that becomes too obviously evident. And while this is bright, it can be brighter. I grab a hint more green gold. There is a little bit of Mars black in this mix, so the more green gold and titanium white we add, the less diluted it is. But I think this will be fantastic. Now, I do want to be more careful with this because it is extremely bright. It is prominent, so at this point I am doing mostly just taps. I'm not really doing a lot of drags. I think we want texture, and a drag can look a little too soft, where taps like this are much more prominent, much sharper looking. And that's a good general rule. That's why we do so much tapping with the fan brush. We want things to look sharp. Where a sharp line can be sharp, but it's not going to look as sharp as essentially a lot of little pointillism. You have a bit more. Oh, that's nice. It's something we have to be really careful with, but it's really nice. If we go too bright, we can always make it less so, utilizing our darker pigments. Just go back over it, but these were the pops of greenery that I wanted. Oh, that's a little much. I'll be careful as we expand. But because we're using a lot of water, these layers are taking a lot. So we're going back, we're building. We're making sure we turn it into what we really want it to be. Not just one layer, not just two, but as many as it takes to build this painting into something special, something we can have a lot of pride in. There we go. All right, now while I love the highlights here and I think the greens are looking great, because they're as bright as they are, because they're as saturated as they are, the brick that surrounds them now looks a little bit dull and it doesn't pop in a way that looks realistic in relation to those greens. So we're going to have to go back and add additional highlights of a little bit more saturation to that, but I don't want to do that yet because first I think we need to incorporate some shadows from the foliage on the left-hand side, because if the light's coming this way and we have the foliage here, it'll cast a shadow on the walkway right here. So we're going to go in with a bit of a wash, something a bit darker, to go over our brick and some of that mossy kind of highlight. And then after that, we go into the highlights. But this is where we make the rock pop in a way that it just really hasn't yet. Now for the shadow in our brick, we're going to try to dig into some of this fairly dry burnt sienna. Don't want to waste that paint, so we'll just get as much as we can. We'll grab cerulean blue, about an equal amount. Hint of our cad red. That's a beautiful color already, but we're going to desaturate it with our Mars black, our titanium white, our Naples yellow. We're using pretty much everything for this one. And I'm just going back and forth until I get a nice shadowy pigment for our brick. I don't want it to be too dark. Don't want it to be too light. And I also want a relatively decent amount. I think that's actually perfect. It's almost a little purpley. And we'll make it very watery as well. But we'll do that with our liner brush. We're going to grab some of our pigment, but we're going to make it very watery with our liner brush. Again, want it like watercolor, basically a wash. And again, the light's coming this way. That means this is going to cast a shadow. So we're going to go in to the edges. We're just going to extend this shadow outwards. Lots of little taps, like so. Going over our highlights. Go up here and do that as well. Now we have a brighter side of our brick, we have a darker side of our brick. First applications are always going to be a bit more opaque. And we'll create almost the impression of these little protrusions while we're out here. So they're going to be little holes and openings because there are little holes and openings in the foliage. We'll separate our bricks to a greater degree. We want it to be nice and thin so we can still see some of the separation between our bricks. Just like so. And it's going to look a little bit messy for a minute. And all I ask is that yet again you trust the process. Because we're going to make it look a lot cleaner, we're going to make it look a lot better. We just need this base layer to understand what we're doing. So, do a little bit more. Get the bricks that are kind of in between portions. There we go. I like that. Might even use a very watery version of it. Take some of that bonus pigment off. Put it along the edge. Use your hand to diffuse it. And that'll just make the shadow look a little bit softer. So at this point, I really like our shadows. I think it's a great base and we have an idea of where things are. However, before we really expand with that, I want to do more with the highlights in the brick so we can see just how much detail we can incorporate in the shadows. Because we could include so much detail with the shadows, but if it's too much that it overwhelms the highlights in the brick, then it'll make the painting much less balanced and cohesive. So we have to kind of elevate everything at the same pace, and we'll go back and forth with the two until we have exactly what we want. So again, onto the highlights. Now we'll go back to rendering a highlight for a brick. Luckily this area of the palette still has hints of that. So titanium white, Naples yellow, burnt sienna, hint of our cad red, hint of our Mars black. Need this to be nice and bright, nice and warm. And I think this is probably it. So, back to the canvas. Now we'll go in to the tops of our primary bricks. And yet again, we will instill this highlight. which, as you can see, we've done before. And you know what, I might even make it a little bit brighter with both the Naples yellow and titanium white. But this isn't a dramatic change or shift from where we were, but because we added all of that greenery, we kind of overlapped the top portions of some of these and lost them. And we also did that wash, which darkened portions or areas that we wanted to go back and reinstill the darker midsection. So there were a couple of applications that took the pop out of these. I also didn't do them fully initially because we wanted to see how everything else progressed. Similarly to how we're currently handling the shadows, where we could do more, but we're not because we want to see it all more holistically first. But as you can see, these very minimal additional applications are playing a really big role in making this match this and those darker shadows quite nicely. Don't want to do too much down here because I don't want to draw the eye in that spot too dramatically. Let's get you a little bit closer though. So, yet again, being nice and careful of a pretty watery mix here. We're just throwing those highlights along the edge. And in the same way we did the shadow highlights in an L shape like that, here we're doing an L shape on the top and then to the right hand side of our brick. So top and then right hand side, top, right hand side, top, right hand side. So there's a formula to it. Our bricks will change a little bit, but this will just keep things flowing and working in the way we want. Also, starting to lose pigment as we get back here, and that's good because I want this to be subtle initially anyway. So, here we are a little bit farther away so that you get that wider context as to what it looks like again. And I'm starting to fall in love. I think that it's finally getting to that place where it is the right amount of texture and color and it's cohesive with things. It took a while to find this balance, but we just kept painting and painting and I think we got there. A lot of beautiful warm light, beautiful cool shadows. The tension's where we want it to be. And we can just double down until we have it exactly how we want it. Definitely close. Definitely very close. Okay, so I love the walkway. I think it's at a point where it has the right amount of details, the right amount of shadows. Can we go back and add more details? Yes. Are we going to? Also, yes. However, I do want to take a little bit of a break from it so I can get a fresh perspective. Often we zero in on different areas when we overdo them, and I don't want that to happen. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and we're going to cover the rest of the open area of canvas. It's always a cathartic thing to cover every little bit, and that's the next step. So let's mix some greens and do some more wet into blends. Now I think you'll love this next step as we've done it a couple of times before. We're familiar and we're good at it. We're mixing a darker, more shadow intensive green, so a little bit of our cerulean blue, a lot of our Mars black, green gold. Then we take that slightly muddy brush, we go into our highlights, more titanium white, more green gold. We have a good mid value, well, mid to bright value here, and we can hop into the canvas just like that. So we have a lot of green on our brush, a lot of bright green. I'm going to start by just tapping that over the edges of our previously applied subjects. Gets lost in the green of this tree, which I like a lot. We have something that's feeling nice and cohesive there, though as you can see this is a darker value than what we have, and we'll get into brighter versions of it and additional layers, but we do just start with the mid values and the dark values to keep it simple. I think these two are really nice, wet into wet, but I like the highlights for wet into dry because you can get the sharper applications. Trying to create some openings up here in the sky, and then we're going to start working our way back down. I'll expand this out just a little bit, a lot of rotational taps to get those diverse markings that we know and love. And now we'll grab a bit more as we continue to venture. I'm not going to overlap the walkway much here because I want to do that with the real highlights. So we'll just go a little bit in that direction, lessening it as we get closer to us because I want this to be a deeper, darker shadow for contrast's sake. And we are going to get to those shadows now. So I'm going to initially apply this, as you can see, without touching the original mixture, because I don't want to start bringing the highlights into these darker values just yet. I want to do it all at once. If we started now, we'd have an issue in that we'd be moving progressively into brighter and brighter pigments. So we just apply those nice shadows, like so. More Mars black as we get closer to the edge, and then as we move in, we can get a little bit brighter. But now we are going to make those connections, doing so with the same brush. A lot of that rotational application. And the green has started to dry a little bit, so it's not as wet into wet as I would have liked, but that's okay. And I'm actually glad that it happened because now we get to go over what it's like working wet into semi-wet. And an easy fix for this is just to dampen our brush. So I'm just going to grab some extra water, some extra pigment, work that in between as we work our way up. Trying to keep my brush a little bit extended. That allows us to paint farther away, but it also is a big benefit for me because it means that my hand isn't always in the way of the camera. When that happens, I do apologize. Sometimes you just get really lost in the painting process and you kind of just focus in, you know? That said, I think we're doing a good job. And we're going to, yet again, start coming back down. You can see that it's a lot of, we go up, we go down, we go up, we go down. We work in, we work out. And we're just trying to get as much detail and variance as we can in these initial markings. Don't want any openings in the canvas showing through. This area is pretty dramatic in terms of the lights and the darks, so I'm going to mix a little bit of our greens and our darks together on my palette. That way we have a good mid section, something to cross over our applications in a nice way. And then whenever I feel like there's a protrusion, I'm going to put a little bit of a darker pigment on the bottom of it because the light will come down, it'll get the top half, but the bottom will be a little bit darker. So we're doing that too. And we'll work this in. It's almost dry, but my brush is damp enough that it's keeping things wet enough for a semi-blend. And I think that's great. So we're going to now just double down on the darker mix, apply that on this edge right here because it's closest to us, so it'll have the highest contrast. We'll start working it up a little bit, but we're not going to allow ourselves to get too high with it because we don't want this contrast all the way up there. That's reserved for a foreground. And from there, I think we let this dry. Then we head back into it. All right, it feels great to finally cover the canvas. Now, while we let that dry, we're gonna head back to the palette, mix up a nice highlight that we can build over multiple highlights, and we can start applying that to the edge. So, we're going to go into the past green that we had. We'll brighten that up, bonus titanium white. Still a little bit of Mars black, but not that much. And we'll just make this mix a little bit messy. Some areas a little bit brighter, some areas a little bit darker. That way, when we add on these highlights and these taps, they can be a bit more unique and interesting. Now, as for the application, we are returning to our lovely damp fan brush. Again, we want it to be damp because we want to condense those bristles, bring them together so that we can make these larger, more noticeable markings, which I think represent individual leaves or clusters of leaves quite well. Here we're keeping it fairly horizontal towards the bottom, and then we raise it a little bit towards the edges. I think that's a fairly good technique to make the foliage not look too high, but still give it some height. It also builds into this much more vertical space, like so. Now as you get closer to us, what do? We apply more pressure to get bigger markings, like so. And we'll do so there too. I'm not trying to completely fill these spaces because we will go in with the liner a little bit later. Fill it to a greater extent with more intentionality. But for now, I think that's a good start. And we can start working our way up in the painting. I don't have too much pigment left, so I'm just doing a general tap backwards. That way, most of it has this shared same texture. But once I am pretty much out, we'll just return to our palette, get more of that real pigment, head into the edge, let these protrusions work out over portions of our background, and we can bring it in unique ways like that. You can see how it goes in and then it goes up again. That's just going to look like we have foliage layering in really organic ways. Make my brush a little bit more damp because it is starting to have paint dry on it. And this is all wet and to dry right now. We did give it a minute. We did let this dry, so now these applications can be a lot sharper than they would have been otherwise. There we go. So, fresh pigment, good rotations. Really trying to make sure that we get the edges, but that we also move back inwards. And then once I start to run out of pigment and it's just fairly watery, you already know, we start to move inward more and more. Creating different designs here will make it more vertical, but with a slightly rounded application. We'll do some randomized taps through this negative space, we'll come back up, do some more randomized taps, but then maybe create this horizontal but protruding section just to keep it interesting. At the top I want to keep a little bit darker for the sake of vignetting the piece and keeping the eye in the middle. The eye will innately go to the brightest point, and as long as we keep the edges a little bit darker, we keep the eye subconsciously towards the center of the painting. So I think this is great. And now from there, we'll just double down on our titanium white in the mix, brighten it up, and head back into the canvas. Now with said new highlight, I'm going to further differentiate the edge from the rest of the piece. Yeah, a large series of taps. Ideally, you let the last taps dry fully before you go back in with this next highlight, because we really don't want a blend happening here. We want these applications to be nice and unique, nice and sharp. We are applying them on top of our previous highlights, so we will be working directly in those areas that would be wet, and therefore this is just something we want to be mindful of. As we move down here, we're close to this backing tree, which also is highlight. I want this highlight to be a little bit brighter. I want this to stand out slightly more. So if it's not brighter than this tree, you want to make it a little bit brighter, or you want to darken the tree with a little bit of a wash. Neither of which is wrong. There we go. I'm not bringing this far back yet. I'm trying to keep it fairly in the spacing of the edge for the sake of a more dramatic contrast, a more dramatic movement. Now this greenery, value-wise, is starting to work in conjunction with the greenery on the other side. And we haven't even done detail work yet. It's looking pretty great for no intentionality with a smaller brush. Very good. So I think that in itself created a lot of great volume, but we do want to double down on the volumes that are most important. So we're going to make a slightly brighter mix yet again, and we'll head in with a more intentional brush. You know it, we love the liner, and it's going to do a great job. When you are going in to brighten this, also try to do so with a damp brush. It'll keep the paint on your palette alive a little bit longer, and just keep it nice and wet. So you see all of this detail in these highlights? We want to do at least as much of that right through here, which means litany of taps, which eventually build into this area and look nice and cohesive. So there almost isn't a separation point between the back here and what we have in the foreground. The highlights will be very similar, the applications similar, and this is where volume really expands and builds in a meaningful way. I think just looking at this area in relation to what's right under it, it's already a step in a really positive direction. And it's amazing what 45 seconds, a minute of taps like this can do to a space. It's also really cathartic, right? It's one of those things where it's so easy and it makes such a difference, and you can just see it evolve dramatically in real time, that you don't really want to stop. You just keep having fun with it. And that's exactly what I'm doing right here. So lots of taps over pre-existing highlights, continuing to define the areas we've designated as that which we love. It's nighttime now. It's about 12:30 at night, but it really just has me craving the sun, being out for a nice little stroll, enjoying all of what nature has to offer. There's some beautiful architecture in this, but I think it's the nature that makes it warm and alive, special. It's important that we get both right. There we go. I'd also like to reiterate that the light is coming down this way, so I'm just applying these taps to the tops of the protruding pieces, the areas that are closest to the light, the areas that will receive the most light, because once we get past the top, we start to move down and back, And those areas are all opposite to the side of the light. So it'll be less and less as we move down, as we move towards the back. And right now we're really just focusing on putting it exactly where that light hits. So you can kind of see how I'm moving through all of these different protrusions, combining them here and there for the sake of diversity. You don't want them all to protrude in the same way. Otherwise it'll look a little bit awkward. And something else we can do to make this look a lot better, which we're not going to do right now, but we will a little bit later in the painting, is we'll incorporate a shadow for underneath these protrusions, similar to what we did over here. It's not going to be as dramatic because the light is moving this way, but we will still have some of them. They're just going to be a bit more intentional, sharp, and also just less of them in general. So we are getting there. We're not there yet, but we are getting there. And they are, like on the other side, going to make a big difference in making this what we want it to be. Something else I want to do, which I'm really excited about, is add some vines and some moss, some additional greenery into the brick and the stonework back here. That'll be wonderful when we get to it. But for now, I'm really happy just tapping these highlights on. So from here, we are jumping back into another time lapse because we're doing a lot more of what we just did, and this is a process which can take another 10, 20, 30 minutes, depending upon how meticulous you want to be, how much layering you want to incorporate. But I'm just going in, adding those highlights to the left-hand side, to the tops of the protruding clusters, doing so with that liner brush as we do, and building it up in the way that we did the smaller bushes on the left-hand side. So far, I'm very, very happy with this, and despite the fact that the canvas is now fully covered, we have a lot yet to do. All right, now from there, we're going to get a little bit lower here, and we're going to start working on some of the shadows, which are, again, a collection of our burnt sienna, our cad red, a little bit of our cerulean blue, leans into the purple, but we don't want it to be too purple because we don't want it to be too saturated. Grab some extra Mars black, burnt sienna, just like so. And I'm going to look for the protrusions that we have in here, and I'll just add a little bit of that shadow underneath onto our brickwork. We're not doing too much of it. Here we have it up here, so we can just do a little bit down here. Subtlety with this is key. There we go. I think it's much more noticeable down there, but we essentially have these 4 protruding spots. We want to have a little bit more connective tissue. We can also have it showing through different portions of our foliage. So I might go back a little bit, incorporate it in there, incorporate it there, so it looks like not all of the foliage is as thick. And it also gives us connective pieces and tissue before we get to the next one. So a lot of different ways of kind of bringing these together. But once we have a good base like that, similarly to what we did over there, we're just going to make our brush and our mix nice and watery, like so. And then we can just soften the edges. Maybe do a little bit of finger painting. You know me. You know I'm a big fan. Just make sure when you do your finger painting that your hands are really clean. You don't want the oils from them creating areas that can't really adopt or work with paint. So just wash them well with soap beforehand, and you should be in a pretty good place. Also, once you've done so, you might feel like the edges of your greenery might be a little too rough, a little too intentional. So you can go back in and you can just tap on little pieces of greenery which do protrude out over the shadows. And that's typically a really easy way of making it feel natural at this angle. Because again, the light's coming down here. We're going to have these, and then underneath a lot of them, then we have our shadows. So, bonus little taps to ensure that it all fits together. And just like that, I think it's looking pretty good. Could we add a little bit more? Sure, but I don't think it needs much. I don't think it needs much at all. So stepping back, really big fan of how that's all looking now. I think it's nice and cohesive. However, what I think needs to be more cohesive is our connective tissue between these here and what we have through there. We need a lot more greenery. And while we have a lot of greenery here on our palette still, I'll grab a little bit of our green gold, Mars black, hint of our titanium white, just like so. I don't want it to be too dark because the shadows in the background aren't going to be so. So I'm looking for more of a mid to dark value green. We can darken it up later if we feel we need to. But I'm going to start incorporating little vines and foliage which are going to run up the side of our building here. And it's done through a lot of little taps. I know you're quite far away, intentionally so right now. I just want you to get an idea spatially of what this looks like. And we're just doing lots of taps, connecting pieces to others, having it run down the nice little roof there. And we're going to lose detail as we do this. Things are going to get a little more homogeneous, and that's okay. That is a-okay. The goal should really just be to render the best painting, and if that means taking out detail or covering up past areas, that's all right. So I think I like that so far. Just going to do a couple more little taps. Have it get lost in the background there. And then we're also going to take this and I'm going to apply it over portions of my roof. And I'll have those extend out over the brick here. Can work its way in between some of our shutters. Not shutters, our shingles, rather. It can be on the top, it can be on the bottom. We'll have it throughout, working from side to side, separating different areas, doing little patches. Hopefully you can see just how spatially spread a lot of this is. Again, trying to keep you at a distance so I can really jump around the canvas. Because I think it's that continued jump that keeps this looking really nice in the end. There we go. Maybe even a little bit on this edge. This is a really dark value for it, but we are going to go in with a highlight after. There we go. Like that. Far from done. And again, we did that just to show you spacing, how that should all work. Let's get you closer in this area. Not by too much, but a little bit. So, we're not applying any highlights yet. We're just going in with this green. You can see I'm working it in between the shingles, but also start applying it over some of them. We can have larger portions back here which are quite green, and I think that'll work well in the shadow. So lots of little taps that are just working in that direction of diagonally upwards. It's a good bonus texture. You can have some over here. You can see that I'm trying to not only move down, but to the left. As much spatial diversity as we can render, I will be happy with. And then we'll just do little pieces throughout. Doesn't need to be a lot in any one area. There we go. We do lose details as we do this, but we create more. And once we have bright greens in this, and we will have very bright greens, it'll blend into this really beautifully. And that's the ultimate goal. That said, we've applied quite a bit to the roofs. It doesn't just have to exist there. It can also exist over our windows. I think having it drape down can be a really nice touch for our windows. Just wait till we add highlights to this, it'll be really nice. And then it can work its way over little bits of our brick. Lots of taps. Just build that texture. And mix up a bit more right through here, because I want a good amount of it on this roof. This way we have a little bit of that greenery in every subject. Okay. Already loving that. Doesn't even have the highlights on it yet. Okay, and now from there, we'll take a step back. We'll grab our titanium white, our green gold, just like so, as we've done many a time before. Make sure it's nice and thin. And we can go back into our areas and start tapping on some highlight, which will be on the tops of these markings, but also move into the sides as well, especially the areas that are facing predominantly the left-hand side. But we'll start in the brightest point, and then we'll move our way towards the right in the painting. That way the pigment naturally dissipates as we move to the darker areas and we get those more semi-transparent markings. Let me move you a bit closer though so you can really see the detail work. So now we're nice and up close. You can see these individual little taps. I don't want to work into the shadows just yet because I think I want a bit of a darker green. This is just a little bit too bright, because the highlights that we have in there will be a different value, a different brightness than the ones that we have out here. So we're just going to do the brightest area first. Apply these beautiful, really beautiful highlights. All via taps. I'm not doing any real drags because I want these applications nice and sharp. And once I have that applied, I might go down and I might do these ones if I still have some pigment on my brush, if I still have some of this really bright pigment on my palette. But I don't want to start using it in these shadowy areas. I can get the edge of them like this. I think that looks nice. I think that's a solid transition from one to the next, like so. But we are going to be careful with how we proceed. So more taps, like so. No, I love that. Do some down here. You can see the canvas, the easel itself is really starting to shake. But that's okay. Still being nice and careful as we work our way around. And I'm going in with a very bright pigment. You can do a lot of additional layering, you can build it up. Doesn't have to be this bright from the beginning, from the onset. But I just thought, because these applications are so small and the area in which we render them is so tiny, that going in with that dramatic contrast initially was maybe partially all we'd be able to really see in the end. So I am going for a more stark contrast of the gate in a way that I haven't really before in this painting. But despite that, I think it's still working pretty well. Really love this detail around the window. I thought that was a lot of fun. There we go. So we've done a lot of the brighter areas. We'll mix up a bit of a darker variant, so still titanium white, still Mars black, just a little bit more Mars black. And it's not a bright pigment, it's not a dark pigment. It's more of a mid-value. Do a little test up here. And you know what? I think I can already tell it's still a little bit brighter than what I want this to be. So I'm just going to continue using it in some of those highlighted areas. Get that off the brush. We'll head back to our palette, make it even darker. And then I think we can move into the shadows and do a bit more. Same application, lots of little taps. And already I think this shows some good diversification and depth. We have a lot of this vine growing on the right hand side of our building. A lot to build on. This will make it look much more three-dimensional. I think for a little while there it looked a little 2D because it almost looked like a silhouette, but this is bringing that dimension back in very quickly. There we go. Not tricky. And quick. There we go. Let's get you a bit closer for this one. So just going ahead, moving down, grabbing more of that mid to dark value, applying this on the tops of the greenery that we'll have, but also, again, more so the left-hand side of it, because that's just where it predominantly is going to still get a bit of that reflective light. It's not a lot, but it's enough. And I do like to start towards the top on the left. I move my way towards the bottom and the right as I run out of pigment. And you can see that's what's happening right now. It's just getting darker and darker, more subtle. Occasionally I'll accidentally press a little too hard with my brush and I'll get this brighter pop, but that's okay. That's just something that's protruding to a greater degree. And we like that anyway. Beautiful in its own way. And this can kind of come down, meet this. Again, making it all feel very natural, flowy, cohesive. I'll do a couple little tapped highlights. If it gets a little too bright, then we go into the finger painting. But I think for the most part, this is great. kind of highlighting the edge of the chimney there. And then we can have it just roll around the edge of our roof. Beautiful. Detailed. And you know what? I think we can even do a little bit more over there with this. One of those things where you do a really good job in one area and you look back at another and you say, you know what, that could be a little bit better. That could have slightly more depth to it. That could have a more exact application. That's what we're doing. We're just going back, we're adding a sharper, more exact application to a couple of these areas and adding that extra layer of depth. A good application in one area of the painting really can impact the rest, just through relation and the eye. Seeing more potential. Now we also have this beautiful little corner, and I do need more pigment mixed, so I'm just trying to find where I might have some wet titanium white still on the palette there. Mix up just a little bit of that. And we'll come down here. This area is interesting in that it's not too bright, it's not too dark, it's kind of in this interesting middle ground. But it'll be darker than the highlights that we have here, that's for sure. And I'm applying it, for the most part, in little line taps that go this way. So following the edge of the roof for the most part. There we go. I'm going to make my brush slightly more damp. Really want tiny markings, especially this close to the foreground. That way they can be nice and distinct. You can see how sometimes we create little clusters. Sometimes we don't. Still aiming for diversity as a truly prevalent factor through these. There we go. Subtle, pretty. Let's go slightly brighter. Go in with another layer. Build up some highlights, not too many, but a little bit. Just get some bonus depth. And again, we don't want to overdo it, so that's probably close to where we should be. Good morning. Welcome to, I would say, day number 5 or 6. Still not sure what it is, but I think it is the final day. We have some coffee, opted for the spooky little spider mug today. Again, very much in that Halloween spirit. But today, we have a lot to do. It is the final day, but it is a busy day. We're going to start by re-sketching in all of the posts, all of the fences that were in the foreground. And if you have the traceable, then you can just copy that. But I did do a little bit more where we extended it into the background, and I also drew a couple very roughly, very lightly on the other side. You don't have to do these. They weren't included in the reference photo, but I thought it would just be a nice addition of some warmer hues in that more green area. So we are going to begin here today by working on those. We're going to start with a base layer, and that means we're going to head into our palette and do some mixing. Now our first mix of the day is going to be a dark base for our wood. And in the reference photo, the poles here are more of a metal, but I think a wood would look really nice and organic. And this color is a great start with a hint of titanium white. It's nice, it's thick, it's dark, it's earthy, it's not too saturated, and it's a great base. Now, as for the actual application process, I'm going to go in with, as you can see, the smaller flat-headed brush, and I'm going to do the edges of my posts first, simply because we don't want to press too hard with our brush and render something that just isn't nice and sharp. And when we have fresh pigment on our brush, we have our easiest time rendering something intentional and precise. So we start fairly simply, like that. You can see it's quite thin because of the amount of water that we have, and that's okay. We can always go in and do a second layer. Right now, we're really just trying to get our spacing correct in the painting. And we'll go back a number of these. You can see every time they get smaller as you move into the background. That really should be how it is. Not because the posts themselves are getting smaller, but because perspective is making them appear smaller. And then we can start working on these movements that connect them. Now, if we have a good amount of paint and a good amount of water, we can even drag it just like that. Typically, I'm against doing large drags when painting realism, because I think that it softens things in a way that isn't realistic, but occasionally it can work, and I think this is a subject where it does, especially if those little wobbles back and forth. Now we can have it kind of disappear in little areas of foliage, or we can just paint foliage over it again later, but we will want it kind of intertwining with that. And here you can see at the bottom it's kind of getting lost in this bush. We'll add some flowers to it in a bit, but right now it's just a nice little bush. Then we'll move on to this guy right here. And we'll make sure it's nice and thick. I have a lot of pigment on my brush right now, which is great for making the elongated marks, but it also makes it difficult to render very exact particular markings. So I'm trying to be careful. And I'll just take the excess off and I'll put it into pre-existing big spots. That way it all works out. And I might even make this just a little bit taller so that it protrudes past this connection point and it looks a little more unique. Then we'll get farther into the background and we'll do some taps here because I think it is too small to do the line without it becoming too big. So very small amount of pigment. And I like how that winds back. It's a good base layer. We need to add texture, we need to add light, but for now I think it's a great start. And from here, we're gonna head on over to the right hand side and do some more of it. But this is gonna be a little bit different in that more of it is going to be covered with foliage. So we'll just do like the top of a post right here, again bigger than this one, and then it'll get lost partially in the foliage, and then down below we'll see more of it, and then it'll get lost yet again in more of that foliage. So you can only see portions of it here, and I really like that look. Said we're not done. Do need that connective tissue, and with this, much like that post, I am going to have some of it get lost in this protruding foliage. And whenever the foliage really protrudes, that's when you can lose it. And whenever there's an area where it's just really dark, maybe in here, that's a great spot to include it because it means that there isn't a lot of foliage. It's a bit more inset and you can see through more. Now we will continue this into the background, continuing to get smaller, but occasionally still working through areas. Go in with the vertical application, another little connective piece, another vertical application, and it just brings us back in the painting. Nice and easy. And then they kind of connect, but it's a lot of depth and some great leading lines to bring you into where we want us to be. Now let's dry, add in a second application, and then we can build on it from there. Now here we are, second application, looking nice and thick. Okay, so we have a good base in there. We have some nice perspective, additional depth, and now you're going to build additional depth on the railings themselves by adding a little bit of texture, a little bit of highlight, and that does mean going back to the palette. Okay, from there, we do want more of a mid value, so I'm just going to interject some Naples yellow, burnt sienna, and you can see already we have this great, warm, saturated, earthy pigment. We can double down on it, make even a highlight if we want to start playing with that, and that's just a little bit more titanium white, a little bit more of the Naples yellow. And with both of these, I think we're really set up to render some beautiful, beautiful wood, which will complement the greens quite nicely. So we're going to start by grabbing some of that mid value, and I'm going to place it on the top of my railing here with the flat-headed brush. And I'm even going to bring it into the back of this one and just round it a little bit so that it looks like the wood is connecting into here. And it's just going to make it a bit more dimensional. Then I'll tap in some extra texture using the corner of the brush, and I'll allow that to dissipate as we work our way down. We can do the same right down here. And this is much more visually noticeable because it's closer. We can see it a little bit better. My markings are pretty watery at this point, just so I can get those initial clean lines. But here again, we're going to go down. We're applying it to the top because the light is coming this way. It's nice and subtle, but it's looking good so far. And if you can get it a little bit textured, you can get that tooth of the canvas showing through, it'll look even better. So, trying to do lots of rough taps. Then, we can't forget about these big guys. We're going to make the left-hand side of them a bit brighter. So vertical on the left-hand side, a little bit on the right, because the light's going to wrap around both sides, but it's more so going to be on the left. And then the top of it is this nice rounded cut. So we'll do the entirety of that in the highlight. Just like so. And then again, we bring it down, in between, at the bottom, a little bit on this side. Not much though. And we apply it to the top of this. Now we do also want to do these guys in the back. So we're going to be very subtle. But if we end up doing almost all of it in this highlight, that's okay. Because it is farther away, it'll have less contrast, and it can just be a little bit softer. But already, we didn't do much, but I think it's essentially enough. Now on this side, we're going to apply it more so again on that left-hand side of our posts. So I'll just start by making it easy, running this down, doing little taps and drags as we move towards the right, building that nice wood texture. There'll be less as we move into the background, so that's more of just a streak. And then we can grab a bit more. Again, I like to apply it to the top, but also the front, because the front is going to receive a good amount of light at this angle. It's a little bit different from over here, right? The perspective of it is different. So the bottom of it's still dark, the top of it's light, but not as bright as the center. And this is all still pretty subtle. We're not into the real highlights yet, we're just building it up slowly as we have other subjects. And I think this is the right way of having a lot of intentionality in your painting. Here you can see I'm just jumping around and adding more of it, but that's good. Let's get a little bit closer and work into our highlights. So now we'll grab some of that highlight. We're going to apply it to the tops here first, like so. We want to make sure that there isn't a darker edge. This is the edge. This will wrap around really nicely. Now it's so noticeable in a lovely way. And then we'll use that corner of our brush to just cut in a little bit of those protrusions, details, areas that stick out and catch more light. We can apply this to the side, like so. Even towards the bottom. Though I want more light on the top one than I do on the bottom one, because realistically it's just going to receive more light. And the top of our post here is also going to be quite bright. So that's a lot of corner work. And we're going to go up and brighten that again in a little bit, but we need to do it over steps and stages. I want this bright, but I don't want it to be as bright as that because it is really close to the corner of the painting, and I just don't want the viewer's eye to move off of the painting. So we're making that artistic liberty, which might not be wholly rooted in reality, but it does make the painting itself stronger. Very good. We'll move up here. More of that tap and drag. Again, we can do more of the drag through this section, but I want to get as much of the tap in as I can. And if we lose the majority of these in the back to the highlight, like last time, I am a-okay with it. Now I'll head on over here, yet again. This side that's facing the light gets the majority of the light. A little taps backwards. Not going to do too much initially. We'll do this to the tops and the sides. Just like so. When it gets to this water, it can also be a little bit difficult to render really sharp lines because they kind of bloom outwards. And if that's the case, we just take a little bit of water off of our brush. We go back in. But alrighty, I'm seeing a lot of additional dimension, and that's really the goal with these applications here. There we go. Apologies if there's a little bit of noise in the background. Trying to film during the day today and can be fun with the building in the back. But I think it's pretty good. There we go. Now we'll double down on making our bright mix even brighter. More Naples yellow, more titanium white, and we need more saturation in that as well. So the burnt sienna finds its way back in the mix. But it's brighter, it's more saturated, and it's ready for our next application. Now I'm going to be applying this with a liner brush, a little bit different, but I just want slightly more control as I move into these more bright highlights. Something that's just going to ensure that we do the applications that we want and we don't kind of veer off or make anything too big. Start expanding into an area we don't really want to expand into. And as you can tell, this isn't a lot brighter, but it is more saturated. It's more warm. And I think it's a great step in that bright direction for us. I might do a slight highlight underneath too once I start to run out of paint. And that's just so the light does wrap around not only the top, but the bottom of the wood as well. Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Just like so. As you run out of paint, we can even move into the back, interject that bonus texture. There we go. And we can't forget about these little guys towards the back. They're not as visually present, but they are going to adopt light, and we do need to make sure that they are well cared for as well. Moving on to the right hand side. More of that which we've come to expect. And at this point we're getting really good at it. I've had a lot of practice. It's becoming second nature. And while I really like it, I think we can get it to a point where the detail, the values, the contrasts, the highlights are very much akin to what we have in the street, in the little road. So we're going to continue bumping this up. Now this does have a lot of room for brightening, so we will grab that Naples yellow, as much bonus burnt sienna as we can. You can see that that is starting to dry, but it is okay. We do have enough. Double down on our titanium white, and you know what? This might be one of those situations where we actually just need a little bit more pigment on the palette. Sometimes I know when I started painting, I would just kind of grab as much as I could and say, oh, that's fine, that's enough. But realistically, our painting would be a lot better if we just get some extra pigment. So let's do that. There we go. Perfect. Now we'll take that, put it right back into our mix, and that is going to glow on what we already have. Beautiful. Now I'm actually going to start right over here. And as you can see, beautiful. Next to our greens, we have this warm reddish hue right next to our green. And they are complementary colors, red and green. They do make each other pop. So it made sense that they would work together. They most certainly do. You start to lose them a little bit in the distance. They kind of amalgamate into each other because the values are getting so similar. But that's really not a bad thing, because we want a lot of those colors in the background to amalgamate anyways. And this is looking good. Kind of doing all of the vertical lines right now. So with that, we're just going to continue adding some highlights. We're going to continue building it up, adding a little bit more titanium white to the mix each time. And if it ever gets too saturated, we just throw in a bit more of that burnt sienna. But really, this is just a process of letting the last layer dry, going in with that liner brush, a little bit of water, but not too much, and continuing to build that up. If you do too many of the lighter applications, don't worry, you can always go back in with the darker as well. Lots of little taps would do you well in these areas. And again, I feel like that's a good general rule. If you want a lot of detail, you go in and you tap a lot of those applications rather than making lines, even when it is a scenario where it does look like a line, and it will just kind of optically, subconsciously, subtly really build on the piece. But with that, I think I'm pretty happy with how the light is wrapping around the subjects, and I think we're in a good spot to move on to the next step. So there we have it. We have some good wood, some good texture. Hopefully the time lapses are making this a little bit more digestible. There is a lot of repetition when we are doing this much layering, and acrylics, they do lend themselves to layering. So with that, we are going to move on to the next step. That is actually a little bit more brickwork. I think we're going to have some in the foreground, continue to create layers of depth through subjects and various perspectives of them. We're going to do so in the top right hand side of the canvas, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Now we have this pseudo brick right here, here, but the top almost quarter of the painting void of it. So we're going to open up this area right here, make it into a bit of a wall where foliage has essentially grown over. We'll do an opening maybe here, maybe through here. I'm going to wing it a little bit, just work intuitively, but again, it'll just show little patches up in this area so that the eye can really bounce between multiple areas and just feels a bit more cohesive. Now, it's been a while since we've worked on brick, but we are going to begin with a burnt sienna base, a little bit of our cad red, not too much. Cad red is a lot stronger than burnt sienna. We want some Naples yellow, and that's quite saturated, so Mars black as well. I'll make it a very inconsistent mix so that some areas are a little bit more red, some areas are a little bit more brown, some more yellow. And now we have a good variety to choose from. I'll also have a bit of titanium white in there to desaturate and thicken. But I think this will be a really nice eclectic mix for brick in the foreground, which should be a little bit more saturated because we don't have as much atmospheric light. Now I'm going to go into this with the smaller flat-headed brush. And again, I'm looking for openings. Typically that'll be the darker areas that'll work the best, but we can go over the light ones if compositionally it just does work better. I'm going to make the edges pretty randomized. That way it does look like the brick that's showing through is just naturally kind of being grown around. And I don't want it to extend too far because we're imagining that there's a line behind this foliage, and we can't have the brick anywhere beyond where we can see through. So we're keeping it fairly to the right-hand side, like so. And we can paint foliage over this a little bit later too, but I think this is a nice, easy entry point. I'm going to take a couple of steps back, just make sure I like it. And I think this and this, shape-wise, are very similar, and we don't actually want that. We want one to be a lot bigger than the other, just for the sake of variety. So I might make this a little bit darker as we proceed, but we do want essentially 2 good layers of this. That way it's nice and thick. So we'll just let that dry, and then we'll head in with a second layer, maybe a third. But here you can see I'm being a little impatient. Didn't fully let it dry, but it dried a little bit. It dried enough. Now it's nice and thick. And I'll do that down here too, but we'll go over more of this one with foliage in a little bit. That's really, again, the beauty of acrylic. We can go in, we can try these things, and if we don't love them, we can just paint over it. Nice and easy. Now we'll render some shadows in the brick, and we'll just interject some additional Mars black into our mix, maybe a hint more titanium white, Naples yellow. We want it to be dark, not too dark, but darker, and we want it to be fairly spread out on our palette because we are going to pick it up with our dry fan brush, and we don't want too much paint on any one area of that brush. As noted, the brush is dry, so all of these bristles are individual, and we can make, probably 20, 30 markings rather than 5 or 6. Different applications, different needs with the fan brush, but I love this one because it is so versatile. Now we'll grab that new mixture with our fan brush, and we're just going to go in and do lots of little taps, create those speckles of dirt, but also just little indents in the brick that make it so that these areas don't catch light in the same way as the rest of it. This is just such an easy way of adding a lot of texture really quickly. Even as the pigment runs out, you get a varied texture, which is nice. It's not always going to be that dark. And I'm going to rotate my brush here and there just to continue to diversify as we do. Head back down here, just like that. Now we'll remix some of our grout pigment using our Naples yellow, titanium white, a little bit of our burnt sienna, and I would interject a hint of our Mars black, but my brush is a little bit diluted from what we had here, so it already has some Mars black in it, and I think this is a great starting point. Okay, and as for our application, I am going to go in with the smaller flat-headed brush, as you can see. Just create these nice little taps, still really trying not to go in for real line work, at least as far as dragging goes. And these can be a little bit thick because they are nice and close to us, but I am pressing relatively gently. And then for the actual vertical applications, we are going to switch our brush. We could do it with that same one, but I do prefer slightly using our liner for this. Now we're just going to create some separation in our brick. You can see that, just a little drags down from the top. I find it's a lot easier dragging down from the top than it is going from the bottom to the top. Just one of those interesting things we don't really think about, but does have a real impact. And very quickly, we can see this start to form and come together. Like that. Let's make our mix a little bit brighter with that liner. Just adding some extra titanium white, some extra Naples yellow. That means we essentially just have less Mars black and burnt sienna in it. And then we can go in and we can highlight some of the areas that are away from the edges. The edges are going to cast little bits of shadow, but the central portions are going to be brighter, so we can do these in the areas that aren't too close to the surrounding foliage. There we go. Don't want too much of it, but a little bit here and there can do wonders for the painting. Even stretching it around the corners and the edges. Doing our due diligence. Now we'll head back to the palette, grab some of our green gold, titanium white. Can mix up a nice brighter mix with just a hint of Mars black. But we can also mix up a nice darker mix with quite a bit of Mars black, titanium white, and we can apply some extra greenery around our brick. So the areas that are closest to it, I'm going to go in with a bit of a darker mix. That one that you saw that we mixed that has a bit more Mars black than anything else. And I'll just do a little bit of crossover leaves that kind of protrude out into the inside of these new openings. And this is just going to make it feel like it fits a little bit more naturally. We can also bring these new applications and values into the rest of our green. That way they feel cohesive, just in case the value is a little bit different than anything we've used previously. We can create more little holes for the sake of visual diversity and just making it nice and natural. But I think very quickly this is a valuable technique. Like so. Though through this we probably end up doing a lot of darker applications, and there will be areas of light that pop out. So for that we will grab our brighter mix and we'll go in and we'll just do a couple more taps around there. Maybe the areas on the edge which can catch a bit more light. And just like that we have some bonus dimension, detail, and a cohesive amount of brick. And then we're going to head back to the palette and we'll mix up a darker variant of the brick that we had, even the dark little impressions that we had. So I'm using some cerulean blue, a little bit of Mars black, titanium white. You can see it's a little bit cooler as well, and this would be great for the shadows that all of that foliage casts. Now I'm really going to thin this with quite a bit of water because we want this to go on like a wash for the most part, and I'm just going to almost trace around a lot of these edges because all of these little protrusions will leave individual impressions in the actual space. I might also double down a little bit more of that cerulean blue, but not too much. It's one of those things where a balance is so important, and we just take our time and we get there, little tweaks and whatnot. You can also soften things with your finger. But I think that was off to a bit of a rough start, admittedly. I think we're getting there. Just keep trying until you make it work. Got a bit more water on my brush. Go back in, continue to thin. And we can even mix up a little bit of a brighter pigment for our brick. So lots of burnt sienna in this. And in the middle of our brick, we can do some extra highlights. The areas that are away from the shadow. And this is going to personify how dramatic that shadow is. So you can have a soft shadow, you can have a dramatic shadow. There isn't really a right or wrong, it's just what you want to do with it. And once that's applied, you may want to go back in with, yet again, that nice grout pigment. Boost those values in the center, because when we go in with that shadow and we move it around with our finger, sometimes it does go over the areas that we do want to be a lot brighter. And there are quite a few of those. So we're just going to tap those in Might even do a little hint in the shadows through taps rather than doing an entire area. It just kind of gives that hint of light. And I think that actually looks like a really nice subtle application. So again, I think that actually looks pretty great. Now we're going to continue on that right-hand side. We're going to interject some trees and some little branches moving upwards. It'll connect the wood that we have in the bottom of the canvas with more of the top. It'll just feel a bit more cohesive, and it'll be some really fun detail work. So we're going to head back to the palette, mix up a couple browns, and jump back into the canvas. Now we have a lot of browns on here, so we're pretty used to making these mixes, but I am going to do a relatively dark one, just like this, and then we'll just head over to the right hand side. We'll grab more of our burnt sienna, more of our titanium white, mix up this relatively initially desaturated brown, but this will be a great mid value, which looks like it has a good amount of shadow on it. Where there are areas without shadow, we can add a highlight, but for now, this is a great base. So we want to begin with a relatively small tree. I'm going in with the flat-headed brush, and we're just working this through the openings. And when I say the openings, I mean the areas that are a lot darker in general, because these highlights, they're protruding, they're really close to us, and we want the areas that are a bit more inset for the most part. So you can see that I'm just kind of following my openings. There isn't a sketch for this because it will be different for everybody, because we'll all have different openings in our painting. And once I have that established, I might double down, make these applications a little bit more thick. You know, it is acrylics, we should go back and do that. And then I will switch my brush to the little liner. We'll grab more of it, and we'll continue working our way up in the canvas, having these little protrusions that go off in their own direction. And then we can finally have that branch emerge more towards the top. We can do a lot of emerging branches, but we want to be really careful with it, just because this is going to be very visually dramatic. So we start with just a couple, then we can have some of these branches lead back in. Need a bit more water on my brush because we do need it to be extra delicate. And if it's a little too stark in one area or another, that's honestly okay. We can go back over it with greenery in a soon-to-be application. But here you can see we're still just using that darker pigment, working our way up and initiating a lot of really tiny little branches. Sometimes it's just a tap for a branch, sometimes it's an elongated marking, but regardless, we want a good amount of diversity. And then once we have that, we're going to head over to our lighter pigment and do that on the left-hand side of it. You can tell that it's unbelievably dark and similar, and that for our first application is just what we wanted. It just interjects a little bit more hue, makes it a bit more warm, makes it a bit more organic. It'll be more noticeable as we get towards the bottom, because these areas are just bigger, so we have more room for the actual paint, and when we apply the paint in larger amounts, we see the hue to a greater degree. It's a lot like our other wood. We start on the area that's receiving the most light, so the left-hand side, and we do little taps and drags into the right as we expand it. Nice and simple. Now we'll just grab a little bit more titanium white, maybe a hint of our Naples yellow, hint of our burnt sienna, and we'll go in with this new highlight. Now we want to be really careful with this because it will be extremely bright against the darker shadows in the back, and we don't want it to be too dramatic. So we're going to just go in with the slightest little taps, fairly watery mixture, applying some highlights to the tops of these more horizontal branches, but not applying a lot of it. And I'm trying to, for the most part, actually layer on top of my previous mixtures, which makes this slightly darker because acrylics are so thin. We're using water. That darker layer will show through. But this is a really quick, easy way of adding more vertical movements into the painting, while also interjecting more wood, which looks cohesive with our railings for a walkway, and just bringing it all together. Really like it towards the bottom. I think those are nice, noticeable highlights. Again, lots of taps as we get into the middle. Little drags as you run out of paint. And I think that's a solid application. You can go over it a couple more times if you want to. You can add more little bits of greenery on top of it if you want to. But I think I'm actually pretty happy with how this turned out. Looks nice and lively. Now, I've been looking at the roof, and I think it's looking fairly similar to a lot of our brickwork, and I'd like to make it a little bit more cool. So we're going to do a bit of a wash, cerulean blue, and we're just going to differentiate it a little bit. Now, for the mix, again, cerulean blue is the key, but we do want it to be cohesive, so getting some of that burnt sienna in there as well. And we don't want it to be too saturated, so Mars black, titanium white, not too much because we don't want to make it too thick, and we will really thin it out with some water, but I think with just a hint more burnt sienna, this is our pigment. So we're actually going to go in here with not the larger flathead but the smaller one, because I don't want to go over all of the green foliage that we have. I want to be careful with that. So we're going to dodge those areas, those highlights, and you don't have to do this step. This is really just if you want your roof to be a little bit different hue-wise from the brick, and maybe when you did your first mix you did make it different, but I think mine was just a little bit too similar. So now we're going back in, and I think the real beauty of this step is it just goes to show you that even if you have that pigment applied, even if you've chosen a color, even if you've done it all, you can go back, you can edit, and you can continue crafting it into what you really want it to be. So just like that, I think it's a bit more interesting. Still brighter than what we have over there, still brighter than what we have over there, but definitely helps each element stand out as its own unique subject now. And I like that a lot. There we go. Now we're going to do some fun little additions on the top of our roof to just make it a bit more unique. Now for this, I want a gray, fairly dark gray, but I also want a mid-value gray. So we'll start by mixing said mid-value gray. I'll interject some burnt sienna into it. Then we're going to make our darker gray, so more Mars black than titanium white, though we are still using titanium white. And in this, I want burnt sienna. So the brighter mixture has the burnt sienna, and the darker mixture has a cerulean blue. But this will be two great colors for some iron on top of our roof. So we're going to start here on the smaller of the two roofs. I'm going to take my flat-headed brush and very delicately, very intentionally, I'm just going to drop in a little bit of a line, at least the start of one. That's going to make sure that it's fairly straight. Then we're going to switch on over to our liner brush. We'll grab a bit more of that darker pigment. We'll head on up and we'll work that down. Might not be absolutely perfect, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. It's one of those things where it is also human-made and it will have its unique intricacies. We'll add some fun little cylindrical, maybe spherical elements to it. Maybe make it a little bit higher. Want it to be the smallest at the top, and then it progressively gets bigger as we move towards the bottom. And I try to go in as small as I possibly can to begin with, and then I make it wider as we go. Just like that. Have it kind of wrap around the top of the roof. Then we'll go in and we'll grab our warmer pigment. Apply that on the left-hand side. That way it's less silhouetted. Has multiple hues going on at the same time. Might interject a little bit of titanium white into that mix, that warmer mix. And now we can just do a little bit of reflected light on that iron. Just like that. Comes together so quickly. Might need a wash to be a little bit less dramatic, but I think I'm fairly happy with it. There we go. Okay, so stepping back, I think we need to add a little bit more titanium white into our bright mix. I'm going to add that on the side. That again is receiving light. And I'm just continuously brightening it until the shadows and the highlights match that of the roof right beside it. So yet again, more titanium white. I know it looks like there's a lot on my brush, and there's a good amount, but it's not going to be as prominent on the painting as it is on my brush or on the palette, because we are mixing into a darker mix on the actual canvas. And that's diluting the brightness, softening it. It's making it so our applications are a bit less dramatic. So far, I think it's pretty good, but we're going to now make it nice and cohesive with everything. We'll grab some of our green gold, Mars black, hint of our titanium white, just like so. And then we'll continue a lot of the greenery that we had on here. And we'll start wrapping it up this. And this is where it starts to look really good. We want to make it cohesive. We want to make it fit. It's a good excuse to have the moss kind of continuing to run in unique ways. But now we need the highlight for it, so titanium white, green gold, a little bit of that Mars black. We can brighten it progressively. And now we have a mid value in our greens. See, and it's not just a gray when we paint these types of things. It's blues, it's burnt siennas, it's greens. It's all amalgamating to something pretty neat in our painting. Let's get you a little bit closer for the final touches. Okay, so heading back in, more highlight. Right hand side is still dark, left hand side is adopting this nice lighter tap. It's still wet, so I'm getting a wet into wet blend, which is making this less dramatic than it could be. And we could make it very dramatic. We also don't have to. I think I want to live with this for a little bit, see if I like it, and then maybe we add some extra highlight a little bit later. Now yet again, we're going to head to the very top. Going to do a tap with the flat-headed brush. Just give myself a guide. You can also use the traceable again, up over on Patreon. Should help make a lot of this nice and easy. if you struggle with the drawing process and you just kind of want to do the painting. It's also worth noting that if you're new here and this is your first video up over on Patreon, you can get the ad-free version of these videos, so you don't have to watch all of the breaks. And you can get over 100 bonus episodes, some of which are very detailed on big 24 by 36 inch canvases rather than this little guy. That's something that we might spend 20 hours on and break down into multiple episodes. And it's a fun place to be. We also have a great community up over on Facebook, private Facebook group you can get access to when you subscribe on Patreon. And you can also get my ebooks, which includes Acrylics for Beginners, which is essentially the essentials. Everything you need to know about acrylic painting before you jump into your first acrylic painting. We have cityscapes up there. A lot of neat stuff. It's also just a great way to support the channel if you really like the lessons and you kind of want to give back. Though, and this is important, no worries if you can't. Totally understand. It really is wonderful, and I'm grateful when it happens, but I know not everybody is in that position, and I respect it. I appreciate that you're here making art with me, keeping acrylic and traditional painting alive in the way that we do. Love these mediums, and it's always just an honor to be here and teach in the way that we do. So, thank you for being here. Regardless, I hope you feel like you're learning a lot and enjoying the lesson. I always try to make these informative so that not only do you learn how to paint this subject, but a lot of subjects in the future. So next time you think about, oh, how do I paint brick? You'll have a good grasp. You'll have some good practice. You'll have a couple of different techniques you can try. That's always the goal with these. And I hope today, again, you feel like that was very much a case. Oh, I like that one. I think that's looking really nice. I think we might let it dry before we go in and we add the next layer of greenery. In the meantime, I'm just going to head over here and I'll do another little one in the background. You can't really see it as well because it's farther back on the roof. It's also a little bit softer value-wise because it is farther away. But now we have 3 of them and I think it'll just feel really cohesive as a whole. Okay, so this is just about dry to the touch. And I'm going to interject a little bit of extra burnt sienna, Naples yellow, and titanium white into our brighter mix, because we have this beautiful highlight right here on the top, and I want to incorporate hints of that into the areas that'll really catch a lot of light and shine. And we can add the greenery and the foliage to it, but I think this is also very necessary to give it depth, but also connect it to the rest of our painting. I think it's one of those things where this is a relatively unusual subject, so to make it look natural, we have to really work to make it work in the space. We can do just a hint to the one back there. And then once we have that, then we're back to our green, our Mars black, our nice greenery on top of it. I'm going to have it predominantly towards the back, like so. We want thin little applications. And this is also going to bring some beautiful greenery up into the top of the painting in the center in the way that we do over here, so it'll feel a little bit more cohesive. It'll fit in with the rest nicely. And we can bring that into the roof itself. Little details, but they make a big difference. Okay, so I actually really like that. I think that it builds this really unique hierarchy. I think it makes it much more interesting. And we're going to move along for a minute back down to the walkway. The railings that we created, I love them. I also forgot that they cast a shadow on the foliage and the walkway itself. So we're going to head back down there. We're going to do another wash, make that feel a bit more cohesive. It's a word you've heard me say 800 times in this lesson, and you'll probably hear it 800 more because it is so important when you are working with this many subjects, this many palettes, this many textures, and trying to put them together in a way that really works. So back to the palette, back to a wash, and back to a couple fairly subtle shadows. Now, typically I don't like to mix with the liner brush, but where you're just using so little pigment here that it's okay. We're going with mostly green gold, Mars black, titanium white. We'll make this very watery, and we'll head back in to the foliage. So going into this, I know the light's going this way, which means the shadow from this is also going down that way. So this is just a very watery mixture. And as you can see, we now have a line. We'll have another line. We'll have another one right back here, right back here. One's in the distance. I'm going to soften with my finger pretty quickly because we don't want it to be too dramatic. And then we also have these connective pieces, and that's also just done in that same way. Might soften it a little bit, and need a bit more water. Like so. So we can still see the detail in the foliage. It's just a little bit darker. Doing a second line for this guy. It's going to be softer because it's less harsh, because this is farther away from the ground than this is to this. The farther away a shadow is, the softer it'll be in general. Then we can do a little bit back here. So this will cast a shadow on the foliage right down here. This right behind it. Then we have our little lines. You can barely see them. But there we go. That one's much easier, but I like that. All right, so I love it, and I intended to finish today. We're not going to finish today. We've lost almost all of our natural light, and I think given like 2 hours tomorrow, I can clean it up. I want to dedicate the majority of tomorrow to editing. I think putting this guy together will probably take 8-9 hours of editing, and maybe we throw a couple hours of painting and we get it done. It'll be a big day, but it'll be a rewarding day. And I hope you're enjoying the video. If you're watching the video, it means we did it. It means we shot it, we edited it. Up Saturday morning, we can all feel great. Wish us luck, but I think we can do it. And I think we can have a lot of fun with it. So tomorrow, we finish, we edit, and we get it ready for you. I hope you enjoy. Good morning. Welcome to the final morning of this painting, definitively. It's Friday. The video is going up tomorrow morning. So I've got some painting to do. I've got some editing to do. And waking up, I'm just really excited about it. We're going to do some flowers today. We're going to do an additional window, maybe some smoke coming out of the chimney. Lots of great details that'll really build it into something that feels natural. And again, I'm just excited to get started. So let's put down the coffee, pick up the palette, and get mixing because we're painting some roses. Now, with our roses, I think it's intuitive. We grab some of our Cad Red. I'm also going to grab about an equal mixture of our burnt sienna. This is going to make it a little bit more earthy. And it's quite saturated. So Mars black, just like so, still very saturated. Titanium white, that with the Mars black will gray it down a little bit. Already, I like it a lot, but we're mixing a base and we need the base to be dark, organic. So a little bit more burnt sienna, a little bit more Mars black. You know, maybe I do interject a bit more cad red. I think this will be beautiful. It's rich enough, it's not overly saturated, it looks good with the rest of our palette, and that's a good way of seeing if a new subject will work on the painting. Does it look good on the palette? And this does. So, I think we'll switch brushes, head into the canvas. As for the actual application, we are switching to the liner. Did consider the smaller flathead, but I think we want the extra detail. Here, we'll grab a good amount of that pigment. We want to build the base, and the base does need to be fairly thick. And I did draw this in the initial sketch and on the traceable, so if you're working with that, it should be pretty intuitive. I'm going to apply these fresh here. And the ones that are closest to us, like this, are going to be a lot bigger. As we move maybe down and up, we'll get a little bit smaller with it, because we're getting farther away from us and perspective is just making them look a little bit more tiny. They'll really stand out when we get closer to the edges because we're against this really bright backdrop, and I like that. But we can't just put them out here, otherwise they don't look cohesive in the rest of the painting. So now that I did the ones that I really wanted to do, maybe we'll work our way back in there and do a couple. Next to the brick, it looks great. But again, the ones up here, smaller than the ones that we have down here. And the ones that we have down here, we should continue to expand upon. Maybe we'll have two like right on top of each other. I think that's nice diversity in shape and form. We still want a lot of that diversity in these. Can do a smaller one. And I don't want to overdo this, so I'm going at it fairly slow. Again, I liked what we had in the traceable, and I think that's the correct amount and the correct placements. So if you're working with that, I think it's easy, but if you're just sketching it like I am, as we go, take it slow. And I was thinking about doing different flowers down here, but I really like the look of these. And I think I'm good to double down. Here we'll have one kind of on top of the wood. Maybe we'll also do some in the distance here, kind of running up this spot. And I think if they kind of found their way onto this spire, it could be really pretty. There we go. Oh yeah, already it's so beautiful and romantic, and I love the hints of red next to the greens. That's beautiful. Glad we did that. It was a bold move because we have a lot of light in there, but I think it worked out. And then I'll do a couple more down towards the bottom, and maybe we get you a bit closer as we work on the tiny ones. Now, I know you were fairly far away in the last clip, but that really was intentional. These applications, as you'll see here, are just little blotting markings. There isn't a lot of detail or intricacy. It's just a little bit of a tap and a drag. Sometimes there isn't even a drag, it's just a tap. And we can see they're getting smaller and smaller as we get into the background. That's giving us a greater sense of depth. And I'm going to go over them a couple of times just because we don't want it to look too thin. Despite the fact that it's small, doesn't mean that it's going to be not opaque. And we can also do a couple more, I think, on the wood here. We could do little vines on it, really build that up, be something unique and interesting. And again, when we're getting really close to us, these get a lot bigger. And then you can kind of see form. Then maybe it's a little bit tapered at the bottom and the top expands. There are a lot of different flowers in the reference photo, but I think we already have such a complex piece. I don't want to overcomplicate it, and I can really like the look of these. So I think this is all we need for our flowers. That said, we do have some over there in the distance, and this was done because I wanted there to be that cohesion between both sides. We do need to show that these exist in the background. They can grow on vine that's covering the wood as well, but I'm not going to do that many on this side because I don't want to overdo it. We need some to show that it's cohesive and it makes sense, but not too many. I think that's probably pretty perfect. You know, actually, I thought we were done with the roses, but I was talking to my partner in between shots, and she mentioned very brilliantly that we could throw some extra roses back into here. And what's great about this is that it's going to draw the eye into the middle of the painting and give us some additional leading focus. So I'm just going to tap little dots. These are so far away, we're not really going to see them. We're just going to have the impression of them. There we go. And I think we'll add a window here, so we'll probably go back and add some through that area. And because of that, I'll just apply some here. I don't know how much sense it makes that there is roses growing on different vines and things of that nature like this, but maybe they're not roses. Maybe there's something that just looks a lot like roses that can climb in such a way. You know? You also don't have to paint red ones. You can take a lot of artistic liberties and just have fun with it. Not really a right or wrong at this point. Again, I really like the red on the roofs because it's a darker pigment. I think it just works really well. So I guess I'm expanding a little bit more. Question is, do we do one on here? We might do one. There we go. And by one I mean 3. Because odd numbers are typically better in paintings. If we don't like it, we can paint over it. Okay, just like that, we have a very solid base layer. I think from here, we mix a mid value, we continue building those highlights on it, and we really bring these to life. Now, we don't want this to get too bright or saturated too quickly, and I'm going to mix into our previous mix, but little amounts of our cad red and our titanium white. And already I think that's perfect. It's subtle, it's not too saturated, but it's still warm and earthy. That's the color. Now, because the light's moving this way, the top and left-hand side of these is going to get the highlight. And we're going to do this in a couple of ways. One, these are larger, so we will actually see the head of the rose. And that means we're going to do this little spiral effect when we feel like we can see inside of it. When we don't, and we're just seeing a side profile, we're just doing the top and the left-hand side. This one I feel like we can see inside, so I'm going to go around it, a little spiral, we'll go into it, and we're back out. Right now, these don't have a lot of visual variance, our last pigment and this one, and that is what we want. I think it's so easy to go in with a bright pink when you do roses, but if we did that, we would very quickly lose a lot of opportunity for depth and realism. So we're taking our time. We can go back over pre-existing areas and build them up. You can see second layer is going to be brighter because we're building on a brighter base. And then as you move into the smaller ones, this is really just a little tap here and there. And this is so cathartic. We already know what we're doing, we know where we're doing it. We're just going in, we're kind of fulfilling highlight. With these ones at the bottom, I might just do the tops of them, not the left-hand side, because at this point the left-hand side isn't really facing the light in the same way. Always need to be aware of dimensionally where your subject is in relation to the light. We're just moving down, finishing off these little roses, and then we'll head back up into this distance. And these are so small that we can't really see them, at least a variance of shade and value, but I'm going to apply this over them because we want these to look a little bit softer anyway. Now these ones are in the shadow, so they should probably remain darker. You could do a hint of it with like a very watery mix because that'll dry darker and then you'll have variance, but it'll be unbelievably subtle, and that's what we're doing here. I'm using more water on my brush than paint for the shadow side. But then we'll grab more actual paint as we move into this side. I need to go back and grab a little bit more. Can barely tell with these mixes, but again, it does add up and it does matter. I'm going to be unbelievably careful up here. Okay. Once we get this done, we're heading back to our palette and we are getting just a little bit brighter. And don't forget about the ones over here to our other roof. They need highlight too. Now, again, we're just making it brighter, so bonus titanium white. Get a good mix across here, and if we have variance in our reds and our pinks, that's actually great because we don't want all of our roses to look exactly the same. Some of them can be a little bit more red heavy, some can be a little bit more pink heavy, some can be a little more burnt sienna heavy. Variance is wonderful. Now, yet again, we're going to start over here on the right hand side, and I'm continuously doing so because these are the most important flowers. These show up to the greatest degree. Here you can see we're really working on that middle area, that spiral. And this has a lot of room to get brighter, a lot of room to get more saturated. So we're still going in with subtlety and very intentionally so. But I love these highlights in relation to the greens that we have. I think it's really pretty. Here, already going over some as they start to dry. Doubling down on the areas that we like. I'm not going to bring these highlights too far back because I don't want the eye to trail off of the edge of the painting. Now as we get down here, I might go with one of the slightly darker mixes just because these aren't going to get as much light. They still need highlight, but they don't need as much as those. And if you feel like there are certain ones that might protrude a little bit more like this, then you can go in with a slightly brighter highlight. But we want to be selective and intentional. This is on the post, so I think it'll get a bit more light. That's kind of in the shadow, so it'll get less. These down here will get a lot, much like the greenery that's adjacent to them, and that's a good way of kind of figuring things out. The areas around it, do they have a lot of light? The answer is yes, then you should probably go with the lighter of the mixes for your roses. You can see the top of this one. It's close to us. It's big. I love painting these. Maybe we should do some more floral work on the channel. I feel like there's a lot of watercolor paintings about flowers on here, but YouTube doesn't have too many in-depth flower acrylic lessons. Maybe that'd be fun. I'm definitely in a bit of an architecture kick right now though. Very much enjoying just painting brick and stone. I think I want to do a cityscape soon. Those of you who are unaware, we live downtown Toronto, so there's a lot of beautiful cityscapes. Always just snapping pictures on the phone and getting little reference photos. The thing is, they just take so long to paint. It's one of those things where if we do it, we're probably committing to like a 4 or 5 hour video, which probably takes 2-3 weeks to do. But I mean, this one's probably going to be a very long video as well. So at this point, maybe we're just in that era of committing to the long ones, and maybe that's fun. I've always tried to progressively make the videos on this channel get a little bit longer, a little bit more advanced. You know, it's one of those things where I started off the channel with the 10-minute paintings, and there were these really quick, great entry points, I think, into painting, and that was very much the intention with them. And then we moved to the hour-long videos, called that the hour-long lesson series. And that evolved into 2 3-hour videos, and occasionally 4. But I feel like when we paint architecture, we're very much accepting that we're jumping into that very long category. And I love that. I love really investing time into paintings. I think this is looking great. I think it's looking really great. I just get happier and happier with it. So from here, we are going to do even more of a highlight. That means more titanium white, more cad red. The cad red will saturate it. I think it is okay to use those really saturated cad reds, especially in the foreground. As we move into the background, we want to desaturate it a little bit. We do have all that atmospheric light, but for that entry point into the painting, the piece that really catches the viewer's eye and gets them to walk down that path, I think we do more of the cad red there, and we do further define those petals, especially in the foreground. So let's head back into the palette and get to it. So the next step in the mix is an easy one, and you guessed it, it's cad red and titanium white. Just like that, so much brighter than anything else we have. And we might mix a slightly less bright saturated version over here to the left, and this is for distant areas. There's not a dramatic change between these two. This just has some burnt sienna in it, but here this is for the foreground because that's where things pop, and that's where we really want the viewer to get drawn in. So we are yet again in the area of my favorite flowers, the ones in the foreground, the detailed ones. That said, I don't know that we've talked a lot about it, but in between, every time I go back to my palette, I make my brush a little bit damp and I wipe off the water. And I do that to keep my applications tight and sharp. The negative is that, again, it really thins my pigment, so I have to do a lot of layering. But with a subject like this, you want that layering anyway because it will build depth, but also we've done a lot of work in this painting. We've spent hours and hours, we've built it up, we have all these subjects we adore, and we don't want to kind of hinder it this late in the game. So by doing all of the layers, we are a lot safer in ensuring that it looks the way we actually want it to. Just doing hints in the shadows there, where ones like this that are really protruding can have a lot more. Kind of work our way up. I like that. I like that a lot. And there's still room to build. We're not done. It's also worth noting that this looks brighter upon initial application than it does when it actually dries. And I think that's important to note because initially this looks maybe even a little bit too saturated, but we are using a lot of water that is going to nullify that not only value but saturation. So it's okay. Now, again, I want to be careful with this highlight in the background because we want it to progressively change, but I think at this point, I'll just do a couple little taps here and there that we have a progression. I'm going to switch my mix on over to the one on the left-hand side, and I'll just make that a bit more wet. And with this, we'll head into the backing roses. Just little taps. They're so far away, we're not really going to see the detail, but we will get some variation of value. There we go. Love that. Nice and easy. Now I'm going in with a very, very watery mix and just tapping on the smallest details to these roses in the shadows. And right now, when wet, it's definitely too bright and saturated, but because there's so much water, as it dries, it'll get softer and then it'll be what we want. Right now, this is not it, but it will be in 2 to 3 minutes with no additional work. And we love that. Here's a nice little collection. Maybe there's a real rose bush or whatever flower this may be towards the bottom. Now yet again, we'll throw in some extra titanium white. We'll leave the initial mixture on the side so we can kind of compare and contrast, but this is still saturated despite being as titanium white as it is, and this might be our final highlight for the foreground. Okay, so now, yet again, going in with the highlight, and I wanted you to be a bit farther back in this one because we are at the point where we should start to be able to see it from a distance. All of the other layers, almost unnoticeable, highlight-wise, from that far back. But now, this is so dramatic that even the far shots should work well. There we go. It's looking really pretty. Just a hint on the edge, remember? And because this is so bright, I don't know that I'm going to do it in that many. I think this is more of a, we give it a try, we take a step back, and we give it an honest look and assertion. Maybe just a hint more on the other side. Like so. Be careful not to highlight the ones that are in shadows. And maybe this is kind of breaking the rules because we won't see that much variance this far away, but I think I want a little bit more of a highlight on the ones up here and up here. So I do want the eye to really appreciate these. Again, you take artistic liberties here and there for the sake of the painting, and that's what we're doing. Just going in here and doing a bonus flower or two. Wanted a bigger one on the left-hand side so that we could essentially balance the painting a little bit better. Building up those highlights as we did, but I'm doing it a little bit more quickly because we're only working on 2 roses, not 50. So we're doing more wet into wet, but I like it. It's a little less sharp, but I don't want it to stand out too much anyway. There we go. I think that's pretty. I think that's very pretty. So we have a lot of really nice flowers, but it's time to really integrate them into the scene. We're going to do that by creating a bit of shadow, a bit of depth, much like we did with the railings along the walkway. We just have that subtle shadow, and it's going to really allow them to pop, but also feel like they are a part of the larger bushes and everything else in the piece. So as for these shadows, it's mostly over green. So we're going to grab some of our green gold here, our Mars black, because we need it to be darker, titanium white, and I want it to be a bit more saturated, so I'll double down on my green. I think that's pretty perfect. Maybe a hint of blue, because it is a shadow, we want it to be cool, but not too much at all. Now we're going to take our liner brush in a very watery mix. And you can see underneath all of these, we're just going to paint this darker shadow right behind them. Like so. We could go a little bit darker, but I think we start with something that isn't too dramatic, just in case. We can always make it darker. It's a lot easier to make darker than it is lighter, just because acrylics, you can always see that layer underneath. There we go. I also like to make it darkest right behind the flower, and then I let it dissipate as we move towards the other side. That just gives us a little bit of extra depth. And the light, again, is coming from the left. So we're always adding the shadow to the right-hand side or the bottom. Sometimes this might even look like a little leaf, and that can be nice too. There we go. And again, we can't forget about the bottom here. We have a lot of shadow already, and you can see these are just not brighter because they are in shadow as a whole, but the ones that are brighter, they will cast shadows. And we can even have a little bit on the wood here. It's a bit of a green shadow on the wood, but because the wood's organic, I think it's fine. We could also go in with a burnt sienna if you wanted to, but I think this works quite all right. And then we're not really going to have a lot of shadow up here because it's just so far away, but we can have hints of it, just little bits. I don't want to do the real background because that's at a real distance. Now we can also grab a hint more Mars black, work that into our mix. And from there, we can even do little vines that, much like our branches, can create leading lines and just bonus little details and textures which you wouldn't have seen or noticed otherwise. And these are meant to be extremely subtle. We don't want them to be darker than any other dark values, but we do want them to be able to be, when looked for, found. A lot of them we want to be vertical, but you can see that I'm also doing a lot of diagonal ones. And I think that we can combine some here and there. I have you quite far away, and very intentionally, because I want you to see just how subtle it is. We're really not doing a lot with this. Here I'll have these kind of wrapping around our flowers. We can have them further wrapping around parts of our log railing. I think that'll be a fun detail. Just ideas I had later in the painting. We don't want them too far away because you don't really see them. We might have a hint of it back up here. Just slight touches. I think that looks pretty good. From here, we are going to mix up a highlight, and we can build on these in a very natural, organic way. Now we have our dark green, and we don't want a bright green, but we do want a green that's brighter. So I'll just add some green gold, titanium white. That might be a little too bright. Hit more Mars black. And this is beautiful. It's rich, but when it's applied over the darker base, which we have, it will be darker. So it won't be as extreme, but when we want to build it up, we'll have this really beautiful thick pigment. Now as for application, yet again, going in with a liner is definitely the most reliable in this setting. We're going to run this down the outskirts of it. That way we still have that darker lip in the area that's opposite to where the light is. So we're going to paint it on the top of this one, like so. And then I'm going to keep it more so on that left-hand side, and then it's going to transition to the middle. Kind of how this started on the top, and then it went to that right-hand side, and then it moved more towards the middle. This one, again, top. It's wrapping around. Comes out the other side. Maybe we have a little leaf here and there. Bonus detail. Start on the top, head down, kind of gets in the center. We lose it where it gets really dark in the middle. And then towards the bottom, it comes out again because that area has a light. And we'll just have it dissipate as we move towards the bottom. So probably a little difficult to see, admittedly, but it's that subtle. And we want it to be so. We can even do another little one around. Did quite a few of these. We don't have to do it to all of them, but we can also take a little bit of extra titanium white, work that in. And then for, again, the tops, we can do little bits of bonus tap. Trying to be very careful and intentional with it. Now we have 3 layers. We have our shadow, we have our mid value, we have our highlight. Okay, so at this point, very happy. However, had a new idea. Thinking about throwing a window into the middle wall section just to give the eye something to latch onto as it does move into the middle of the painting, and I'll show you what I mean, but let's jump into the canvas. So I'm thinking we do the window right about here, and I like that because it creates this nice little hierarchy down through there. It connects the blues that we have in our other windows. It's also a new shape. It's also, again, towards the middle of the canvas, so when the eye goes up here, it finds something to really lean into. So that's the next step. So we're going to start by rendering a window color, something, again, blue-ish, because we're reflecting the blue in the sky, but not too blue because we don't want it to look unnatural. And I think we want this nice mid blue like that. It's a bit more of a gray. And I think hint more titanium white, and we're right there. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's jump back into the painting. Now, as you can see, I've sketched in a little bit of a white charcoal circle here. Would recommend drawing it before committing to the actual paint, just because we did put a lot of work into these bricks. But as you can see, it's slightly lower than the window to the left, and it's also in line with the chimney. We have some room between the lamppost and it, and I am going in with the flat-headed brush. Just going to make some very minute rotational applications to fill this in. I have a lot of water on my brush so that I can get a nice sharp definitive edge. Does mean I'll have to go in with more applications, but I do like that for a first application. Then I'll grab some titanium white, make it brighter, and I'm going to apply this to the right hand side. Brighten that a little bit. Try to leave a bit of a darker lip on the top and left, because we will have shadows, much like we did with the other ones. There we go. And, you know, we might do a little bit more of that titanium white. And then we'll let it dry because we have a lot of pigment on here, a lot of water, and we're getting to the point where we can't really apply variation. It just kind of blends. So we'll let that dry. I do like the shape, and I think it's a promising start. Now, while we let that dry, we'll mix up a brighter variant of it. Still want a little bit of Mars black in the mix, but for the most part, this is going to be titanium white and cerulean. And then again, once it's dry, we'll head in and we'll apply some extra highlight. So we're going to instigate that same little barring system that we had before, and we can just paint with it in mind. So we'll have a bar there, which means that there's a separation and separation. There's a bar right through there. We want the right to be a lot brighter, and the highlight almost gets lost in this side because it was already so bright. But I think that'll be great for a little bit of soft variation, and it makes the shadow there look a bit more dramatic. Some taps can also be a nice touch. Now for those actual separation pieces, we are going to get some Mars black, a little bit of titanium white, not too much, a little bit of cerulean blue, again, not too much. And I think if we just double down on the Mars black in this, we'll be in a really nice spot. You can also tell that it's fairly watery, very reflective, very easy moving, and I want that so that I can apply an incredibly sharp line around our little window. Now we're initially going to go in here with a smaller flat-headed brush, and we already have our general line work thanks to the bricks, so we can kind of just follow that. Being very delicate, across the edge, like so. Then we're going to move vertically. Not getting a lot of pigment on there because I didn't want to press too hard with the brush. To clean it up, I'm going to switch on over to my liner. Do so just like that. Is it perfect? No. Does it need to be? Also no, this is an older building. And it adds character. Then we'll work this around, especially this side because we'll have shadow. Double down because it's so wet, it's very transparent. See, I'm making lots of little short applications rather than larger ones, and I'm not going to continue it on the other side because we're just going to have this protrude out over that portion of the window. This is kind of inset, it's working inwards. Then we'll head back to the palette, we'll make some highlights, and we'll build it up to be three-dimensional. Now for set highlights, we'll just grab some extra titanium white, work a mid-gray, then maybe we grab more, go for more of a highlighted gray, and we can jump first in with the mid, then we'll move to the brighter. So we're going to start by applying it to the top of this horizontal bar, and it'll kind of meet in the middle of this shadow area. Then on the left hand side of the vertical bar, same thing, just like so. Now we go in for the real highlights, so I'm switching over to the brighter mix. I'm going to keep this more towards the center for the sake of drawing the eye inwards. Don't want too much blending, but we can have a little bit. There we go, nice and sharp. That said, this will cast a shadow on the window itself, so we do want a darker blue mix, like that. And this is going to go underneath the horizontal bars over the window. and to the right of the vertical ones. Then we're going to grab a bit of water on our brush, head back in, soften those applications a little bit, lots of little taps, drags. There we go. If it looks a little too dramatic, we can go back to the highlighted blues. And this really is just a process of going back and forth until you get it exactly how you want it. Throwing some extra highlights in the more open, less shadowy areas. I think that's a very strong, quick window. Now we'll work on the surrounding grout and we'll kind of start to frame it. We'll also do so with some foliage after, but we do start with that really nice brighter hue that we used in between all of the bricks. So for it, we do need a lot of our Naples yellow, bit of our titanium white, and a hint, just a hint of our Mars black, taking the excess off elsewhere, but I think that's a quick, very solid pigment. So for this, we're taking our liner and we are just maneuvering the edges. We've been doing quite a bit of detail work as of late, so we're probably in good practice. I'm not making any hyper long strokes because I don't want to lose control of the brush or the general trajectory, the motion. So it's a lot of measured applications. We'll also go in and do a second layer once it starts drying, and we can even boost it up with a little bit of bonus titanium white just to get some variance of value and texture. I love this. Did not plan on doing it initially, wasn't in the reference photo, but it makes a very fun, strong addition to the painting. Lots of minute markings to be done. Now, while it's drying, we are going to head back to the palette, mix some colors for the vines, the foliage, and then we'll jump back into the painting. Now, we've mixed greens before. We shall mix greens again. We're starting with a nice dark green, mostly Mars black, a little bit of green gold, a little bit of titanium white. Then we'll go over to the left and we'll mix significantly more green gold and titanium white. Now this really good earthy green. Again, not a dramatic highlight because we are far away. If we need to boost it up, we can, but I think these two look great together. So, as one would assume, we are going to start on the top with our green. I'm going to have it run all the way around the top of this, and then I'll have it work its way into the other green foliage that we have over here to the bottom and the right hand side. We can have it kind of extend outwards through some of the grout, but it's really just draping and ordaining a lot of this. We can even have it come down over portions of the window to give it some extra character. And then I'll build volume on the top as we want that as well. Then we can do this while it's wet, or we can do it while it's dry. I'm going to go while it's wet, just because I've really been liking my wet onto wet mixes this painting. And we're going to tap in some mid-value highlights. I'll also stretch those into different areas of the painting, just in case the green's a little bit different from my other greens. Now it's cohesive. working through all of this vine work we just implemented, like so. Then we can grab some extra titanium white, work that into our green. Yet again, apply that to the tops. Still want to show those darker pigments underneath and occasionally showing through. That way we have good volume and depth. Now we're actually drawing different versions of what the window could look like, and I think we're going to give this a try where there's this little piece of iron in the middle and then there's iron to the sides. So before we just had a basic shape like that. Here we're going to try something a little more unique. So as you can see, I painted over this with just the really basic base layer that we used initially. Made it a little bit darker because it is on this wall that isn't getting as much light as this and this. I think I like it more, but I also just wanted to play with different designs in here as well. You have a very unique space, and I thought it deserved a more unique window. You could do the window we just did. I think that's the safe option. What I'm about to do is a little more, again, unique, but we'll give it a go and we'll see if we like it. So here, I'm just going to grab a little bit of my Mars Black, Cerulean Blue, Titanium White, not a lot of it, but a little bit. Make our brush nice and damp. I'm going to start with a little circle in the middle. I say circle, it's kind of ovaled just because this wall is at an angle. I'm going to keep this nice and small. And then we extend it. We extend it. I'm also painting diagonally, so I can't tell if these are straight or not, or if they're angled. I'll fix it when I don't have the camera in front of the canvas, but this is just the general idea. I don't know, maybe we like it, maybe we don't, but it's another option. And you can always play with your windows and make them more unique, more your own, should you want to. With that, same rule as apply. We go through, we add the extra highlights at the top, we add a little bit of a shadow underneath it, and maybe that's our window. As an update, I took some steps back, realized I did really like it, and now we're going in with our details. It has had time to dry, so I'm not worried about it. I'm getting these very sharp applications. It's not wet into wet, it is wet into dry. And it's also happening a lot quicker than our previous applications because we've had good practice, and now we can kind of just get in there and make it happen. I might also slightly expand this bottom part a little bit through here. It's a lot of refining when we're working on something this small and detailed, but I think that's a really good looking section. Maybe a little bit more light. There we go. Okay, that started to dry, and now for the real highlights. Again, we build this up nice and slow. That way we don't overdo it quickly. Just doing this towards the center areas. The tops, the edges, definitely have less of it, and it's not perfectly around because some areas are going to get more light than others. We can also just tap some of this highlight into the iron down here because these two are really nice cohesive pieces. So I like that a lot. If we want, we can do a little bit more of our green mix towards the base, like that, have it drape down. That looks really dark in comparison to everything else, but again, we can just brighten it, grab more of our greens. And it's all about just finding our right balance. More titanium white. It's dramatic until it's not dramatic. It's subtle until it's not subtle. It's just about reapplying paint over and over in different layers until you get exactly what you want. I really like how inset that is with foliage. Now we're trying something fun with this green painter's tape, in that I'm considering putting a tree on the edge of the painting, but I don't want to commit with a drawing and I don't want to commit with paint yet. So I'm just using this as little pieces of potential foliage to map out composition. And you know what, if you come here, I'll give you a look. So as you can see, I just have these really little pieces and I'm putting them on in creative ways. Sometimes it exists outside of the actual space and we could connect with a branch if we wanted. But now you can see all the clouds, they kind of point in this way. And this area didn't have any of that. It was just kind of negative space, which is good because there was room to breathe, but maybe we want to double down on all of those movements and also put some green on the top left-hand side to complement the green on the top right-hand side. Makes it a much more centralized composition, where before we had a strip of blue, then this kind of strip of burnt sienna red, and then green, where here now it's more of a green surrounding it. Again, really putting the eye on the central, but I love the central, so this is something I'm considering. I'm not committing just yet. I think we'll do the smoke out of the chimney first, and then we'll make a decision. I think I like it. In theory, this works. Just depends if we want to change our composition or not. Now for our smoke, we'll keep it simple. We have a little bit of Mars black, a lot of titanium white, hint of our cerulean blue. You know, I think we double down on the titanium white. Just like that. We don't want it to be a pure white. We still want it to have a little bit of hue, but I think that's a great balance. Now with this, I think a lot of people would put it straight up, but I kind of want to lead the eye back in this way. If we move it that way, then it also implies there's a little bit of a wind, which is nice. So I'm going to begin right through here. Work it through there, back up, over part of the roof. It's long, it's wispy, we'll make it a little bit bigger through here. It's also worth noting that it's very, 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 very wet. It's almost all water. Next to no pigment on the brush. And then you can kind of go back in with a little bit more pigment, thicken it up as you find these more defined areas, which it would look good with. It's quite dramatic over the roof, but I like that. Great movements. Here we can do a little bit more that kind of goes off to the side. Again, it's wispy, it's moving in the wind. There's a flutter to it. And we can do a little bit more titanium white in the mix, coming right out of the chimney. We have to be really careful with this though, just because we don't want it to become too dramatic. It should be a soft application, not an opaque one, for the most part. Now we can enjoy a little tape ASMR. So, as an update, as you can see, we did decide to rip the paint off. I don't think I'm going to do a tree there. I think we have a very unique composition without it. If we did add it, it would centralize it. I think there are a lot of benefits to it, but it does change it into a different kind of painting. And I really like that style of painting, but I feel like I do that style a lot. So for the sake of having a bit of variance, having this be a unique piece, I'm going to avoid that tree, but you're more than welcome to add it to yours if that is a composition you greatly prefer. And again, you saw the last clip where we had the green, so you know where it should be. But with that, we are almost done. We have added a lot of detail. We have so many subjects. This is probably going to be the longest video on the channel, and we are really close. At this point, I love it. At this point, we are just doing touch-ups, details, highlights, and we're going to do that together, but we're going to kind of bounce around, and a lot of it's going to be done with the little liner brush. So let's jump back into it, and let's finish this painting. So the first thing I want to do is add some bonus flowers into here. I'll grab some of that Cad Red, not ultramarine, burnt sienna, Mars Black, titanium white. We'll mix up a mid-red, a darker red, and we also want quite a bit of a highlighted red as well. So we'll just create a good range of them for us to play with. When we're working with subjects this small, we can do a lot of mixes at once because we don't have to worry about it kind of drying on us on our palette. We know that we can go in and apply it all in a relatively short period of time. Want quite a few roses right around here. This is really where we're leading the eye in general, so doubling down on that which is here I think is a smart call. Just like so. We already have some along the side, which I like a lot. Now, it is still wet, but I think we can probably do some wet into wet blends. Already working well. You can see, despite the fact that we had that really bright mix on our palette, we don't need to go directly to it. We can take our time. I already love it. Yeah, this was a good addition. I'd also like to say, again, this is probably the longest video on the channel. Thank you for being here. Thank you for working on this with me. I really love and appreciate the art community we have here on this channel. I think it's amazing how dedicated and diligent so many of you are to making longer, really detailed acrylics. It's one of those things where there are so many different styles of painting and they can be quick and easy, but you are choosing one that requires a lot of detail, a lot of attention, a lot of care. And I think that's so admirable. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this style of artwork. Thank you to everybody up over on Patreon for making these videos happen. I say it all the time, but really couldn't make these videos if it wasn't for you and your support. It's through that enables me to spend the days painting in the way that we do. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel by picking up the brush set, which is linked in the description. And again, if you're new here and you're unaware, all of the lessons on this channel, at least all that I've done in the last 2-ish years, have been done with the same brush set. And once you get it, you essentially have all of the brushes that I use in all the videos. So you never have to run out and grab a different brush or worry if your brush is a different size or if the fan brush has the wrong texture. Because again, our fan brush is pretty special. It can be both a soft bristled and a hard bristled fan brush, depending upon if it's wet or not. But thank you. Thank you for that support. Thank you for making it so I can make these really, really long videos. It'd be a lot easier to make the 10-minute time lapses, but I like putting in the time, and I really appreciate that you like watching it. That said, now I'm just tapping in a couple in surrounding areas. Might do another one right down here, another couple even. It's one of those things where when you start painting these little flowers, it's so hard to stop because it's just too much fun. Do a little bit of a highlight. Yeah, it balances, it builds it well. I like that a lot. Very good. We can head up here, do a couple more. just hints of them. Not all of them have to be high contrast and dramatic. Sometimes it can be subtle. Also grab some of our green titanium white, a little bit of Mars black, and we'll work on the highlights through the roofs as well. So I'm going to jump back into this for the final time. Grab some green, gold, titanium white, hint of Mars black, and I'll add some extra highlights to the areas of our roofs which catch the most light. You can see how this shadow and this shadow are fairly similar. I just want this to be a little bit brighter. And we'll just bump that up here and there until we get exactly that. I think these highlights actually match the roses really well. We want it to be subtle, we want little taps. Just like that. I'm going to get some extra water for my brush so that my taps can be a little bit smaller. But even if they're larger, remember, it's so easy to just go back and fix that. And the more we do, the more it feels cohesive. So I think the first couple are going to look a little awkward just because they're going to stand out. But then make it a little more normalized through further application. But again, I want to say a big thank you to you for being here, for taking this time. I typically, at the end of these videos, like to say a little code word that you can use in the comments. It lets me know that you made it to the very end. Just a little thing where I and everybody else who gets here can be, you know, aware. There's a little badge of honor that you sat through all of it. You learned all of the lessons. On average, something like 13% of people make it to the very end of the video, so if you're one of those, there's a lot of pride to be had. And today, I don't want a singular word. I just want to know about favorite summer sighting, or, you know, we're moving into fall. Maybe it's a fall sighting. Something visually that really caught your eye at one point or another, and you said, I really want to paint that. Something that you'd like maybe me to paint on the channel. Certain type of landscape or scene, specific space, specific subject. I'd just love to know what inspires you, what makes you want to paint, what makes you feel. Because as artists, that's kind of number one, right? It's about what makes us feel. Scenes like this make me feel a lot, make me feel just kind of excited to be alive, appreciative to be here. I think that I love going for relaxed walks on paths like these and exploring, finding new unique spaces. I love the old architecture and the foliage and the lively flowers. I like to always have flowers in the house. But yeah, this was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I'm wishing you the absolute best with your rendition of this. I hope that this video has been inspiring. I hope you feel like you've learned things. I hope you take the lessons from this and don't just incorporate it into this video, but into future paintings that you have. I hope you feel like you learned how to paint brick and stone and walkways, shingles, so many different subjects. But I hope you feel like you learned something. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you relaxed. I hope you're excited about your piece and what's to come in your art journey. And I hope you're doing well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. I will see you very soon with quite a number of painting lessons. If you haven't already, if you made it this far and you haven't, subscribe to the channel, because I love doing these and I plan on doing a lot more. So much detail. These only get more detailed. And hopefully we can make something special and enjoy this art journey together. So thank you to everybody up over on Patreon, and thank you to my incredible partner for filming all of this, for holding the camera right now as I just talk for ages. I can see she's smiling right now. Maybe even we get a little bit of a giggle, but thank you. Thank you for filming. Thank you all for watching. We will see you soon with a brand new painting lesson. Take care. Stay creative.